call this budget workshop on this May 27th of 2021 to order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And those that are on Zoom, thank you for joining us. We should be finished by 10:30, sometime like 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. So hopefully before, but I'm just joking. I think Nicole and Shane have done a very good job of putting this together, and with the assistance and feedback from the council and department heads, guess we'll move forward. So I'll pass this off to Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We'll do things maybe a little bit different. I would say a little bit different. That's not fair. We didn't do any of this last year because of COVID. So from 2 years ago, we'll do things maybe a tad bit different. So we have prepared a PowerPoint that everyone at home can see and be a part of as we move through. The PowerPoint is really geared towards looking at the changes. So what's the increase, what's the decrease, what's new, what's old type of thing from a change standpoint. We're printing off right now a much slimmer budget for you all. Nothing has changed, but what this is going to be a reference point to go along with. I know you all have notes, but as we talk about the changes here, I can reference the page numbers within here, the line items of what we're talking about. So I'll start by just saying this process, again, I look at budgeting as an exciting thing, and to me it's always exciting and intriguing to have a chance to go through the budget process. And I feel like this is the first time really I've had the opportunity to be a part of it. That being said, I've been a small part of this. Nicole has been 98%, 99%, give or take, of this whole process. And so department heads obviously fill a huge role, instrumental in getting their help in this process. Starting back, last year when we went through the budget process, we asked everyone to be very conscientious of their capital needs and their operating needs. And what we were essentially brought with was about a 10% decrease in operational needs last year, which was about $100,000. And then, and really no capital. We had one police car that was purchased the entire year. So going into this year, fully expected large increases across the board. And what we ended up seeing operationally was not that. When you look at when we go through the operational piece, if you take out a few of the new things that are in there, what's left is really another small decrease in operational expenses. So folks, the department heads themselves, I think, had a chance last year to see that some things perhaps had just been rolled year to year. They weren't being necessarily expended the way that they had thought, and so they were able to maybe cut a little bit here and there. So just very appreciative of them. Again, department heads taking their time and going through line by line and being conscientious of the budget. And then again, all that rolling into the meetings, and then Nicole, being the master of the spreadsheets and working through 1,000 changes. Some even this morning, a couple things last minute, some notes and things of that nature. Just very appreciative of the whole staff. Appreciative, couldn't be more appreciative of Nicole and the time she's put into this. Hundreds and hundreds of hours, easily to say. So that being said, department heads are here. They're, I think, eating right now with Virginia probably, and so they're here for questions. I'm sure they'll trickle in here in just a few minutes, but or maybe not. Maybe they'll just be in earshot, listening from afar. But Doug Chapman will be here. He just texted in about 5 minutes, so the gang will be here, and everyone will be able to answer questions as we go through this. So if it's okay. As the printer's still finishing up, I will start with just the kind of introduction to the PowerPoint, if that's okay with everyone. And I've put it on the screen here as well. So kind of the guidelines of what we'll go over today and the order in which we'll go over it. We'll start with the overall recommended budget totals, general fund, enterprise fund, and then obviously the combination of both for total budget. Go to summary by department of needs addressed in the recommended budget, economic environment and factors affecting the revenue, and why we ended up positioning ourselves where we are with our revenue numbers. And we'll go into this a little more detail. Expenditures were probably easier than we ever really dreamed last year than with COVID. And going into this year, I think expenditures again weren't really as much of a consumer as much as the revenue. Predicting revenue is, we've been, I think, very conservative here, and we'll kind of talk through that methodology. Recommended tax rate and fees to balance the recommended budget. As you've all seen, as you've gone through the budget yourselves, we have proposed a number of increases in a number of our fees, and of course, a proposed increase in our property tax rate. And then we'll do a recap of our GO bond referendum in 2014. Where we are, obviously 3 phases have been issued, the 4th is to come, and what that looks like from a budgetary standpoint. So those are kind of 1 through 5 of how we'll go through it. But again, you all been through this many more times than I have. Very informal process. Stop us, tell us to look on page 27, account number 4305, and that's what we'll do. So as we go through these, so this is a chance for all of us to be open and honest and have a good conversation about the budget. So that being said, we'll start, if it's okay, with the overall view of the budget. One of the most noticeable differences, obviously, is if you look at our total general fund budget that's recommended at $10.5 million. That's $1.8 million, a $1.8 million increase from last year. RAC is up $6,400, and overall water and sewer is up $429,000. Overall, what we're proposing in this budget is a $12.8 million budget, which is 2.26 of an increase from last year, or 21%. Break that down by category. Personnel, $771,000 change over last year. A couple things to note as we go into more detail. Personnel changes from last year to this year. One factor that is not referenced here is that beginning last year there were no increases, and we didn't make those mid-year increases. So that 771 number is larger than what it may really appear here from a year-to-year standpoint, because we made the mid-year increases. That's not included in the 4.9 million number that's up there. So that 4.9 million was last July's number that did not include the Christmas and the mid-year increases that we gave. So that's something that I think is important to point out. Operating maintenance is up 1.15 million. You'll hear in just a few moments. That's two factors of that number really make up the overwhelming majority of that. So again, as we go through the details, I think some of this will make more sense. Capital outlay is up $395,000 from last year to this year, and then debt service actually decreased. Overall debt service decreased by $44,000. And we'll go over that again. Last year's debt service of 1.86 was about $300,000 more than the year before. So that's again something to point out. And then here's a few of the little kind of stragglers, our facilities and central governments and our park and recreation. We had some reserves last year, but we don't have it this year. So overall, what's in this budget is a $12.8 million recommended total number versus 10.6 last year. And we'll go through and break that down by category, and then we'll break it down by department. And that's how we came up with the total budget of $12.8 million. So overall, this is always intriguing to me to look at. I've shared this countless times. When you look at this pie chart in other places, the property tax number is always substantially more. I mean, obviously, resort towns or vacation cities and towns and counties have a much more diversified pie here, essentially from a revenue standpoint. But we're sitting in property taxes proposed at $4.6 million, which make up 53% of our total general fund revenue of $10.5 million. Second biggest piece is sales tax at 1.287, that's 15%. And then our TDA, obviously tax at 10% of that number. Followed by our other revenues deceiving, and I know you've all seen this before. That's a $625,000 number that's mainly comprised of loan proceeds. And so one of the odder things in North Carolina and governmental accounting is that you have to account for your loan proceeds as revenue. So it looks like revenue, but on the other side you've got the expense. And so other revenue is a little bit misleading in that. The majority of that is within our loan proceeds. Here's one of those. Here's one of those kind of conservative numbers right off the bat. Our ABC revenue, we received that number from the ABC board. They put together their budget, passed their budget, and they proposed an $85,000 number going into next year. I think we about 2 weeks ago noticed that number is approaching closer to 200,000 this year versus 85. So again,
Who's that from?
the ABC. So a good conservative number on the ABC board. I think they're also playing it close to not really knowing what's going to happen as the year goes on, but being conservative within their projections as well. Overall, if you're looking at kind of a sales tax and a property tax, 68% of our pie, total pie, is made up of those two numbers. But to me, the most important number here that really stands out, if you're really comparing yourself across the board, is our property tax number being 53%. That's about as diversified of a number. I don't know if I've ever seen in my career that number under 50% ever anywhere. It's pretty close to being the lowest I've ever seen with diversifications. Water and sewer pie chart is essentially where you would think it would be. So 93% of our overall revenue is made up of water and sewer charges. Really the only other pieces that we have in there, we have some impact fees when we have developers who are coming on and putting lines in, some late payment fees, interest, that type of thing. Nothing that's substantial. The overwhelming majority of obviously our fees are coming from, or revenues coming from our fees that we're charging here. And again, we'll go into some detail as we get there, what we're proposing from an overall increase in our water and sewer rates. And if you go way back before COVID, we started the process of looking at our revenue and our usage in the coal. I say we, the coal, and Holly spent a tremendous amount of time, and we've talked about that in detail, going through and actually looking at our true billings, our true usage. Previously, we had kind of taken a standard approach of 5% increases that weren't resulting in 5% increases in revenue, that were resulting in 2%, 3%. So we knew something wasn't aligning. And what I think the result is, and again, when we go back to it a little bit, is what comes up a little bit is the usage itself was what was probably needed to be adjusted more than anything. Our base was a little bit higher than where it probably needed to be to kind of capture the users, the key users.
Would you say this this new model is a conservative reflection? Since we don't have any
Yeah.
track history.
I think that we followed the state's model. So when they came in, it probably wasn't necessarily as conservative as we would have been, so probably, just a realistic estimate. I do plan on keeping a close eye on this, knowing this is our first year of
Right.
implementing this, so we know, actual may not necessarily totally reflect what we're expecting. So I think it's probably more realistic than we would be. We would be more conservative. probably.
Okay, thank you.
It's, again, I think it does follow the conservative nature from a revenue standpoint, from what we're showing here. So, some key overall allocations, starting off the bat, if you don't know a lot about budgeting and you just look at this year's budget to last year, probably the number one thing that jumps out is there's $2 million increase. That's a big number when you're talking a $12 million budget. That's 19% of the overall budget. What breaks down, what are the largest two factors? And the largest two factors are the personnel increases and the operating and maintenance. So, $771,000 in personnel increases, and then 1.1 million operating. So if you add the two together, you're roughly 1.9 of the two. So those two categories make up essentially the entire increase within the budget itself. And it's important to note again, and this is kind of going back to more of the accounting side of things. As we roll through this and we look at the central government piece, there's two large numbers in the central government piece that are, for one, our Watauga County sales tax payback number. That's an expense. So, the way that works is that we receive all of our sales tax based on the method that the county has picked. And then we cut them back a check every month for the rebate portion of that. So when you're looking at the overall increase from last year to this year, last year's COVID numbers were substantially, less than what we had had previous years. 30%. And so, and then the TDA was another 30 or 35%, 40%, sorry. So when you're looking at the $2 million increase, 750,000 of that is those two pieces. So those aren't, I wouldn't call those real expenditures because it's money that we receive. And on the TDA side, we receive all the TDA revenue, 100% of it, and then we cut the 2/3 check back to them. And that's an expense, though. Again, one of those accounting things where you've got to show the gross on both sides. So I think I would say it's very fair to say to the public, and Tim and I talked about this yesterday, is that you start with a $2 million increase, but you really take out $750 right off the bat. And so that $750 is just the increases in the revenue and increases in the payback. So we're really talking about a $1.2 million, give or take, increase from last year to this year, of which a good chunk of that's within the personnel. And then we'll go through and describe, obviously, some of the key highlights. Some of the biggest increases from this year, from last year, grass. Our GO debt. So the 1920 issuance of that GO debt happened going into last budget season. So last budget season, we really were beginning the process before COVID hit at proposing about a 2.5 cent increase on our property taxes directly related to that phase 3 issuance of the bond that took place just several months before that, I think in the November, December timeframe. Obviously with COVID, we stopped everything other than the debt payments that came in. And we decided not to pass on that increase, property tax increase to the citizens. And we all talked about that last year. When we were here last year at this time, the town was almost a ghost town. We had no money coming in from our alternative sources like sales tax, hardly, and our TDA. And the last thing we wanted to do was pass along the property tax increase to the citizens when we didn't know where any of us were going to be. We were even concerned at this time last year of what our property tax collections may look like. If we go through a summer and a fall the way we were at that time last year without having people here, we were all concerned, which is why we ended up presenting the budget last year at such a overall decrease, from an expenditure standpoint, with no increase in property taxes proposed. So those years up there, the 1920 year that's up on the screen here, it's important to put that up there because we did issue that in late 2019. And really should have passed that on as part of the 2021 budget that we're in right now. But we did not feel comfortable doing that with COVID last year. So right off the bat, if you kind of go back 2 years, we really are about 2.5 cent debt issuance behind where we probably were going to be. Big number, big increase is our Highway 321 landscaping contract. We just talked about last month or this month at the last meeting. Close to $300,000 in total to maintain 321. You all agreed to award that contract to a state. 16 miles of turf, 7,000 plants, 1,000 trees. You see them out there right now, obviously, working and replacing, pruning, weeding, maintenance, trimming, you name it out there. So that's another big piece. So first two, we'll say about $250,000, $300,000 in debt service, another $300,000 added on top of that. Deferred capital needs. I think if we probably went back and I know Nicole and I talked about this, we averaged, $400,000 to $500,000 a year in capital, I would say, on average. If we go back a number of slides, we can go over, again in a second, is what we're proposing in this budget is roughly $675,000. So we essentially found ourselves about a year or year and a half behind with some of our capital. But again, what's in this budget, I think as we go through and the department heads have a chance to kind of explain the rationale is a conservative approach from our capital request. It's not an overwhelming request. I think it's a need versus wants that are a part of that. 2.5% COLA for FTEs. If you go back to our mid-year, so that's a piece to take into account is at the middle of the year, we ended up issuing COLA this year. And so, again, if you're comparing apples to apples, last July to this July, a big factor in that was the COLA that was in the middle of it that we did not, anticipate. We all talked about last year is employees all understood that there were going to be no increases in salaries to begin the year because we were, again, uncertain of COVID, what was going to happen from a revenue standpoint. And then you all were very gracious enough at mid-year to be able to give them a COLA and obviously even a little Christmas bonus or a good Christmas bonus there that they hadn't had previously. Part one of the phase and the minimum wage is a part of this. We'll spend a lot of time today on kind of our rationale behind a 2-year plan to get our full-time employees up to at least a $15 an hour rate. I think we're all aware that we're probably heading that direction from a federal standpoint over the next few years. Here locally, our county has made that decision and have already actually enacted $15 an hour minimum wage for full-time employees. That would affect March 1st. And then Boone is following suit currently within that. So we find ourselves presenting today a 2-year plan to get us to that point. I think, and please jump in, I keep saying Nicole, but Nicole and I discussed, 1 year versus a 2-year plan, and 1 year for us really isn't reasonable. It's a big number. So for us, it really does make more sense to spread that out over 2 years from just a simple budgeting standpoint. And then our capital needs in the water and sewer fund. A couple of changes that we'll talk about on the revenue side, how we're looking at our base rate and how we're planning on changing overall billings from what we're charging individuals from a usage standpoint, will help us pay for that, again, that 1920, last year GO debt issuance that we had. As also it will help us start building a reserve that we've not had previously. So we'll see in the water and sewer budget, you'll see a reserve number sitting there that we've labeled right now for PRVs. That may or may not happen. We've got some other ideas there that we can talk about in a few minutes that may it sounds like it's coming to fruition with some of our stimulus money coming in. So I think for that standpoint, we've talked previously, and I know as boards you've all talked about building some capital reserves within the water and sewer fund to help us start planning for some of these big needs that are coming. That's in this budget, and we're starting that plan as well, and really starting the plan for what we know is coming within the next couple of years, which is some pretty big water and sewer projects. So we're starting to set some money aside for that as well. Questions before we start getting into the details?
Are you gonna show the public the difference between doing a contract on the landscaping versus us? Do you have that information?
We do. I don't have it in the slide, but we certainly.
I think we need to talk about
Yes.
that so they can see the, what we consider a cost benefit
Absolutely.
was to contract it out versus personnel and equipment. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jennifer Brown and I know Corey had worked through the detailed numbers of internal and capital, so she has that. She's here, so we'll get that as we get to that point. So.
I think you need to include too that, I think I'm right, this is mandated by DOT's widening of the road. Goes back to that, does it not?
It does. I don't know the year in which it was voted on, but as the 321 widening was taking place, the town council and the DOT entered an agreement that was going to be and I may use the term wrong, a landmark landscape. Was that what it was, I believe, called on 321? And I think
2 years ago.
We made the choice to do it. We did not have to do it, but
Right.
we got $400,000 in landscaping, so we knew this was
Yeah.
coming.
When they said that they would only mow once a quarter, we figured that was not acceptable for the looks that you want down there, so that's when the council was trying
Yeah.
sorry.
So yes, I guess to answer your question, Albert, was the town council, in agreement with DOT, chose the plan that's out there, the landscaping plan. Really, I think all the way down to the trees and the plant, everything that's out there was essentially agreed upon, and as a part of that, the agreement was on July 15th of 2021, which is this year, that the town would take over ownership and maintenance of that. And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't maintain that, what's the repercussions? I know it's within the written contract.
I believe the town has to pay back the portion that was spent on the landscape in the contract. So they take a percentage of how much the entire project costs, and that percentage was put into landscaping, and then, so the town would have to reimburse DOT for what was spent out there on the landscaping, if we do not maintain it like it is.
So I know they boosted, it was several $100,000 worth of landscaping that they boosted if we would take
I want to say
it
it was
over.
close, probably close to $1 million. Kevin might have a.
Yeah, I think it was close to $1 million worth of
I know
extra
it was close to $1
landscaping.
million worth of landscaping.
Yeah, I know the contract that is currently expiring with Piedmont is well over $1 million, and that included the plants and the maintenance of that. But it's a couple $1 million overall project the DOT has put out there for the purchasing of the materials and then what's been taking place the last, we'll say 2 years. I guess Piedmont started 2 years ago now. They were putting the trees and stuff out there. So, you know, and the plan there is.
Long 2 years.
So what is happening there, again, for the public, I know I've shared this with you all, is everywhere you see a blue flag is a plant or a tree that needs to be replaced before we take it over. And so Corey and Jennifer and the whole landscaping crew have, you know, I don't know how many times they've walked 321 the last number of months with DOT and Piedmont to kind of come up with this. But before the state takes the property and the maintenance over July 15th, we expect everything to be replaced out there to where it should be from a standard standpoint, and cleaned up after themselves and everything ready to go, you know, for when the state hits the ground running July 15th, that they don't have a huge mess on their hands, which is kind of where we are right now with the battle with everyone involved. So it's going to be a longer summer probably than what we anticipated, because we identified many more trees and many more plants that need to be replaced. And I think even what they had realized, but we have an understanding from DOT that will take place, and so that's what's happening right now. Just keep your eyes out, and hopefully we don't have another repeat summer of 2 years ago where everything started to die because of the drought. So if so, then we'll handle that accordingly with DOT.
And we did get, with this new set of trees, that extra extension on the warranty.
Yeah, so we have a meeting next week with DOT to talk about what the growing season and all that means. We're going to get into everything in writing and what that means. You know, originally 2 years ago, I think it was discussed, is that when they would put them in, you would have this growing season. Well, I think everybody has a little different interpretation of the growing season because it's based on when you plant. DOT started in recent conversations backtracking on some of that. So we have a meeting next week. I'll be a part of it as well with DOT to get in writing what's our warranty with these plants that are going in.
So
I will say Corey has been working with them because there are some trees that it's not good to have out there with the salt and all of that. So they are working with us to replace those trees with a different kind that will handle the salt and stuff better. So they are working with us with that as well.
It's not so much the salt, it's that brine they
Brine.
spray before it
Right.
snows. It eats up the paint off your car.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say that this is a unique project. I don't know how many of these exist in the state to this extent. Maybe none, I don't know. This is a large project that we've all learned a lot from of how we need to maintain it and what it should be, what it should look like to maintain. So that is, but next week, just yesterday, Corey set up a meeting for DOT, everyone involved at DOT and Piedmont, and so we'll come to a written understanding of where we're heading with this before we take it over on the 15th. So, do you have the numbers from?
Yeah, I just emailed them to you.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go ahead and do that? Is that okay? Or do you want to just read them out loud, the safety number?
No,
Oh, that's over here.
if you've got them on there
Yeah.
so the
It'll
public
probably
can,
be easier to-
public can view it.
See
Sounds
them on
good.
the screen.
Thank you,
Just a
Jennifer.
second. Let me go back to here and I'll share it. Okay. So as part of the retreat process, we went through and looked at what we thought it would take in order for the town to internally take over and maintain, 321. The largest expense, and I know I've talked to some of the public about this, and I've shared my thoughts with you all, is, a state and any contractor that would take over this type of a job obviously has to have a certain level of equipment. So a lot of this cost is equipment that goes into that. We talked about a storage building, heat, restroom, that type of thing, because we went back and forth on, this is an everyday, especially starting, last month, May into, I would say October, so a good 6 to 7 months of the year. This is a 5-day-a-week type of job for the most part, if we were to take that on. And so we started talking about storage and how we would store our equipment, where we store our equipment. Because if you go through here and look at not only just the, staffing and some other stuff, water trucks, mowing, tractors, mowers, that type of thing. A lot of this is capital. So, you could go back and forth the first year or so whether or not you wanted to cut this razor thin and try to, spend less capital and do more in the way of just sheer unloading and loading equipment and things of that nature out there. But all of it, results in time and money. So one way or the other, you're either talking more time or more money to get the equipment out there every day, or you're talking more capital and say, for instance, the one up here was maybe building a small storage building out there that would have the ability to house it. But, whichever way we looked at it, and from a staffing standpoint, et cetera, we looked at the first year as being potentially $967,000. Even if you were to take off the building the first year, you see there it's $567,000. So, the building is negotiable, but from, the equipment itself that we put in there with some of the things that are needed. It's part of the state's agreement, if you remember, when recall going through the document, the RFQ, everything from watering to street sweeping is included in that. So that's something that we took into account too, is how would we maintain the property and then how would we clean up and go after ourselves. Signage, DOT signage is required within that, traffic diversion, et cetera. So we felt like we were being fairly conservative in some of our numbers within this. This is what we come up with.
Now, these numbers were put together when?
January
January of,
this year.
okay. We also have to take into account that these numbers can be skewed from an employee standpoint because people can't find employees. So,
Hands down, and the theme of going into this, a lot of the budget talks this summer is that we are fully staffed, I would say right now, full-time employees outside of one sanitation position. But that's not the case across the board. Staffing across the board is difficult to find right now. And so, as we talked in January, I think things have gotten obviously considerably even worse from a staffing standpoint in the last 6 months, 5 months. So yeah, finding employees right now would be another one of those potential issues that we would run into that we may or may not be able to fulfill.
how many additional employees would be required if the town had chosen to take this on?
I think there's 2 full-time employees in here, is that right, Jennifer?
Correct.
And then 1 part-time,
Yes, we
So
have
2.5.
Three part-time,
3 part-time, I'm sorry.
yes. 2 full-time, 3 part-time.
Okay, thank you.
I think they're trying to steal our lifeguards now too.
Well, I would say this, I've had a lot of phone calls from other parks and recreation departments, off the mountain, and they're not even gonna be able to open their pools this summer because they can't find any money to be a lifeguard. They asked how we got our lifeguards, so it's really hard right now to find people to work.
Okay, Sue, Doug? we need
I saw where
some
Charlotte
swimsuits
needs
on.
like
Not the
80
best
some,
swimmer, tells me that.
or they only have 80 and they need like 200, something
Yeah,
like that.
it's really bad.
Maybe the old people.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need to get some people out of retirement here.
Get your whistle out, Tim.
We provide whistles.
Is it fair to say that if we didn't have a building somewhere, we're going, an 8-hour day for each employee is going to go to about a 6?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
We talked about at least an hour in the morning, and an hour in the afternoon, maybe even a little bit more in the morning, just depends on, getting everything up and running and loaded and unloaded, et cetera. And so that's obviously a big part of that.
And we really don't have a place to store it currently. We had to get the equipment to,
Yes, our current storage building, would be full if we added that much more equipment in there as well. So definitely fair to say.
And that, of course, is if we could find the employees and get the equipment.
True, equipment's another oddity is effective COVID that seems to be delayed at times, so.
Well, I just think it's important for the public to know, because that's a big number
Yes.
that they may not understand, but I think looking at the numbers you just put up, I think it's self-explanatory why we did it.
And of course, we don't have to pay benefits,
We have a
contracting it out.
I'll get it to you.
Okay. Well, I'm sure hearing it.
It is, it's important to note as well, I think, just add to the list, is when we went through the process, a very detailed RFQ process, and I think a very, large contract that only received 2 serious bidders. I mean, we did receive others that weren't necessarily qualified in what we were asking them. Our second bidder was the current contractor that's on the job, and it was $125,000 more than what the state had agreed upon. So I think that, to me, tells me that the folks that are intimately involved in it right now thought it was a higher number than what we even agreed upon. So it's a daunting contract to uphold, and from a staffing standpoint, even if we were able to find the staffing, I don't think we would have agreed to take it on the first year because of just the overwhelming unknown that's out there. There's a lot of unknown, and some of you know it better than others. I mean, that are out there mowing and doing other things. There's a lot to be had out there from just an upkeep and maintenance standpoint that we felt like our biggest concern was if we could find the staff, we would potentially neglect other areas this first year as we try to get a handle of what 321 needs. And we don't want to neglect anything within town central or the heart of the town from a landscaping standpoint.
Well, I felt like it buys us some time with the 3-year contract to see where we're at and the way we're heading with all our park comprehensive plan and with our master plannage for the park and everything that David's working on of where we're going, so it gives us a little more time to get into this.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just think it's part of the cost of doing business of this town. And if you can sub something out and get good results from it, you're one heck of a much better off than buying all that stuff. Come winter, it snows on your lawnmowers.
Maintain.
And I would agree from again, we are, right now, fingers crossed, we continue to maintain a fully staffed town at 67 full-time employees right now, minus the one sanitation position that we'll talk about as we go through the process here. Part-time, we've really not had a great difficulty in hiring part-time staff this summer, like what we're seeing on the news all across the country, and really, especially in North Carolina, that's in our face every day. So, even if we were to have bought the equipment, the concern would have been there that it would have been sitting unused because we wouldn't have the employees to potentially use that equipment. So,
I will say one thing on that. I will give Jennifer kudos on a lot of her part-time staff. It's kids here from Boyne Rock. And that's what I really like. And I love to see our local kids being able to get jobs here in town and do something. So I will say a big kudos to you on that.
I think, in that same vein, unfortunately, we've lost kids because we lost our Boy Scout troop. And those Boy Scouts, and I saw it with Nathan's became firemen, volunteer firemen, and became in our fire and started careers. So if we can develop these children into something, it pays back for the town. So it's always worthwhile.
Agreed, absolutely, absolutely.
So under, going back to expenditures on page 27, we just had it out. The police department adopted for 2020, 21, and 2021, 22 is the same. Is that supposed to be,
What page are you on?
I'm on 27. It talks about a 15% increase, but the numbers aren't showing.
I bet it's actually 270.
You're looking at page
So,
27?
Yeah, I think if you go down and look at the bottom, there's a negative $270,000 number. There's a formula area within that somewhere, so that number, that 1.6 million should be $270,000 less than that.
Okay.
That would make up your 15%.
The good thing is that's affecting the prior year's numbers, not the current.
Okay.
Current year's is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that negative 270 number, there's no such thing as a negative expenditure, so, I mean, there is technically. But not within this, there's not. So the if you take the 1.6 million minus the 270, that was last year's number.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
And we bought one police car instead of three.
That's good.
Bought one police car last year instead of the typical two, so we're back into, and we'll go through it in a little bit, we're back into the two this year. The one that we did buy was a hybrid, and I know Aaron's here to speak towards how many we have in our current fleet. I think now we're at 4, and we're proposing 2 more, which would, I think, give us 6.
Hybrids.
Hybrids. And Aaron can speak to the cost savings as we go through, some details there. If you look at overall gasoline within the police department, as gas prices are creeping up everywhere else within our budgets, that one's actually gone down, and it's simply for the fact that I believe the number is about 40% savings in those hybrids versus the gasolines. Chief Miller's performed a number of independent studies on each car versus our older cruisers, and it's about 40% savings in gasoline. That's correct.
No problems with them?
No problems with them. I think the first, and again, he can speak, he's walking over here, he can speak to kind of the details when we get into the police department. I think the first year or so, there's some hiccups on how to use them, start and stopping and some of the things, but we've worked through all that. And, I think it's very enjoyable of a ride, even, himself. No complaints, I would say, from what I've heard. We kind of lumped together central government, which is you all, the governing body, and then administration, finance, and central government. If you take all 4 of those, or 3, I should say, departments, it's $3.6 billion into the general fund budget, which the overwhelming majority of that central government. We'll go through some of those changes in just a few moments. Some of the highlights that are in here, and again, just stop me and ask questions. We're proposing that McGill and Associates essentially re-up the 10-year capital improvement plan that went back to 2013-14 as we led into the bond issuance in 2014. Several thought processes there. It's about a $20,000 line item, so it's not a huge significant number. But we're going through the park and recreation plan right now. This will be a significant part of that as one of our largest departments. It also puts us in better line for what we anticipate is some pretty significant federal money that will be coming towards the state's directions and our local government's directions probably this fall if the overall infrastructure plan that is being discussed at the federal level is proposed and passed. There'll be obviously several, probably $1 trillion worth of infrastructure monies going out to the country. And so it allows us to start as early as next month in getting kind of a head start of what our infrastructure needs are. And if there's a large bill was passed from the federal government that is, ready and available as early as late this year, then we'll start having our wish list, so to speak, our need list together ahead of that. And so that's a part of this budget is essentially re-upping and renewing our previous 2013-14 townwide capital improvement plan. Insurance premiums, general liability and workers' comp increases are a part of that, increases and decreases. So I think if you would like to, you to speak more to that, Cole.
Well, at the time of the recommended budget, we were preparing for increases. However, we have had recent discussions with the league, and they are kind of doing a review of where they have an adjuster actually come in, and they haven't done that since I've been here, but it's really exciting that they are going to have somebody come in and actually go around and help us out with our values and everything to sort of refresh those. So we do expect, just in the meeting alone, we found some items that we probably can adjust on our policy. So that's going to help us out on our insurance.
Did our workers' comp rate drop?
Some, yes.
We're a couple, 3 years into kind of a decline on our workers' comp. So we had a spike maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and then we've been steadily declining each year thereafter. Same with the property liability as well. Our claims, I think, have been pretty steadily declining for the last several years.
Yeah, and the workers' comp, it is affected also by salaries. So, you kind of have two different scales sliding different ways on that. But yeah.
How about unemployment?
No change within that from
No.
a state standpoint.
Right, that's basically funded by claim, so.
Right.
So no large thing within that. So, and I may get the years wrong. Workers' comp takes a 3-year, 4-year rolling average in order to help affect one piece of that. And so we're getting, as each year gets better, we'll roll that, some of those spikes off. And so they're still kind of affecting the overall average and what we're paying back right now. So, but probably a month or so ago, we met with the league and went through all of our insurance policies. I think a very thorough review of that, which led to us agreeing for them to kind of come in and do somewhat of a little audit within what's currently on the books. And so a number of things that have been on the books, even in the way of some of our assets, that are now older than where they were when we originally put them on, obviously will decrease our overall premium. So it's replacement value, not replacement value, said that wrong. It's current value, not replacement value. So if we purchase a truck this year at $30,000, that's what the premium's based on from a property and liability standpoint. The way the league does it, it's not replacement value, it's actually real value. So if it's been 5 years and that truck's still on there at $30,000 and now it's worth $5,000, that's where this adjustment process will come in and help us on our claims, is that they're looking at what the today's value is versus what we originally put it on.
And how often do they do that?
They've never.
They haven't done it since she's been here.
So we've been getting hosed.
I swear, you would think that they
Yeah, we have.
would. That's fine.
How do they make the adjustments then? How are the adjustments made if it's not happening?
Well, the only adjustments that are made are as far as like what's a new asset brought on or what's an old asset taken off. These adjustments as far as values, have not been happening along the way.
But let me ask you this, these adjustments according to values, we can adjust in-house, can we not?
We can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
Yeah, so all of that was part of that meeting, and it was, so yes, I think we probably missed some savings over the years, but good news is that we're now setting ourselves up for more of an annual basis to be able
But
to
they're-
keep track of real values.
With them coming in, when they come in, they're gonna make their recommendations to us, or to you guys, on what they would recommend to reduce our cost premiums, whatever it might be, right?
Right,
So
and it's a fairly standard depreciation type, method of where they're looking at, 4 years, 5 years for cars, that type of thing. So yeah, it'll allow us to have some pretty, significant savings So overall, I think it's fair to say, all of our townwide insurance, not health, but property liability, workers' comp, that type of stuff is continuing to be on a declining slide from premiums versus an increase. Payment to Watauga County is 70% versus the per capita. Again, going back to kind of like with the TDA that we did not put on here, those two pieces are significant increases on the face of the financials or the face of the budget because we went from what we would consider a fairly modest increase year after year to a huge decline last year with what we thought we were going to receive in sales tax and TDA. So again, comparing apples to apples, last July to this July's budget, we thought last year we were going to have a 30 or 40% decrease in these numbers, and we ended up not, which has been a saving grace this year. Now we're back to where we think we need to be, and there's large increases within the budget because of that. So again, that's money that is given to the town that we then turn around and give back either to Watauga County for the sales tax or to the TDA for their 2/3 money. So it's on as an expenditure, but it, again, is not, it's just money being moved through the town to its final resting place, so to speak. But that does account for a $750,000 increase from last year to this year of the $2 million that we had talked about earlier.
That we're paying to Watauga County.
A portion of that is Watauga, the other piece is the TDA.
And we're returning 70%. What is that gentleman's agreement originally for?
50%.
50%, and we're paying him 70. Okay.
Yeah, 2014, it was 50%, and then to 60, and then to 70, is that right? And so, that number this year is, $930,000 from a budgetary standpoint. So we pay that monthly back to Watauga County. So, an annual number that we will budget for them is $930,166. That's the 70% number that goes back to them.
And if it goes back the other way, what's the loss or gain? If it goes back to
Do you have that
population.
number? If it goes back to
Per capita?
per capita, this year was, one-time money was you have the exact, sorry. I'm gonna leave the 4 and then Nicole can finish up what the rest of that number is. It's 400 and some thousand.
428, 822.
Okay. There we go.
So what's the swing? $500,000?
The, no, I mean, so, county goes back to per capita versus ad valorem. We're going to end up not receiving next year, we'll say,
I calculate 336,000.
336
Net.
is where we.
Yeah.
336.
Okay.
yeah, that's a net.
All right.
Net of the fee.
That's net of
And-
the fee and
and-
administration.
Of course, the county can do this at any given time. Derek, well, they have to do it on an annual basis.
Annual.
If
Annually,
they
have to
so
make
choose to change
decisions.
this,
That's right.
they have to make notice of it the following, well, they can't do it this year. Okay.
April 31st.
That's right. So by the end of April every year, April 30th, the county has to have, if they're going to change it, so if they don't change it, it just rolls forward. There's no action that has to be taken. So
Right.
no action means it stays the same. If you are to change the method, there has to be a special meeting, public hearing, resolution by the council, by the commissioners, county commissioners that take place before April 30th. That would go into effect July 1st. And so essentially, and that's something that I think we can share that Mr. Matheson and I have been working, with the league and others on trying to give us more of a time frame there that we would have to prepare. Because April 30th, just like, as we all know, is right in the middle of budget season. So we would like to have, we'd really prefer at least another year, so following year type of a leeway to give us that flexibility.
Didn't we try to do that a year ago or 2 years ago and they wouldn't? agree? Legislature
It got
wouldn't
through-
help us.
It got through the House and didn't get through the Senate.
So that's mandated by the legislature, so we can request it, which we did,
Yes. And we'll
but didn't
continue.
get it.
That's right. We continue to request it as being something, and not just us. I will say every tourist town that's similar to us that has a much smaller permanent population and what really is truly what the population is all a part of the same conversation. So,
And that 336 is on top of the 428, correct? That's the extra we get? If we go from, if we're doing ad valorem versus, because we maintain that 428, plus we get an extra 336 that we wouldn't get if we went back. Is that correct?
Yeah, okay, so under the per capita method, the total sales tax would be 792.6.7. So, but then the net, because of the ad valorem method, is 336
Above that?
That.
Yeah, that's what okay, yeah. I just think that's, people need to know that. I can't see.
and again, the Boone versus County lawsuit, was essentially thrown out.
What page is that?
17.
Several months ago, 2 months ago now, I guess it's been now. So that's kind of a non-issue. I do
It's not.
think that Boone will continue to pursue it. I don't think they're gonna let it go, and I haven't heard, but, I think that they'll continue to pursue, obviously, trying to force that change. But essentially, a judge, did throw out that original lawsuit that the county has the ability to make the decision, under general statutes between the two methods. And, us as the town of Blowing Rock and Seven Devils and Beach Mountain have the opportunity, you all as the elected officials, to choose what you budget and what you don't budget. And so essentially, I think from my recollection of the wording of the ruling is that each local government body has the ability statutorily to make decisions on the budget that's in front of them. So. So just, I think before we go on to what I would say is kind of the next level from a general government standpoint, flipping over to some detail, and we can go through this real quick, probably. Page 34 is governing body, which is you all. So important to make note, we did propose a 2.5% COLA for you all. So I laugh when I say that. If the what's that? If the public doesn't realize how little you get paid, 2.5% equals less than $1,000, I think, a year overall. So for everyone, not a piece, for all of you, that was the only substantial change within governing body.
So our new helicopter is not on the budget.
It's more like a drone, Charlie.
Yeah, drone, yeah. With payments.
Not a good drone either. Not a great, not even a good drone, probably.
Be a walker for
You
the
have to
mayor.
stand on
A
it.
walker for the mayor.
The mayor gets a walker.
Thank you, sir.
That doesn't pay for your donuts.
Yeah,
Page 36, administration and finance, you will see, as if you were comparing essentially apples to apples from 2 years ago to last year to this year, the only real change again here is within our personnel totals. And again, we will go through in detail why we are changing or what we're proposing there from a $15 an hour overall, overhaul to our plan. No increased or no added positions here, no decreasing positions. So all positions stay the same, increase due to the plan that we're proposing, and we'll go into detail. Overall operations, I think we're down $1,000 this year versus last year. And again, if you've got detailed questions here, I don't want to go too fast, but I don't want to go too slow. You stop me. Page 38 is really probably where most of the questions would come up. And so central government, I call it a catch-all. I don't know if that's definitely not a proper term. I know audit-wise to say that, but there's a lot of odd stuff in here. I mean, to be really truthful, you've got everything from legal services and audit fees, all the way down to these large numbers that we talked about a minute ago, where we're paying back the TDA and Watauga County. It includes all of our insurance, it includes our IT support. Overall, the highlights here, as you go through and look at kind of what we're having to, or what we're talking about from a change from year to year. Audit fees had a slight increase. I only bring that up as $1,000, but this is the last year of the audit. We had a 3-year contract with Martin Starnes and Associates that you all agreed upon. This is their last year, so June 30th, 2021's audit will be the last year that, under the current contract. I think we've discussed and we will propose rebidding that in the fall as part of the good, I think, process to go back through. Whether that goes back to Martin Starnes or another audit firm, I think it's prudent for us at least to see what's out there.
I have a question. Legal services. Is that Alan's
It is,
fees?
it is. And
That's cheap.
so, you know, Alan essentially charges us cost. I mean, whatever we need him for, if we've got a lot more need, then the cost is gonna be more. But again, his per rate, and I'll get it wrong, you know, but it's not market rate, it's a much less rate, and I apologize, I can't remember exactly. I think I know what it is, but I won't say it publicly if I get it wrong. So the 35,000 is in there, 25 last year, you know, 38 the year before. 25 last year, we decreased it because we're looking to cut monies in different areas. You all know we've had our fair share of some things, nothing major, but Board of Adjustment cases, ongoing lawsuit with Gideon. Again, nothing that's major, but we ended up putting 35 back in there because we feel like that's probably a good fair number based on kind of 2 years ago and kind of based on what we think even this year as we go through some of these legal proceedings that we have. That includes all of our title work that he does. That, I mean, you know, the land purchase on through 21. You know, if we go through the Green Hill process, everything with Allen is a part of that number.
Do you have a total engineering cost? I know that it's broken down in between departments.
So $20,000 is in the current budget for engineering services that aren't related to projects,
To central government?
central government. So we do not have engineering within other departments that I'm aware of.
We
P&I.
have some in planning.
And planning, we did, oh, for plan review, sorry.
Huh?
And then we have some in water sewer fund.
Yeah, but that's just part of what they get. He's broken it down into,
Yeah.
I was looking for a total.
Yeah, so I think we have 26,000 between central government and planning. Is that, general government is $26,000. And then 5,000 in water and sewer. So there's $31,000 total in engineering from a budgetary
Per
standpoint.
year.
That is not project related. So 6,000 of that is in planning and zoning that is a placeholder for plan reviews as developments are coming into the town. That's a placeholder, obviously, for Doug and folks right here to be able to answer that question. The $20,000 is more of what I would call the soft cost, today's meeting, council meetings, other meetings that we have, the conversations that obviously he and I have and department heads have on other things. What we've done recently, and I don't know what's been done previously, is that anything that's project related has a separate budget that is a part of that we keep track of. So
And that goes to the line item for that particular department.
for that particular project. So Nicole's setting up capital projects for crosswalks, for Bass Lake, for whatever we're doing, and there's an engineering budget that's a part of that, and when McGill bills us, it is line item that particular project, so we're able to go from what the original agreement was and back off as we go through that process.
Is that 20,000 the CIP? Or is
No,
that
is not.
excluding that?
No, that is not. That's excluding that. So the 20,000 is I would say meetings, phone calls, soft calls type of thing. Fair to say, Doug?
Well, it's generally not phone calls. I don't track time, but that's level
Okay.
of detail. We're not like America.
That's just him, that's in person.
I will say, if trends hold true, you may end up with more planning time than that. Just because
What's coming
I
up?
think there's gonna be more development. I mean, we've had 4 or 5 projects already this year.
Okay.
So and you may have a complicated, you may have a couple of large ones, so.
When we get into the fees, kind of on that note, when we get into the fee discussion later in the day, we have increased all of our planning and zoning fees across the board. It's been a number of years, really, from an overhaul standpoint. That is 100% going to the developers. Again, as we get into that, you're not going to see, these aren't large fees to begin with, but they are needed increases to be able to pass some of this type of thing on to the developer to help us offset some of our costs with some of that.
Well, if he doesn't charge for phones, I'd suggest you put in a few more down there in Hickory. Call it.
They're generally all right here.
Yes. So as we kind of go down the list, you know, again, we talked about the big numbers there, the 1,037,000 is the TDA, that's the 2/3 money back. So again, you know, just for the public, we receive all of the TDA revenue here at Town Hall. Nicole deposits it all, and then we send back a check for the 2/3 to the TDA. Watauga County sales tax fee, that is your 70% number, $930,000. And then at the bottom, and I know I've shared this with you in the past, there's a $25,000 number there that's called manager's discretionary funds. I do want to make note, as this went out to the public, I received a couple calls. This is not my fund personally. This is the town's fund. So as this is the manager's recommended budget, this is a manager's recommended discretionary fund that would be used for essentially timing differences. So as we go through the budget process, we normally have one meeting a month. And so if things come up outside of the normal budget that you're approving in the next 30 days, technically under pre-audit and under state statutes, we are to not allow that expenditure to take place until you all come back in the following month and approve it. We all know that's not possible at times because things come up that have to be done and paid for maybe the same day, for instance. And so what we've been doing in the past, and this is not atypical, but it's frowned upon somewhat by the auditors, is that we go ahead and at times have to emergency approve some of this stuff. Years ago, it used to be okay to send emails out to the council and say, you approve this expenditure, $5,000. Well, that's a no-no because it's not done in a public meeting. And so we've eliminated that. You know, you've noticed you don't have those emails or anything coming in. And so the following month, we find ourselves with a budget amendment approving $2,000, $3,000, or whatever dollars there to be able to move on. What this allows is a $25,000 number, and this can be anything. It can be $5,000 or $10,000, but it allows a small amount of money to be sitting out there that if something comes up, Nicole, the department head can bring it to Nicole, and Nicole can come to me, and I can approve it. And then at the following meeting, we'll bring that to you all to formally review and approve what took place at that point. That's what that is. But I did have a phone call or two or inquiry of what that was. That's not
Not your
my,
slush fund?
it's not my money. It will not be
Sets the
used
guy who
for,
just
yeah.
came back from Jamaica.
Yeah.
It's not a Tracy Brown, type slush fund. Within that, on the TDA side.
Well, under the present scenario, if you paid somebody $8,000, and we came in the next month and said, no, we're not approving that, you have to pay it.
So the technical answer there, under pre-audit, so Nicole, when she stamps the bottom of it, so every invoice that we pay has a pre-audit, which is General Statutes 159, I think. And Nicole stamps it and signs it. She's personally liable for that,
She's shaking her head now.
under statutes. I know in my history, I've only known of one time in the state that actually took place. A board declined an expenditure that had already taken place, and it was for, I believe, a large party that had taken place, employee type party. And it was not approved by the council, and the finance director was personally held liable to pay back those funds.
Whoa.
So we cannot celebrate Albert's birthday this year, okay?
Take it out.
But
We did yesterday.
Drill me.
Oh, that's right, we did, 132, yes.
You won't get the opportunity to catch up with me.
But Albert, technically, absolutely, when we receive an invoice, and the first step is for Nicole to review it, step one, department heads, so we'll go back to the beginning.
Department heads are hearing
Yes.
this.
Yeah, department heads need to hear this. So
That's
when
why I'm so.
when an invoice, when expenditure happens, invoice comes in, department heads, before they approve anything, obviously need to check budget number one. Do I have the money for it? Then it goes to Nicole with the PO. Nicole obviously reviews it, makes sure the budget's still there, stamps it, pre-audits it, signs off. Then the checks come to me, I sign the checks. They go back to Nicole, she signs them, then I sign off on the final piece, and that's kind of the process. Technically, if there's not budget there and we approve something, it begins with Nicole and works its way from her to me, and we're both liable for that process.
You can help.
Has that gotten better?
So your proposal,
What's that?
Has that gotten better? The department has come to you
Yes,
first.
it has actually, the PO process, as painstaking as it is, it has really helped a lot.
I know that wasn't always in the past, so.
So I don't know how many years back, there really wasn't a PO process on this years ago.
Well, I would have signed it.
Now there is a PO process for any expenditure over $500, anything. So what that means is that you can't, a department head or anyone within the town, department heads or Nicole or myself, even myself, cannot legally purchase anything over $500 without it going through a PO process, which is approved by Nicole and by myself to be able to go through that. So there's a number of things that have been put in place that limits something like this happening, where a $2,000 invoice pops up that we didn't have budget for. But that being said, that's why I said this is more of a timing thing. This is not we're requesting things outside of the budget. This is more of one more technical aspect of being legal is being able to approve things from a budgetary standpoint before it gets to you all the following month.
Seems like a better administrative process to me, for you to have that.
It's a much more streamlined process of getting things.
You might not get tapped for about $8,000.
The last thing that I would point out here, and please ask questions, the very last of the list, the GO bond debt service, you really can see there from last, if you look at 3-4 columns prior to this year, you'll see a $432,000 number, and then all of a sudden it jumps up to $696,000. That $260,000 increase was from 2 years ago to last year. That's what we did not pass on to the taxpayers last year. So the $260,000-ish number is what was sitting there last year that we decided to not raise property taxes to offset. And so the twice a year, I think it's twice a year we pay that. Is that right? The bond debt's twice a year?
Interest is twice a year.
Principal payments, yeah. So when those debt service payments came due during this year, we paid those. So we've not asked for that. As we go into this conversation, we're asking for that portion back.
And that money came from where?
In the current year, it came from better than average property tax collections, better than average sales tax collections, better than average TDA. I mean, it's across the board.
So we didn't have to go into
Fund balance?
Fund balance.
No, sir.
Are the automobiles in here anywhere?
They are, they're coming.
We had a request for a 15-minute break. I won't say who said this, but I'm okay. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
I did one of these. That's sign language. I was looking
Yeah,
for something.
get his, you get to, yeah, that's your job when he's not
No
here.
gavel.
At least get the
Charlie will be
gavel.
back, he's just gone home to get his glasses.
That building inspector looks at him after.
Okay, so we,
Then Mr. Love, when you
So
get
what
that
page
done,
we
just
on?
give me
so
a
we're, I had finished up on page 38, which is central
Okay.
government.
Alright.
And we can move on unless you have other questions. Do you have any questions on 38?
No,
I
sir.
think you answered them.
Sorry.
Do you notice it's every?
So moving on to 39, which begins with public buildings and grounds. As you see up on the screen, those two departments, or that department makes up $608,000 of the overall general budget. And, kind of starting with the, obviously the largest number of all is $528,000 that goes towards debt service. So 520,000 of the 607, so overwhelming majority of that goes towards the debt service, which includes 284,585 paying for our emergency services building, Fire Station 1, I think, is that correct? 106,000 towards 75% of the public workshop. The other 25% of that is in our enterprise fund. $48,000 towards the DOT property purchase, which is the one across from Food Line, which is our new debt service that's coming up next year for that. So that's our annual cost. Been a while since we talked about that, but that's a $48,000 new add-on to what we'll pay for the purchase of that property. And then our continued debt service towards BROM that is funded by the TDA, so the 89,477. That's an annual debt service cost for the BROM parking deck. I think we have about 3 or 4 years left on that. And that's 100% funded by the TDA. So what's really left in that department is our other buildings, our 1888 and Edgewood Cottage that we own, along with our utilities for those facilities, and then our overall contracted services for cleaning that we have within our town buildings. Just a few notes of clarity, just to kind of break through or talk a little bit in detail about the museum expenses, the 1888 and the Edgewood. So 2 years ago, I guess we began conversations with the Historical Society about adding on the potential porch and ramp. They ultimately requested that of you all and paid for that themselves to have that added on. And you saw that yesterday as part of the ribbon cutting. As we went into last budget season, there were really no requests, but this budget season began with a request from the Historical Society of approximately $50,000 for renovation of the 1888. That would include some pretty significant structural repairs, windows, doors, floors, that is not before you here. So working through from I would say, what is a need standpoint. The town owns these buildings, so the town owns 1888, the town owns the Edgewood Cottage. Historical Society is wonderful and has been fantastic in helping manage those properties. When we had our initial meetings of what is the most pressing needs within those buildings, it was brought to our attention that exterior painting and new gutters on 1888, which is estimated about $5,000 from quotes we received. And then exterior pressure washing and sealing of Edgewood, which again is about $5,000. And so what you have in front of you is a $12,000 number, 2 of which was there last year, which is what we had put in as the electric, so that essentially the Brunco payment, along with just $1,000 towards general repairs is needed towards both those facilities. And so if something breaks, et cetera, there's $1,000. That's a typical $2,000 number that we adopted last year. The extra $10,000 that's in there is obviously far less than what they originally had asked for, but it takes into account new gutters, exterior painting, and pressure treating and sealing of Edgewood. Those were the 2 areas that we felt like were the needs at this point. We did have Icon Engineering assess the structural integrity of 1888, and we do have a report that states that building is structurally sound if renovations do not take place. If the building and the structure itself undergoes renovations, really any essential, any renovations from an interior standpoint fireplace, et cetera, then there may be some significant structural needs that are taking place there.
But do they pay us any type of rent?
No.
When we have, well, why not? And to me, if we own any property, that is possibly, income producing or not, we should look into that, and treat it as a commercial property. That property is front and center of our town, and of course, we want to keep it looking good. But from what I understand with commercial real estate, if you have a renter, especially a renter who's not paying anything,
Well, they're considered nonprofit, and they're considered to be a arm of the town because they are nonprofit for historical purposes.
and how much do they have in their budget?
Their budget right now is about $78,000.
Budget or amount,
I'm sorry,
budget, or that's how much they have in the bank?
that's how much they have in the bank. And part of that money's earmarked to go towards what the town will not do for enhancement. Like they did, 2 years ago, they paid for the ramp and all that work. Also for implementing and enhancing the historical character within the buildings themselves. This year, they are taking the Edgewood Cottage to, in the past, they've had to have docents, okay? And so this year, they're planning on opening up Edgewood full-time, but they're paying to put cameras and stuff in. But that's what that funding goes towards. Now, you know,
It seems to me like, regardless of that sizable amount they have, all of the Edgewood and 1888 can be income-producing machines, especially with their locations. They haven't tapped into that. There's opportunity there for them to do that.
well, back in the day, Virginia, 1888 was rented actually years ago, Jenkins Realty did, from what I understood, pay rent to the town because that was their office. Where that went from there, I don't know. I don't know how it became, the museum per se. Doug, you might be able to remember.
I think what happened there is really nobody was taking it over, and the building was starting to, when you put a whole lot into it, or not a lot into it. And I think that they offered to take 1888
The
over.
Historical Society did?
Right.
Okay.
You mentioned it was structurally sound. Is there a debate about that?
And I may, if I speak out of turn from someone in here that knows more than me, was that the original desire from the Historical Society was to renovate the interior, I think relocate, add a door and then the ramp, but from an interior standpoint, Charlie may have
Well,
more
essentially,
details.
there were two groups that looked at it from a structural standpoint. One was 444, and the other was Icon. Icon being primarily an engineering firm. And there were some discrepancies on what each one felt the building needed. But it came down to, structurally, it was sound for the general purpose it was being used for. It's like you said, if they make any changes to the fireplace, chimney, or whatever, that might adversely affect the structurability of the building. I don't know. I'm not an engineer, so I have no clue, but it's just going by what we were told on the board. And so that's when the Historical Society decided to move forward with the ramp, and they could do the door, and that was feasible and not compromise the integrity of the building, okay? You know, hell, it's an old building. I mean, 1888, I mean, you know. And I think, I'll have to say for the Historical Society, I think I've seen the last few years, they have moved forward and really been on the forefront of showing the history of the town, which is important. But as far as 1888, I've been in it numerous times. You know, I've owned old homes. Flores Creek. You're going to have, it's kind of like Mystery Hill. You know, it's kind of slanted a little bit. I don't know. I mean, do you have any? Being an architect, do you have any thoughts on 1888?
I do. I actually did some pro bono work for the Historical Society on that building. And the original building actually has a shed roof off the side. There were a number of those buildings. There were guest houses for the Lone Rock Hotel.
Watauga Inn.
Watauga Inn, thank you. And so, and you're exactly right. You can go in there and structurally, it's fine for the purpose it's being used for. If we were to make any additions, like adding weight from a shed roof to get it back historically correct, then it would need a lot of work. There's not a square corner in that thing right now. And so that's where that 50,000 would come in. It's just, and it's going to need ongoing maintenance. But yeah, what you said was correct.
Is the chimney hanging, David?
No, it's self-supporting, if that's what you're
Is
asking.
it to the ground?
Yes.
Okay. It's the only chimney I've ever seen didn't lean north. Lean west.
So as a part of us assessing needs across the town, from town-owned buildings, and we'll see some of that as we get into, especially in our Park and Rec area, we'll see some of that with some expenses we've added to the American Legion, some other things. It was determined that the exterior could use a good coat of paint, scraping and paint that's out there. You saw that yesterday, it needs that. The gutters themselves are dated and could be replaced at the same time. That's why the 5,000 is in there. Again, town-owned building, Edgewood, it's been a while, could use essentially a pressure washing and resealing type of thing than the exterior. Those are the two pieces we put in there. We didn't put any other of the request in the 1888 order. Edgewood did not have any other request. It's 1888, and I may have my numbers wrong, but I think it was about $40,000 to $50,000 in total request that originally was in there for the interior and structural repairs as a part of that.
Virginia, you have a good point.
Well,
Don't get me wrong.
I
but
know, I just feel like, free, they're not taking advantage of, the public that, you know, I mean, even I've heard the money that was raised with a little, box at, Bass Lake where people could put money in a box or, you know, like they do Make-A-Wish Foundation or, you know, they did that at Bass Lake. There's not even a box. They're not even trying to raise money, and I think that there's an opportunity there.
They're using the
Dip jar?
where you put the credit card in, but they did not, considering that there was no one there full-time,
Right, there's nobody at Bass Lake full-time. You just walk by and put money in there.
and they were concerned about the cash issue, is what it was. So
Okay.
they decided to go with the dip jar thing. I don't know how that's going.
Well, I just think there's some opportunities here and, that, you know, we're basically storage for whatever they're doing at Edgewood and 1888. And I'm not trying to disrespect, I've never seen such interest in the history of the town and the programs that they're trying to do, but when any commercial property, and I know it's a
About car beams.
not-for-profit, uses a building, they put in their funds to use the building.
I think in your defense of what you're speaking of, and I think moving forward is something, you know, we can address on an annual basis is this partnership, like we gave them some funding 2 years ago to do some work, and then they popped up, they matched it, okay, to do the ramp and so on. You know, moving forward, that might be the, if they want anything in addition to, then matching funding or whatever, like they did before, I don't know.
But there is a huge public population they're not tapping into out there is what I'm missing on this. And I'd love to see that happen more, instead of coming to us all the time.
Well, we also own the Braun building.
No, we don't.
No, no.
We own the parking
We
deck.
own the property.
It's
We own the
properties.
property and the parking deck.
Well, we will own the Braun building in about 45 years.
Well, then I think we ought to address that.
Wasn't it a 50-year contract, David, I thought?
It's a lease. There's a 10-year.
Converter clause in it.
Right, it converts back to the town in 50 years. I thought it was.
How about that?
I think that's right.
Yep, unless I'm mistaken, Braun, all that converts back to the town in 50 years.
I guess the way I look at the public buildings like those, they have a purpose. It's like Legion Hall has a purpose, and it's revenue driven. The community center has a purpose, which is revenue driven. 1888 has a purpose. Now, whether it's revenue driven or not, I don't know. It's so small, and then it might take it to a different level if we leased it or whatever. Then we might have to look at $50,000 to $80,000 heavy engineering's work done. I don't know. Edgewood Cottage, a lot of that money, correct me if I'm mistaken, Doug, was donated to build Edgewood to replicate the old residence. Am I not correct?
And one of the things where Albert's talking about is that building used to be turned is the reason the chimney doesn't point the right direction.
Really?
Yeah.
So the chimney I ever saw leaning
Right,
west.
the building used to be facing the other way.
I would say that from a town's perspective, all of our buildings that we own are, ever changing, ever changing with what we could and may do in the future with all of them. Just like I think Historical Society relationship's probably as good now as it's ever been. They may be able to do things differently, or we may be able to suggest things to them. It is ultimately our building, just like a lot of others in the town. And I think it's up to us to help, if there are suggestions or thoughts, to help guide that to the other entities that may be occupying some of them.
I just think that, I'm not saying don't do this,
Right.
but I'm saying, hey, you've got people that will never come back again and put $5 in a little box. And our police department is in yelling distance away. I'm not worried about cash there. There's opportunities that I'd love to see them take advantage of, not just always come to the town.
My recommendation would be for you to confront Tom. You've met Tom, the
Yeah.
president of Historic.
I've
And
mentioned it to him.
I'd mention it to him again, if you would, or anybody else that you know is on the board. It's not a bad idea. If somebody, if you see somebody walking out of the 1888 museum carrying a little container about this big, that's full of money, that's dead giveaway.
As my wife always said, they needed it worse than I did.
Yeah, exactly.
It just seems that we own the property, we should at least paint it.
We want it to look good. I mean, yeah, does reflect on the
I
town.
mean, I own apartments, my renters sure as hell didn't paint my apartments. But
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
I had income
It's the
coming in.
50,000 request that came to us.
Right, you had income coming
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
we have none.
So we don't have income coming in.
So overall, you'll see several things within the upcoming departments, and you'll see, I think, from, starting tomorrow, the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee will meet and start kind of putting together the next step strategic plans that includes a lot of deferred maintenance. And to me, this fits within that with some things that need to be done that's fairly insignificant cost-wise with the painting and the gutters, and just to get us to where we need to be on those two buildings.
Tomorrow?
Okay, for me.
Tomorrow.
Does that include us?
No, that's,
Okay, yeah.
that's tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow.
It is.
Oh, it's him.
Yes.
Good.
Park and
Uh,
Recreation.
Sue was giving me the evil eye.
What did
We
I,
may be going to 10:30.
No.
PM,
Yeah.
Our next two departments comprise almost $3 million of our overall general fund budget, which is our police and our fire department. So you've got on the screen here, obviously some highlighted difference. We'll start with the police department. That's on page 43 of the budget. From a personnel standpoint, looking at last year to this year, the increase there again is due to not adding positions. There's no positions that are added here, but overall the increase because of the proposed salary and pay plan. Police and fire obviously heavier than all others on the benefit side. Police more so than fire. There's additional line items there like officers' retirement at the bottom that had fairly significant increases. Again, those are directly related to the salaries, and so as the salaries go up, their benefits increase within that.
Question on that, and it does relate to the salaries. I see that the salaries went up, but FICA went down and 401K went down.
Retirement.
You see the numbers there?
I do, yeah.
And to me, they should have went up with the salary increase. That should have been increased there. So,
Okay. Let's look into the detail here of that number and see. It's all formula driven, so there could be something a little bit wacky there, so we'll see. Should all be piggybacking off each other. We'll come back to that in just a second, Nicole.
can you define dispatch salaries?
Yeah, so important to note, we finished our first full year with Boone as our police dispatch, and Chief Miller's here. I don't think there's anything that he has to say other than great reviews for our relationship with Boone and how the dispatch services. But as a part of that conversion of us taking back over our police dispatch, we now have an individual here, a dispatcher here, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. And that salary line item that's shown there is paying for those two full-time positions. It's actually 2.25, 2.5, I guess, in general.
I think it's actually got 3 salaries in that line.
Oh, Darren's is in there as well, as a supervisor, that's right.
So there's 3 individuals in that line item.
Correct, we only hired one additional individual. Sharon and Darren both moved to that line item. Sharon had always been our dispatcher, and then Darren had been the supervisor. And so we know the one additional position, but we moved those over to be under a different line item. And that was last year's change, not this year's change. So last year's change, when we took over from Boone, and again, the Boone contract, last year was $65,000. The county, we were up to 180.
Yeah.
And so we were able to take the 184 down to the 65, and then obviously add back the position and the benefits within that. But we're still saving money, and we now have in-house dispatch 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. The Boone contract is for when 7 p.m. rolls around, our individuals here leave. From a dispatch standpoint, Boone then picks up the next 12 hours, so 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So when you were to call 5210 for police dispatch, it would ring in Boone, and they would be able to, same as us, systematically dispatch our officers here.
The same as what Talbot County did for us, but for a lot less money.
Yes.
Okay.
How are you feeling about the change, Chief?
I feel great about the change. We've had fantastic service and cooperation. I get a call very regularly from the chief at Boone to make sure that everything's going okay, and that we're satisfied and don't have any problems. Lieutenant Church, who supervises that, he's in constant communication with the communication supervisor at Boone, his counterpart over there, and they talk weekly, if not sometimes daily, so it's going very well.
Then
Do you
the
think
advantage
that
of having somebody in there on the weekends, you know, or full, 7 days a week has been big.
Yeah, it's been a big help. People are starting to call the police department again on their telephone number, which is helpful. And just a little, another little fact, our telecommunicators at Blowing Rock actually enter more calls for service into the CAD system than Boone dispatchers individually do.
Huh.
Now, not collectively, they enter more, but as on an individual basis. Our telecommunicators actually enter more calls for service into the CAD systems.
Okay.
So,
What's the number?
The number, I would have to go back and look that up.
No, no, I mean phone number.
Oh, 295-5210.
Okay.
you shouldn't have given that to Albert.
I've called it before.
So essentially, your salary increases, those are going forward with the, us to meet our 2-year goal.
Correct.
And bringing our people up to a level they need to be to retain good employees, correct?
Correct. When we go over the salary thought process in a little bit, we charged ourselves with a 2-year plan of getting our lowest full-time employees up to at least $15 an hour. But without wanting to create compression issues, we passed along a 1% decreasing per grade increase across the board that we'll go over in some detail. But from a budgetary standpoint, we've eliminated one position that's coming up in a few minutes under sanitation that's currently vacant. And we've proposed adding one position within planning and zoning. So no other departments have additional positions being requested.
So the police department is fully staffed, is that correct?
We are
And that's how many, Chief?
13 full-time sworn officers, 2 telecommunicators full-time, and then we try to maintain 4 or 5 part-time staff that we can use for special events. And
Is that Mike Barefoot giving tickets on Main Street?
he's the part-time, that's the part-time season, and he started back last week.
Yeah,
Very
sorry
good,
about that.
very good. Well, great job, Chief.
That's a position that might be lengthened a little bit.
I think we may have added a few dollars in the budget this year.
And maybe
to
start a
make-
month earlier than
think we
what
did.
we do, you know.
What is he, didn't we do
He's been coming in, like I say, he started last week with the first part of the park. He typically starts somewhere around Memorial Day. Last year, he ran through October. I think we did add a few dollars in the budget this year in case council decided that they wanted to expand the amount of time that he's out on the street doing that. So I think that's what we did. Is that right, Shane?
Yeah, there's 8,000 in there. We did not use, we hardly used any of it last year as part of that. Yeah, so,
Well, we had Dan last year doing some, filming some, so.
and I think so Roger Brooks International, I think we've all talked about the TDA's plans, and that is within several weeks of being full force. He will be here on site for about a month, and parking, traffic flow, paid parking, not paid parking, parking in general, cars in general, is going to be an absolutely huge part of what he comes back with his recommendations. And so there's no doubt what we're talking about right now is probably going to be coming back to you all with some suggestions as it goes through the TDA process and to the county council. So TDA meeting was on Tuesday of this week, and that was a big part of that conversation, is that the TDA is expecting, and I say the TDA, but the whole town is going to be a part of this process. When he's on scene, for about a month. Is that right, Tim? I think, and Virginia, I think he's gonna be here for about 30 days.
Yeah.
And his whole team will be here. They will meet with you all, every one of you. They will meet with, I mean, they're gonna meet with everyone, I think, for the most part in town that they can, and try to gather as much intel and study, obviously, how we're doing things currently in that. Parking, traffic flow, all is going to be suggested, I'm sure, we think around the August timeframe is when he's told us to expect a final report. So we're talking about a budget that starts July 1st and runs through June 30th. But right in the first quarter of that, we're probably going to get some pretty serious suggestions from this consultant of what he and his team believe that we should be talking about. And so just keep that kind of in the back of your mind. Will probably be, as part of the TDA process, just as we're on the topic, they've set aside a little more than $100,000 as of right now to help offset some of the upcoming potential expenses he's going to suggest, wayfinding, signage, that type of thing. So we've not included anything within our budget as we kind of wait and see what the report shows, and that way we'll have the ability to come back to you all. And it may be more TDA related, cost-wise versus town cost-wise.
I have a quick question. I was hiking with, is it Bradley
Yes.
and Lance, and seventh graders, because they're so dangerous, on Tuesday, and I was talking to Lance about the, what happened in Boone and just kind of that situation, and he mentioned something to me, and I'm not sure it's on here, or maybe y'all are already on it, or whatever, or maybe you don't think it's necessary for us, but that there is a technology to be able to turn off, what do you call this radio thing you have on your belt?
Radio?
Yeah.
That's a two-way radio.
Yeah, that the officer that was, his radio, they got his radio in his gun. And, do you have the ability to turn off an officer's, radio?
No,
If-
the radio.
If he can't,
No, we don't have that technology.
do we need to put that in next year's budget or start thinking
That's-
about that kind of technology? I mean, I hate to bring it up, but it kind of stuck in my mind, safety-wise, and
That is extraordinarily expensive. It would require, it's not, the radio themselves have the capability. The infrastructure that we have on Green Hill does not support any of that kind of stuff. So, we are looking at some updates and some things that we can do to our communication system. Our equipment on Green Hill is getting pretty old. So we're thinking about what we can do to upgrade that in the future, but some of that technology is pretty expensive to have the infrastructure that supports those capabilities.
What does that gain you if you do that?
they can't listen to them say what they're doing.
Oh,
They
'cause-
can, the,
I think the issue in this particular situation was that the suspect had a police radio to monitor all their traffic. There's some other ways around that we can do that are less expensive through, some, what's the word I'm looking for, some radio scrambling, and that's not the proper terminology, but,
well, it seems
And
like,
then you still have the call to text too, don't you?
yes. But they can switch to other frequencies, and maybe that suspect's not aware of what frequency they're going to.
yeah.
Some different things like that to try to.
Well, and I don't know, the technology that y'all use, of course, that, Oliver's like, Mom, can you switch on my Wi-Fi? I mean, remotely, I can do things with different, and if y'all stick with this, the other officers that are from other places can also hear
Well,
what's.
most agencies are either, Boone
Talking about scams.
last week went exclusively to Viper, which is the state-owned and maintained system. Most agencies are going to Viper. Viper is the system that everybody's using in the event of a situation like we had a few weeks ago where we have mutual aid departments. Unfortunately, we don't have Viper coverage in Little Rock, so it's not an option.
Is it, what is that, because of our topography, or because So maybe that's in the
We
future.
don't, I'm not trying to bring that back up again, I'm just saying that Viper,
I hope not.
the Viper radio systems, they do have the technology to knock a radio off like you're talking about, but we can't go to that system because we don't have good enough coverage in downtown Rolling Rock to go to Viper.
Well, I think,
So-
but when that issue came up, we didn't have a specific, story to tell why it mattered. And now we do. And, I just wanted to bring it up.
I think it's worth, not obviously in the location in which it was proposed to begin with, but this is a state-owned and maintained system, and so I don't think we've had conversations with them in recent years about if there's a chance to ever get them back to Rolling Rock and where that would be. I think that was kind of the ending of that relationship or conversation.
There's some other issues that we kind of course, the town will have to pay for it, the state won't pay for it. But there were some other issues, as maybe putting up a site on Green Hill that we could access fiber through some fiber optic cable, but there's no fiber to Green Hill Circle. So that's sort of a hindrance as well, but yeah, there's some other things we're looking at.
Well-
We're trying-
Wasn't it addressed at one time with the federal government about positioning something on Flat Top?
We did, and that ultimately.
Didn't fly? Okay.
I think there's a pretty bad view shed issue
Oh,
over there on that, and the private property that's just below it,
mm-hmm,
where, the development above Ski Mountain.
mm-hmm.
They have the homeowners association has, rules that prohibit towers and things like that on all that private properties. It's hard to find locations.
Chief, the two new SUVs, are they planned to be hybrid?
Yes.
Great. And I'm really glad to see the defibrillators coming on these vehicles. The training for the use of that, is that included in this budget?
Yeah, it's very simple. We do defibrillator training already. It's part of our CPR training. It's just an extra little module to our CPR training, so it's not a big deal.
And then, it's my understanding, line 116, the maintenance contract is for the dispatch software. So software is not a capital outlay?
So there's two pieces. So there's a $4,200 amount that's under communications equipment that is a capital need.
Yes, that's where I do radio. That's a piece of hardware.
Okay.
And then the 15,116 is maintenance contract. That's also software, correct?
So currently, the software company that we use is Southern Software, which is very common in our region. Everybody's running Southern Software. So our DCI computers, we have to pay annually. Our software that we use to enter our police reports, we have to pay annually for that. We're probably also, in the very near future, going to have to start paying for our part of the CAD licensing, which is going to be probably over $8,000 a year just for that licensing for that computer-aided dispatch software.
But it's not capital. We don't own it. It's
not
all,
capital,
it's all,
It's annual software.
it's all licensing proprietary.
I do have a question. Okay, the defibrillators and accessories. Are we running into issues? I mean, we have a first response group here, EMTs, paramedics, that are second to none. And now we're throwing the police in the picture using defibrillators. Is there any issues with that?
I don't know currently what the response protocols are for the first responders in our county.
So as we say, as of yesterday,
As of yesterday, we are fully back to answering all calls.
All calls.
so the county made the decision yesterday to go back to running all calls, Alpha Bravo Charlie calls. And so during COVID, I would say it's fair to say when those calls weren't being ran, the police department became very essential in first responder, situations. And defibrillators or I would say probably the most common thing that you would find across the board in public safety, police, et cetera. So that's where some of this conversation began, is we may not find ourselves in one or two situations a year moving forward because now they're running Alpha Bravo Charlie calls, which they weren't maybe previously because of COVID. Again, county restrictions, not local restrictions. That's where this conversation began, is putting.
And I think it's great if they're willing to do it. There's a lot of times police are gonna be there before we can be. And there's other areas where, you know, they may be out patrolling, you know, and run across something. And when you get to something to where seconds and minutes really matter, you know, I think it's great that the police want to take that on.
And you're,
And
you're,
this came from a request from our officers specifically, that this was equipment that they had in their cars. And COVID wasn't an unusual year, but last year, I think we had three times that we performed CPR out in the field, our officers did, and actually
Yeah.
made a difference in somebody's life. So
Okay.
it was- And they came and said, we really need some additional equipment in our cars, so that's what this request.
Does every car have a defibrillator?
Currently, none of them do, but.
None of them do?
Proposal, yeah, defibrillators.
I don't know.
This will house every 13 cars?
Yes.
This will have, so 22,000 pays for 13 replacement cars.
okay.
And you're still doing the officers patrolling the streets, you know, checking with merchants, like you started?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we continue to foot patrols, and as of yesterday, Officer Swift, now the school's out, he'll be downtown Monday through Friday. But we're also going to try to utilize some part-time people beginning July 1st, when we have some new budget in place, we'll start utilizing some part-time people to concentrate on downtown on Saturdays, maybe some busier Sundays, but right now it's just Saturdays.
So that was like what you started during COVID?
Yes. What we did during COVID was specifically to try to help with the mask mandate.
Right.
That was temporary, as long as we had some funding. We use leftover funding in our budget to fund that. We don't have funding for a full-time position except in the summer when our school resource officers have school. So he's going to be downtown this summer.
That's great.
It really calms people down. When they're, to me, it calms, I'll speak for myself. It calms me down to see you guys walking
Oh,
the
God, you
streets.
ought to be here all the time.
I mean, you know, especially when it's crowded, regardless if it's pandemic mask or just crowds, it really calms me down.
People do like seeing a uniform-friendly officer on the
They're
street.
so friendly.
Yeah,
I
they
think the
are.
business-
So, we're so
Businesses.
blessed.
I think the businesses appreciated it because
Yeah.
we were having fist fights and knives being pulled on people at Food Line. I mean, it was bizarre.
Well, we
We
wish
lost
we could
that
put a police
battle.
officer in every business, but that's not feasible.
That's not in the budget.
That's not.
Chief, quickly, I mentioned earlier, how many hydrants do we have now? 3 or 4?
I think we have 3 currently.
Okay.
These 2, the budget's approved, will be 5.
And we're averaging,
A third of our fleet.
we're averaging 30-40% savings?
36, 30, did I say 36? I didn't.
I got 40% saving.
I don't think it was quite 40, I think it was 36%.
Sorry.
I probably jacked
Those
it.
are based on some rough estimates that I did, looking back at our fuel bills, our fuel consumption, and taking an officer that had driven a Ford Taurus for 12 months, and that same officer was issued a hybrid SUV for 12 months, and we calculated about 36% savings in fuel, so I thought that was pretty strong.
Do you monitor the fuel usage per the officer or per the vehicle?
I'm sorry,
The fuel usage, is that monitored by the officer or the vehicle?
by the vehicle, but typically the same officer's in the same vehicle all the
Okay,
time.
all right.
Unless his is in the shop for some reason, it makes, but typically, the same officer's in the same vehicle all the time.
Okay.
And they take them home, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm confused about one thing.
Sure.
This year, we bought 1 police car. And we budgeted for what, 3? Or 2?
No, we normally, we're budgeting for 2.
Okay, so that's 1 we didn't buy. how many have we budgeted? If, forget COVID, how many would we have budgeted for this year?
Two.
I think we tried to do 2 a year, is our understanding.
So you've got one, but you've got credit for one. Where is it gonna figure in all this?
The one that was purchased in the 2020-21 budget, it's already been received and it's already on the road. It's already been issued. So that counts for the 3 that we have on the road currently.
We always, maybe it'll help answer the question, we always kept 1 or 2 in reserve as an extra car. And so when we did not purchase the extra one last year, we put a reserve into full-time usage.
Yeah, we just wasn't able to replace a car as quickly as we would like to have.
Okay. And have we conceded the battle to speeders?
Well, I can tell you that, and again, I just brought finance numbers, I didn't bring traffic numbers with me, but at the retreat in January, I think I reported 21 or 2,200 traffic stops. We would like to be somewhere around 3,000, is where we would like to be, full staff in a normal year. So, there's speeders. We acknowledge that there are speeders on the highway. Some of the traffic data that we've recorded from our speed signs, we know that depending upon the day of the week and whether it's a busy weekend or not, there's probably 10 or 12,000 cars per day on 321. And we know that probably 10% of those cars are speeding. So that's probably 10 to 20%. So we know that there's probably about 1,500 to 2,000 cars per day that are speeding on 321. So there's only so many of those that we can stop. So, my goal for our department would be to be somewhere in the 3,000 vehicle stops per year. Last year, as I reported at the mid-year retreat, one of our police officers stopped more vehicles than all of the police combined, and all of the North Carolina Highway Patrol and Watauga County combined. So for a 13 full-time position police department, that's a pretty strong number.
Is it possible to get any additional assistance from the State Highway Patrol, considering that is a state road?
They have been here some, and we've talked to them several times. I see them periodically out here. But again, they have all of Watauga County. There's what, 7 troopers assigned to Watauga County?
7 total.
So, they've got a lot of other responsibilities.
Does the sheriff's department run speeding?
Not that I'm aware of.
They are, I think, in Caldwell County, some.
Occasionally, some of the sheriff's offices will get a grant, put some traffic enforcement deputies out. Usually those grants are short term. I don't know that Watauga County has any dedicated traffic enforcement deputies right now, but not to my knowledge.
From a capital standpoint, we talked about the 2 police cars that you see at the bottom, and upgrade of 2 radios. That's again just a typical replacement of 2 current radios with 2 new radios, correct? So just replacing old with new. The other piece was the traffic cameras, the 16,000. Can you speak towards that, Chief?
One of our goals was to put up some traffic cameras with some other reading capabilities to help with monitor traffic conditions on the bypass, and also to help with some investigative type activities if we have things going on wrong. So that was the thought behind that. We were having to finding a location for those cameras will be something we'll have to study and look into and get their approved. That's what we're looking for with those.
Do we have any power over the red lights?
No,
Who do we, that's DOT?
all of our traffic signals in Blowing Rock are maintained and controlled by the
I thought the mayor had a clicker.
I mean, we can
I
temporarily.
gave you mine, remember?
We can temporarily.
Right, but I'm talking about these, I'm talking about.
What
there's a
traffic light are we
couple
talking
in
about?
my opinion need adjusting. The length on some of them is ridiculous that you sit there and nobody coming at all. And I'm seeing more red lights run now than I've ever seen before.
North Main and 321 I called them about.
Yeah,
Road's
well,
out.
Sunset down here too.
And Sunset's bad. Now they do, on Mondays, it'll recognize you on South Main, but it's Monday morning. Otherwise, and what they're,
If you're coming off of Main Street on 321, sometimes the wait times seem a little long. DOT. will tell you,
Same.
If you actually time it, I've never timed it more than a minute.
oh, it's 2 minutes at South Main, trust me. Oh,
Yeah.
I've sat there.
DOT will tell you that if they change that, it's gonna back traffic up on 320.
That's their rationale.
Well, but the opposite is true at Sunset and 321, and that's where we walk all the time and cross over. If the light stops, if the traffic is stopped on 321, red light, and you walk over,
You better be walking fast, too.
you better run. I mean, and I have a pretty good pace now. If the kids were littler and they walk slower, I would admit that, but you can't get across it at a normal pace, and the light changes again.
And-
So it seems like if they could give us a little less over here and add it over here, I don't know how they got
Can we
it.
get a formal request and answer from DOT?
I also asked Cullen, and they changed it for about a week and then it flipped back. That, you know, to answer him. And so, yeah, they have full control of it.
Because I know I know they didn't put any, the things in the road down there that
Sensor.
trip it. But I still think there's a way that if you approach the light and nothing's coming from the other direction, it should trip the light instead of you just sitting there for,
I can find out, I'm not sure.
Couple of them, and-
Perfectly honest.
you
He
know,
told
even
me
if
there were
it does
sensors
back
in
it
it.
up, that might slow your speeders down just a little.
Yeah, he told me there were sensors in there. But, yeah, it's not to the advantage of the people that are trying to get onto 321.
That's correct.
Okay, back to the defibrillator.
Yep, so that covers our capital request. Back to the PowerPoint, I didn't publicly state, this does continue funding for an SRO. We're still the only town paid, that's the only town paid SRO position within Watauga County. That is Officer Swift that we mentioned earlier, and of course, I was gonna make the comment that was just made, so when school's out, immediately following that day, he becomes a regular patrol officer and is gonna be designated to downtown, which I think is a great, he's a good personality for that. Does continue with Boone, replacing with 2 vehicles, part-time enforcement. I think we've covered everything here from a police standpoint with all the capital. I don't think there was anything within the operationals that changed at all for last year, this year, or previous 2 years to cover. Any questions in police?
Is there any way that we can get 911 money for that CAD license?
Yeah,
We're not a 911 provider.
yeah, so your PSAP 911 is for us, Watauga County.
To circle back there, maybe,
Okay.
but that would be through Boone requesting it, not us requesting it, and they are attempting to do that.
Okay.
So
But we
Boone,
don't know if it'll be approved.
yeah, so Boone and Beach Mountain and Watauga are your PSAP
PSAP.
recipients, I guess, or that's your primary, and so they receive 911 money. Boone, I think, is trying to potentially utilize some of their 911 money to help offset some of our costs as well, since we've got this partnership with them. The majority of the money in the county goes to the county from 911.
But the SRO is not coming out of the police budget.
It is not coming out of the police budget. It is fully funded again within 21, 22. And, the ABC board makes that an emphasis that they would like to see their money, a portion of their money earmarked towards that as a continued service to the town. So we did ask as part of, I think I sent you all the request, as part of the county request, we did request a number of things, obviously 911 or ambulance, and we did request fully funding the SRO, and we were declined on those requests.
So for the public's sake, you made what request and what did the county come through with?
So from a county budgetary standpoint, we requested funding of the SRO position, fully funding the SRO position at Lundhock, so fully funding what we are now, Officer Swift's position. We've requested 24/7 ambulance coverage base to be placed here, fully funded. Requested some additional assistance with helping us offset some of our park and recreation needs. We received a response of, they would continue the $12,000 a year funding to rent the Van Field.
But they denied everything else, the county did.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thankfully, they did.
And they fund, the SRO officer at the high school and at a floating one at 2 other, elementary schools, is that right?
I think they
Or
have
they have
three floaties now.
They have 3 for the 7 elementary schools outside of Blowing Rock. And then-
Right,
Three
They have,
floating and one high school.
right.
But they get money from the state
Yes.
for the high school SRO, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So they're funding 3 officers that do not come to Blowing Rock,
Do not.
do not float over here.
Not two.
The offer from the county is that we would become part of the current 7 schools floating calendar. So we would receive an officer approximately every 3 days here in Blowing Rock. So this is why we choose to have one full-time 5 days a week.
See, we've asked before for the floating officer to come over here, which would relieve our officer back to Aaron at certain days, and,
It's when they want to float.
well, they
It's not when
they
we
still
need
won't
it.
send them to Blowing Rock, because they said, you got one, so we're not sending one over.
So back to my original question, the county denied everything except for the $12,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Let me
Thank
ask,
you, Chief.
you.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
in summary, you appear very pleased with dispatching situation with Boone.
I think it's going very well.
Do you recommend we continue buying these hybrid cars? And they appear to be an actual dollar savings, not fluff.
Right, yes, I do recommend buying a hybrid vehicles. The hybrid is actually the standard Ford police vehicle. To get anything from Ford that's not hybrid, you have to actually order it order the hybrid delete. So what we're buying now is actually the standard Ford police interceptor vehicle, which is hybrid.
Well, that's neat.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
And just a rambling question, not a corporate question, or anything reflecting on you or the town. Why does everything we have say Ford on it?
Well, that's a good question. From just my personal feelings about it, right now, this year, Ford is the only manufacturer that's making a police-designed vehicle that's hybrid. So that makes it a pretty easy choice last year, this year. For a lot of years, Ford has been the only manufacturer that made an all-wheel drive. You know, some places buy just a vehicle off the car lot and try to turn it into a police vehicle. I worked for Hickory when they tried that one time. It was not a good idea. Cost them more money in the long run because these police cars are built with certain engine tuning, certain suspension, certain alternator capabilities. We had cars, for example, when they tried this in Hickory one year, if you left the blue lights running in the traffic accident, it would eventually kill the whole car because the alternator and electrical system wouldn't keep up with the demand of the emergency. So we've always tried to buy vehicles that are purpose-built to be law enforcement vehicles. And for a long time, Chevrolet, in my opinion, hadn't been in that business in many, many years. They're not even an option unless you go to a Tahoe now, which is very expensive. So you're left with Dodge and Ford, and your only 2 choices for many, many years. And for a lot of that time, Dodge didn't make an all-wheel drive. So Dodge is now making a Durango for law enforcement, but it's not hybrid.
Yeah.
And we're doing the all-wheel drive, didn't we
Yes.
decide that that was best? Okay.
All right, thank you, Chief. Hey, appreciate your hard work.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Graham, as my understanding, is in a river in Burke County doing some type of swift water rescue. So
Guess he's not gonna be there.
Floating on Interstate.
Page 45 is our fire department. There is no capital outlay requested. There is a change in the salaries to reflect, again, the pay plan proposal. Largest increase in salaries reflects part-time salaries from $88,000 last year to $114,000. The $114,000, I think, Ms. Norman can say is more reflective of actual cost within what that's number really has been. I think that's a reflection of the continued decrease in volunteers and increase in having to pay part-time fire individuals to cover our shifts.
You know,
Mr.
noticing
Matheson
this-
can maybe speak towards that.
Doug had mentioned the FICA and the.
Yes, I'm sorry.
These went up.
Yeah, so we did,
Right.
that's right. So our police side were incorrect. So we'll make that adjustment. Formerly did not, so FICA should have been up in the police side. So thank you for,
Have you ever thought about accounting?
I'm just trying to learn from the best. They're right, two of the best right there. You just try and follow
So,
in.
this increase in part-time salaries, is that for Station One only?
What do we get from the county?
So-
12.5 or 12?
it is,
Even.
12.
correct me if
Send
I'm
them
wrong.
about 6 million.
This is all of the salaries within the fire department. The fire department then reimburses us, and that amounts under or under the revenue side. There's a fire department contribution amount for the salaries that are outside of Station One. They're not covering the town,
Those are all full-time salaries.
full-time salaries.
We're just getting hungry.
For the other two stations?
I mean, they're eating
Yes.
us alive.
That is 5 positions, I believe. Is that correct? 5 positions. that they
Outside
reimburse
of,
us.
outside of Lone Rock? That's 5 full-time?
That's right.
And how many part-time outside of Lone Rock?
They do not reimburse us for any
Nobody
outside.
else has a job.
So why is there an increase in part-time?
Well, again, we pay all payroll for the fire department and all three, so regardless of stations, we pay all fire department payroll through the town. Also, all fire department personnel, full-time and part-time, paid through the town's payroll system. And then the fire department or the fire district reimburses us for 5 full-time positions, which is a part of a revenue number that's over within the summary of the revenues within that. So that is an agreement that I believe that it's been changed over the years, and I don't want to speak towards when it changed last. I think it was more positions than that at one point. It's gotten less. I think it's been changing from a coverage standpoint. I think it's difficult, and I don't want to speak too much on behalf of the chief or even Mr. Mattson, but I think the 5 were agreed upon as being the number that we all felt like was fair at the time that it was agreed upon.
And it's kind of hard when you say, when you try and separate town versus outside of town, because only thing that happens if there's a call in town that these guys head to, then somebody from either Station 2 or Station 3 moves to town. You know, town is usually the primary object, so, you know, it's.
Do we have
They
data
float.
on that? Do we have data on how many times that happens? I mean,
I'm sure, I don't.
I think it's interesting that that's going up, part-time positions, yet we have no data to say how many times are we getting pulled, how many times are 1 and 2 getting pulled, and 1, wait a minute, which is the one that's
2 and
out
3.
221?
That's 3.
3, that's right, 2 and 3. There's nobody manning that, that's somebody gets a call and then they go in, right?
That's on 3.
Yeah, because
Right.
when I went out there wasn't anybody in.
During the day now, they do send somebody out there during the daytime hours from town. One of the guys will go out there and man Station 3 during the daytime hours.
So one of the Blown Rock
Yeah.
fire people,
Right.
huh?
3's 24.
There's actually
Yeah.
somebody
Two-
there
two.
24/7?
Yeah. 2 is 221. 3 is AO.
Oh, I thought you said it was, yeah, AHO is
Oh, good,
3.
1 man.
Yeah, there is somebody out there. But that would be fire district, that's not us. That's not town,
What?
That's fire district.
Yeah.
fire district.
2 and 3 are fire district.
Right. And
Right,
2, you say there's somebody from our,
Yeah, we send somebody out there during the daylight hours to Station 2, out 221.
But it's one person.
One person.
And one's better than none, but two's better than one.
Yeah.
You know that.
Well, but it's a district. Well, my point is, why are we sending a town of Blowing
Well,
Rock
that-
personnel out there?
That is a very good
And
question.
I think that, so, you know, I mean, are we upping part-time to meet the needs of 2 and 3? Or are we upping part-time to meet the needs of 1?
I don't
I
think
know you don't know, I'm just,
I think
it's a
that's
question.
absolutely a fair request of chief to have prior to the budget being, adopted, obviously, questions answered in regards to overall, what's being done from shifting of personnel and the
Yeah.
number of times that's taking place. I know without a doubt, he probably has that data or can, revive that data if he doesn't, and we can get that information to
Do
you.
you know how many full-time we have at 1?
And one, 5 in it, man.
Sue, is,
Yeah, during the day, at Station 1, there's Matt,
are
Matt,
your,
Kent, 3 fire. Yeah, 5.
You have 5?
5 people.
are your?
And is one of those going out to 2? Or is?
Yeah, at times,
Are you,
going out to 2.
is the crux of your question to get at, are we helping someone other than the town?
Correct.
We are, the county.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of money being that's brought into the fire district. It's over $500,000. And are the people of Blowing Rock paying for things that maybe the district should be paying for, is basically what? Because it's a tax.
Well, can we,
And that's
at
just
some
the,
point in time, get an answer to that question?
We'll get an answer before we adopt the budget, we can get an answer on that, is if you're looking for data to help, and I think that's what you're asking. Is there
Yeah.
data that exists that says of the, we'll say 10 folks we're paying, I don't know, I'm not saying, say we'll say 10 is a number, that 80% of the time, those 10 people are within the town of Blowing Rock, then the town of Blowing Rock essentially would just be expected to pay 80% of the cost within that. Something simple.
that's my point.
Yeah, so we can
So we
absolutely.
need, yeah, I would feel better for the taxpayers.
Certainly.
To justify an increase in part-time when we've got 2 other stations that people may be going to. And they may be coming to us. I mean, it's not just,
That's right, I think we
if
can.
we're pulling people from Mayhem.
Yeah, I think we can look at overall, obviously, number of calls that is received by the district as a whole, and then we can break those. I think that data is absolutely obtainable,
Okay, all right, that's just a, thank you.
yes.
But when the money comes in for the fire tax,
Yes,
does it pass through here, or does it go straight to the Blowing Rock
Go
Fire?
straight to
go
God.
straight to the fire district.
Yeah.
And I will say on behalf, what I think the answer would be is that a good portion of that money is to offset debt service and capital needs. I don't have numbers to give you, but I know the town we do not purchase fire trucks and apparatus. We have the debt on the building at Station 1, the majority of it, but we don't purchase the capital needs. If I understand from previous county experience, a lot of your fire district monies that's out there is used for capital, but I don't know, couldn't give you what that number is.
And those fire trucks aren't cheap.
No, I know that they're not. Couldn't give you a number, but I know they're
But
all
they
the
do
way to,
get-
well, hundreds of thousands of dollars a piece.
When they roll in over there, they're titled to the town of Blowing Rock, are they not? They're not? Who are they titled to?
Blowing Rock Fire District.
And essentially, Blowing Rock Fire District receives close to $500,000 in fire tax and about 160 or 70,000 in appropriated sales tax money. Okay, that goes to the Blowing Rock Fire District. Doesn't that sound about right to you? And then Caldwell County throws in about 180,000 into the Blowing Rock Fire District. Now, where that comes from, I'm not sure if it's appropriated sales tax.
Well, and that's another issue, I'd forgotten about Caldwell.
Yeah,
If our people are going down to Caldwell, are we paying for that? And I think that's another question I'd have.
Yeah, Station
I
One
don't-
serves Caldwell. I mean, that's,
Right.
so that's, because part, a portion of the town is obviously in Caldwell, so it's being served out of Station One. So I don't want to speak of what I can and can't get, but let's get some real
Yeah,
data
it's
that
just
can help us.
it's a
Yeah.
That's
30%
one of
increase
the
in
reasons I
part-time salary.
said that the stations pull from 2 or from 3 back to town is because of the contract that we have with the town. See, the town has a contract with Gore Fire Department that provides fire services to Gore.
The
How
fire
about if
district.
you pull from Caldwell?
There's nobody to pull from Caldwell.
If they go to Caldwell, do they pull from
Right.
2?
Yeah,
Three.
anytime this station gets emptied on a call, they said another crew comes in. There's a backup crew comes in.
And that's
where?
2?
From where?
Either 2 or 3 or some, or what we have in reserve.
It's just firefighters? Are they all firefighters?
Right,
It's not-
firefighters, they may
Slash.
be EMTs/EMTs.
But definitely all firefighters.
Right.
Are we, you still look for firefighters plus EMTs combined?
The current, there's
Is
a current
that not
position
gonna-
that's out, there's a
Is
current
that
position.
not gonna
out
get
there.
harder and harder?
The chief said it was
getting very hard.
difficult.
Yeah, there's a current position that's
Boy
been out there
Scouts.
for a while that's asked for that.
Boy Scouts.
What Doug is,
It's kind
What's
of like
the-
police, see, nobody's
what's-
beating your door down to be a fireman or a policeman right now.
what's the trend? I mean, those are really two different things. And it's harder to find a combination in one person.
But in a department, it's hard to separate when you hire somebody that can't do both. So, you know, when we hire somebody, they also, if they don't already have it, we ask that they take it because most of the time we provide in-house training already on it.
Do you think, is it money or is it the job risk or what is it? Why is it such a problem finding qualified fire/paramedics?
Well, it's a lot of hours that goes into this. And then COVID didn't help a whole lot with what now that you're asked to be put into. You know, so, and you don't have many people that, you know, want to run inside a burning building. You know, most people want to run the other way. So, I mean,
Good point, Doug.
the people's attitudes are different now than the newer generation to me has changed a lot. You know, you've got to really want to do this, become a firefighter/EMT, you know, and I don't know, the newer generation, they certain things that you see they're not gravitating to, and one is police and the other one's fire rescue. You know, it's just not the jobs that's top of their list to do anymore.
We've talked about it from a manager standpoint, local government standpoint. There will be a time, hands down, in the future that all firefighting is done through towns and counties. There'll be no more, at some point, probably fire districts that exist. That may be 5 or 10, 15 years down the road, but just the general national trend is more and more counties are getting into the fire business, so to speak, because they've got to subsidize the fire services that are out there, just because of the lack of individuals getting into that business. Becomes a salary profession than a volunteer.
Yeah, the volunteerism will go by the
Oh,
wayside.
volunteers are over
Yeah, so
now, most.
we'll get the data. I'll get the data to you all. Just
Thank you.
as soon as I can. The breakdown of that.
All right. All right, moving right along.
Next, and we may want to stop. I know lunch is almost here, or maybe is here. Hillary?
Hillary, lunch here?
Oh, okay. Well, you want to? We can.
Oh, of course Kevin would know.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, he's just already he's got his
It's here.
fork out.
It's
ready
gone
to
now.
So, jumping to page 51, jumping 50 because we're a little bit out, just a little bit on our slide compared to that one page. So go to 51 on our Public Works Street Division. So we can skip planning for just a moment. And go to streets. And this is probably, our largest department from a number of things that are in here to talk about, so we can definitely get started before, lunch. Any other questions on police or fire before we go into streets?
Okay.
Kind of hitting the bullet points first, and then we come back to the details. Continued employment of a full-time fleet mechanic. We are continuing to utilize the fleet mechanic more and more each year, all departments. Continue funding for, right-of-way clearing, a change with the cemetery mowing this year. As a part of the state contract, we're moving towards, obviously now we've approved the state maintenance to maintain the cemetery as well as 321. We did continue funding for master signage. That will go into, I think, the overall plan with the TDA with wayfinding. So we'll try to, continue with that kind of partnership. Street lighting on 321, I think we're still around the $200,000 mark within our street lighting.
Why are you decreasing it from 205 to 190?
That's based on projections
Okay.
and the cost that we're actually seeing.
Where would the increase be?
In street lighting,
It was a decrease.
it's a decrease. The decrease is based on actuals versus projections.
Yeah, it's a decrease on the budget.
Number 013 on page
51.
51.
And to the lighting, I will say, kudos for the police department and I know Public Works and Brimco for really stepping up. And I think they've repaired over 40 of our lights in town in the last couple of months.
Yeah,
We
the
had a
trail was
lot-
lit.
What's that?
The trail was lit.
Yeah, we had
fully.
a lot of lights that had some serious just electrical issues, and they've been working pretty consistently for a couple months on getting all of our street lights back up and running. So that's been a collaboration between the folks that are here at night, our police most notably, helping identify where the issues are, and so that's been appreciated as well.
Have we ever looked at, now that we're getting so much growth, and I don't know that you can do it since, without making it retroactive, but these new POAs that are coming up that have 6 and 8 lights, and it's $12 per light per month?
It is per month, is it 12? We rent?
I
12
mean,
or 15.
Have we ever looked at charging them?
What POAs are you talking about?
Well, we had one on
I don't know any
Rankin.
in town that charge a POA fee
Pardon?
in town.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Rankin, we've had Green Hill.
They don't
And I
have
think-
POA fees.
Well, they may not have fees, but I guess my point is, have we ever thought about, because I think Green Hill had 8 lights, and we're eating that.
Yeah, I'm
We're
not sure.
requiring them to have lights, though.
What's that?
We're requiring them to put lights in when they do a development, are we not?
Yes, I mean, the street, so to be adequate with what our code says from a lighting standpoint, yes. To answer the question, I don't believe we've ever looked into, especially as we are proposing these new subdivisions, I don't think that's ever been a conversation that I've heard.
You know,
as being a part of
originally,
that.
when I got the street light in front of my house, we were being charged. It was coming on our water and sewer, we were charged for our lights.
You know, we have a number of what I would say private lights, but our street lights are paid for by the town.
Yeah,
I don't know if we've
if you have
ever.
a security light on your
No,
property, you
this
pay
is
for that.
a lantern, whatever they're called.
Yeah, if you
No,
got your
to
own.
answer your question, that's not
You
something we've
remember
done.
$8
You
a
remember,
month.
yeah, we were charged for our lights.
Well, I'm charged for one, but I agreed to it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
this,
had mine cut off.
From a POA, old or new, no, that's not something that we've put in.
because
I
that's
don't
over
think
$200,000 a year that we're all paying.
190.
Excuse me.
I found out I was paying for the one on the Fraser property. And I called and I said, would you disconnect this? Your bill is me $12 a month.
Yeah, see, we
And
were
why
billed
not?
years ago.
Yeah, and Brimco, I would say, I don't know what Brimco does individually with anything, obviously, but from
I
a
don't
town's
think we do.
perspective,
I think we're paying.
I think it's worthwhile as we go into these new developments that may be something we should be thinking or considering, sure.
And then the other thing is, we had talked about solar to try to reduce that cost. I know that sort of, we were gung ho at the beginning. Where's that?
It's with you and I needing to get together and sit down with Brimco.
Okay,
That's where it's probably
okay,
at.
all right. Okay,
The solar conversation went into the electric charging conversation that kind of took over the conversation, I think, to an extent. So we need to get back on the town hall and the solar.
I'll be calling.
Yes.
The,
Lunch is here, by the way. I just got the text.
there was,
Saved by the pizza.
once upon a time, there was talk of the downforce lights for downtown, if they could prove depreciation helpful to Brimco. What's ever happened to that?
As a part of them replacing, a lot of, or redoing the electrical work, that has been a request. I've requested that directly of them, is that as they go through and evaluate, what I've been told is they've evaluated the current lights are in okay enough shape that are not fully depreciated, so.
Well, didn't they replace the lights on Legacy Trail? Aren't those new LEDs?
You mean the bulbs or the
The
lights?
bulbs.
The
Yeah.
bulbs.
The bulbs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Legacy track.
we did a bunch of, we forked out a bunch of money. And the new lights on 321 are all LED.
They are.
Yeah.
These would require replacing. I mean, these aren't retrofittable, I guess, whatever term
Right.
it is to do that.
Yeah.
They'd have to replace them.
So you haven't heard fully from Brimco? They own them.
I've been told by Brimco that they've chosen to repair them versus replace them. That's why they've been repairing them.
Well, the lenses are so much cleaner on those ones on the bypass, since they don't have any lenses. I mean,
Because they don't have any lenses.
glasses.
That's right.
There aren't any lenses.
I told a woman
They're
that,
so clear you can see, they're invisible.
I'm trying to clean those things, Albert.
I
told
just
a
recently
lady that, it
received
took
a
her 5
complaint on
minutes to
one
say
they
it. She
repaired
didn't
up
believe me.
here on the corner of Chestnut at Mark Graham's house. And Mark said he was gonna, if they didn't black his sign out, he was gonna shoot the window, or the line out.
He's threatened that for 5 or 6
Chief,
years.
yeah, where's Chief at?
But he can't have it blacked out.
Yeah.
I just tell him he's paying for it.
I told him, cause it shines right into their bedroom.
Yeah, and I have mine blacked out.
And
They'll
I told him,
come
I
and do
said-
it. They don't mind.
I said, call them, they
I
would
told
come
him to
black it
call
out, and I
5
told him
years
to
ago.
call you. Or call Town Hall if he needed help getting a hold of Blue Ridge Electric.
Yeah, we've got a great contact there that's very responsive to, absolutely, they don't mind. I've had a handful of calls since they've been working of lights that people had forgotten that existed, I think, and
Yeah.
now they're shining, so.
I mean, it was dark, they're not working good, so you're not used to that light, and all of a sudden, wham, here it is.
And there is somebody specific for Blue Rock that'll come out.
Brimco?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a great contact there that's next day responsive. So.
So they are not replacing these downtown. Okay.
We'll see, they just recently put these
So do you want to go ahead and break for lunch? or-
I think so. Before we get into real transportation,
Okay.
it's gonna take a while, but
They'll save.
Matt really needs to walk kind of through the capital thought process behind some of that, so.
You know, one of them
Could
went
you-
out in one of those storms.
Could you just enlighten me on the cemetery maintenance and repair?
Yes, so the reason for the increase there, we have, the last few years, we've had a contract with a local landscaping company to mow the cemetery. When we bid out the 321 landscaping, we included the cemetery as being an alternate bid, so the contractors that were bidding on 321 could bid on the cemetery as well. We also went to the current contractor at the cemetery and asked them to bid on that particular one as well. And so that's the reason for the increased cost is that we agreed to give the full contract of all of our 321 and cemetery needs to the state.
But so.
Oh,
that-
so
that-
this is, you're just breaking it out.
That's just
Correct.
breaking their piece out here.
The 300,
That's right.
thank you, okay.
Yeah, there's 264, I think, if I remember correctly, that's that's under Park and Rec. We'll get to that in a few minutes.
Got
So
it.
the
Cemetery
33
piece.
goes to Parks and Rec, or the estate? Contract.
This 33 goes to the state.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Well, I think there's
Oh,
a
that
few
goes-
$1,000s in there, maybe for some headstone repair and stuff as well. It's not all of it, so no.
He's already been out working, mowing. estate.
He's already been mowing the cemetery?
No, he's been out mowing, one of the medians.
Piedmont was out there this morning.
He's not
This was
supposed to
last
be.
week.
Huh?
Okay, we'll find out. Not supposed
No,
to.
I mean, it was a
Yeah,
good
no, no,
thing.
good. Good
He
and
was
bad,
out
huh?
there doing,
Okay.
getting the contract finished.
July.
July 15th.
July.
I think he was mulching.
Was he
the
mulching?
Median.
At
Okay, so
Tanger.
It's completely different.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, he was mulching.
So that pie, that was not grass, I saw.
No, I think they were mulching.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
No wonder the funny look.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, no, they're not supposed to be.
What time do you want us back, sir?
May 8th,
Yeah,
June 8th. You want to do an hour?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Does that
get
work?
the dog out.
Everybody okay with an hour?
This needed.
107?
Okay. We'll reconvene at 1:07.
If not soon.
Yeah. I'll be back. I just gotta let her pee. Poor lady.
Yeah, baby.
Back in session, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shane Fox.
Okay, so I think we had started with the transportation, which is our public works street department, 1.4 million within our general fund, and had kind of gone through the bullet points. I stopped short of capital because Mr. Blackburn is here to kind of walk through capital this year. Obviously, talking back to last year where we had no capital within our streets department. I don't think we had any. We zero. So we do have an increase, but there's some things being done here that I would like for him to walk through. Some retrofitting and some maybe taking 2 trucks and making them into one that's being proposed here. But I did want to just mention the next to last bullet point. We started this 2 years ago with putting back some reserves from with regards to culvert repairs, ditch line repairs, fire hydrant, valve maintenance, that type of thing. That's in there. That's back in. We tried to put those levels where we thought they needed to be. But before we get into capital, from an operational standpoint, a couple things that are not, bullet point wise, that are just real, kind of simple. We did increase our salt budget. That's one of those moving targets. This year we ended up using a ton more, not really a ton, many tons more than what we had planned on. Next year, of course, that may not be the case, and if not, then obviously we've got the reserves. Or we end up purchasing it, we can reuse it the next year. But again, before we get into capital, any operational questions? Again, on the personnel side, no changes to existing personnel other than adding into account or taking into account the increase due to the pay plan recommendation that we'll have later on.
And you're on street division on 51?
I am page 51.
And you had underestimated the overtime, is why that number's so high on 003. Is that what that came from?
The 22,500.
Yeah.
I think that's more. Is that more in line with the actuals versus?
Is that what it was? That we've been underestimating? Okay.
And that accounts for salt spreading, road clearing?
It does. So so this is our streets division. So this is everything from pushing snow to, So I think that's probably the majority of it this past year. It was the wintertime.
A lot of these guys on the street, we have water main breaks. They're on that too. So that includes, their salaries coming out of that.
Okay.
Anything after.
Are we need to talk about PRVs here or later?
Later. Yeah, later. Yeah, that's in our water and sewer fund. We have those in there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, Matt, if you'll kind of start, we've got it listed up here, from starting with the 2001 Freightliner, but I know there's some different things in this budget that's, can you kind of allude to some of those, what you're thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. So the 01 Freightliner and the 97 Chevrolet dump truck are probably the two big ones that they're kind of doing something different on. The 01 Freightliner is one of our chipper trucks. It used to be a garbage truck several years ago, probably 6 or plus years ago. We repurposed it to a chipper truck. We took the garbage bed off and after the coffee builder bed to put on for the chipper truck. So that thing is done, kind of past its useful life. So
Okay.
it is a CDL truck or a truck with air brakes. So instead of going back with something like that would cost $100,000 plus, we looked at getting a smaller truck like an F550 and using the same bed we had built a couple years ago, just putting it on that cabin chassis, which will save us a substantial amount of money. Just going with a smaller frame, which really we don't need a truck that size anyway. It was just there, so that's what we used. That will, just repurposing the bed and just get the cabin chassis on it.
Sidewalk tractor?
Sidewalk tractor, that was pretty much straightforward. That's what our little orange tractor used to do the Main Street. Ran into some issues with it this past year. I think it was due last year. That was one of the ones that got omitted. We have to have a specific size tractor to get on Main Street under the awnings and all that. So I think we're to the point now that one's up and needs to be done. 27 Chevrolet, is what we have our leaf box on. So in the fall, when we go around with our leaves, we're picking up leaves. That's what we're using. Again, that's a really large truck with air brakes. We're looking at actually using, we have a Dodge 5500 in our fleet now. So instead of buying anything new, we're gonna repurpose that truck and have a new bed and hoist put on by Triplet Coffee and just use it in the fall for our leaf truck, and then we can take that leaf box off in the winter, put the plow back on, and still use it as a plow truck in the wintertime. So we're really kind of losing the truck and just repurposing one of our existing trucks for the leaf removal.
Your 2010 New Holland tractor,
Yeah, so that one, right now, that tractor has our sickle on it, where we go and mow road shoulders. We have 3 tractors in our fleet right now, Mark and I talked, and it's very rare we use all 3. You know, it may be in a major winter storm when we had the manpower, we would get all 3 out, but we really just don't use that 3rd tractor. So we're proposing, taking the trade-in we'll get off that tractor and putting it towards a new mini excavator, a smaller tractor than what we have now. One that'll help us in the cemetery. Our tractor we have now is a little bigger than what we had, and getting in between grades, it can be kind of tight. So a smaller one going in there, opening plots, that'll help us out a lot. And also it'll be available for Parks and Rec, any use they need with it. Obviously, they're more than welcome to use it whenever they need it. Along with that, we would purchase a sickle to go on one of our existing tractors, so we don't lose the sickle, we'll still be able to go around and mow. But I feel like that'll keep us from having a tractor in our fleet that sits there 8 months out of the year unused. That way we'll be able to use both of them and utilize them. And I think having that second traco, you know, dealing with main brakes, dealing with taps, picking up brush, whatever it may be, it'd be nice to have that in the fleet to kind of help alleviate kind of any overlap and needing the machine at the same time.
I got a question for you. When we prepare a grave site, do we bill for that?
Yes. Don't you?
What's part of it?
200?
It is, for a non-taxpayer, I believe it's $450, and for a taxpayer, it's half, I believe, $250.
Okay.
And typically what will happen, the funeral home, will bill their client for it, and then we just get a check from the funeral home.
Okay.
We don't actually bill the family directly, it's only work.
Okay, yeah, that's understandable.
And for a reference, so Park and Recreation has, and we'll talk about it again, they have an older track code that I think was a hand-me-down as well from you all. Correct. That,
Passed.
oh, good. That they had asked for replacement, they'd asked for replacement this year, and, so currently we have 2 track codes in our fleet, and so this would give us 3, but it would give us essentially kind of this one that would be able to go back and forth. So we'd have 2 older ones and then a new one within that, is what that is. So we do not have a track code with the Park and Rec side. We did remove that to include this one.
And I see you got things for the shop.
Yeah, so we've got a tire balancer. So our tire balancer we have now, we've had it worked on a couple times. The guy that came last time, the circuit board that's in it is getting ready to go out. He said it could be a day, it could be a month, but when it does go, it's done. You know, the cost to repair that is about the same cost to just get a new one. So we're looking at getting it changed out. Our tire changer is fine. You know, we didn't see any reason to really change it, so we're just looking at getting a new balancer. And with the amount of tires Steve's using, you know, obviously all of our fleet, PD, it gets a lot of use. So it's kind of, we've put it through the ringer so far.
What is your opinion of having an in-house mechanic?
I think it's great. I think that, you know, it saves us a lot of downtime, especially in the winter. Shredders break, plows break, whatever, brake lines, when chains break, having somebody in-house. You know, obviously we utilize Steve to help push snow too. But having somebody there, and we jump on as soon as it happens, saves us a lot.
So you're pleased with that position, because that was your big thing that you were pushing. And it's been 5 years? How long? How
Close
long is
to
it?
it,
Yeah, close
Yeah.
to it.
close to it. I think I've witnessed, on 2 or 3 water breaks, something always breaks. And I don't, just the ones I've been there, and Steve's usually there, kind of in the wings, helping, is able to jump on and fix the problem in the field, in the middle of the water break. I've seen that, trying to think, maybe 3 or 4 times now, I've seen him be able to do that, so it's been very beneficial to have him there.
Good thing too, I mean, it's town mechanic, which means police, parks and rec.
Yes.
Everything that he's utilized for.
Yeah, and the last couple of new police cars that Aaron's bought, Steve's done the upfit on the majority of those. So I think that's helped Aaron out a lot, having him, able to pull the wires and get the lights on and kind of get everything ready for the radio equipment. So he's utilized by more than just us, for sure.
Yeah. Good.
Along with the shop is another 4-post lift, or a 4-post lift. We had one, probably 2 years ago, I think. Our annual inspection came up, they came and inspected it and deemed it unsafe, told us to get rid of it. It was aged out, we couldn't get parts for it. So we tore it out of the shop, we're just looking at getting a new one put back in. We have a 2-post lift now, which is great for brakes and tires, but, Steve's working on something that's gonna take, more than a day or 2 to complete. Having a secondary lift he can work off of, keeping our other lift open, for kind of the routine things that come in. Will be nice to have that back in the shop.
Safety wise, you want a 4-post too.
Yeah, you gotta know what you're doing to put anything on a 2-post for sure. So the 4-post kind of opens it up. If somebody else needs to do a quick oil change to help Steve out, or, whatever it may be, having that 4-post is kind of, I don't want to say dummy proof, but it's a whole lot easier
There's
to.
such a thing as a 2-post? Oh, my God.
That's what we have now.
That's scary.
So Matt, these items down here are what you're selling or trading in on
Yes,
on
so
page
the older
51.
descriptions are what's being either replaced or retrofitted. That's right.
But the dollar amounts are the
The
new
new-
items?
that's right.
Okay,
That's
but we just haven't identified what those are yet.
What the new ones are,
Yeah, other than, like with the police car, we said, we knew,
so what the description of the new vehicle is that within our capital?
No, we usually put on there what we're replacing. And they typically replace it with something similar. If it's not gonna be, a similar item, obviously it's gonna be a newer, similar item, then we put it in there. But another thing is we don't get bids in hand until the item being replaced is approved.
so like when it says 2001 Freightliner,
Uh-huh.
$49,000.
Yeah, so that one, we're looking at going back with a Ford F-550 cab chassis.
That's the 49,000.
That's right.
Yes.
Right, that's the 49, well, that includes the reinstall of the bed from Triple Coffee. That is a turnkey truck, that's what it'll take to get that truck on the road with the chipper bed on.
All right. What is CF?
Cash funded.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll talk when.
Cystic fibrosis.
Yeah. When we kind of summarize, when we're looking to, we're still trying to spend our sales tax money as one-time money, right? So we're not trying to incorporate our extra sales tax because of the method change into anything that's reoccurring. And so there was a portion of that money that was available to be used for what we call cash funding versus installment.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then the last thing we got is for 2013, medium Chevrolet, or the 3500 Duramax. That's one of our main plow trucks. We actually have 2 of those. Both of them are up. They were, I think, up last year, and we weren't able to replace them. Those will be full, I guess, full trucks. It'll be cab chassis, triple coffee, have the bed put on, and new plows and everything to go with it. So both of those have been great trucks, but we're getting to want to run into some issues with them. So we're looking at replacing both of those. You'd asked about the trucks. We priced both Ford and Chevrolet on that. Chevy came back just for the chassis-based price at $50,000. Ford came back at $38,600. So obviously we're we're recommending going forward on that.
Oh, the person who asked about Ford's not here.
Yeah. There's part of the reason there's so many Fords, their pricing seems to be better this year, so, yeah, so Triple Coffee's been bid on those as well. We've had really good luck with them. They're local. Godwin right now, who is out of Dunn, I believe, their lead time is about 10.5 weeks. So as soon as they get the truck, we're months out from ever having them do what Triple Coffee said. They were about 4 to 6 months out. So we'll get a truck a whole lot quicker and just keep it closed. That was all I had for the street.
Okay, one of our smaller departments here, 383,000, is our sanitation and recycling division. It's probably got the most significant changes in it this year. We are proposing continued residential curbside recycling program and residential solid waste pickup. So we're not proposing, as part of this budget, any changes to our residential trash whatsoever. However, we are proposing, as a part of this budget, a change to our commercial garbage pickup. I believe we have 28 current commercial clients, is that right, 28? And we're proposing, what's that?
Oh, no, 28, yes.
28, and we're proposing, and we'll go through this in a little more detail in just a second, proposing that we allow for public services, which currently does do a number of our commercial clients, to essentially take over the service of those 28 commercial clients. Overall, it's a little more than $100,000 in savings, and I'll pull up a spreadsheet in just a few moments to kind of walk through that. Those are the most significant changes to the operation side. So let me go ahead and pull that spreadsheet up if that's
Now,
okay.
what was, are you,
And the landfill fees, those
Yep.
will fall into this category you're about to show. isn't it?
That is correct. And so that's an email, right? It's an email.
Yes.
so, on the commercial clients, that is the dumpster behind the building, it has nothing to do with the trash cans in front, correct?
That is not pull out. That is not your rollout service. We do have a number of our commercial clients that have rollout services, so that would continue. So we're talking dumpsters only.
Sue, like us at Bowling Rock, the
Yeah.
town still picks us up, but they won't, Republic will do us.
Who owns your dumpster?
Who owns the dumpster? I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll still pay Republic to pick it up.
So that'll take billing out of the picture?
It will, and I'll go into, sorry, I'm trying to do two things. I can't do more than once. I don't guess at a time. Here it is, sorry. Couldn't find it.
Stuff has changed on this.
Here we go. Okay, so, talking all things sanitation, so, and I'll go back a few years, so, what we're proposing here, we'll stop that and go back to, say, 3 years ago. When we're picking up commercial and residential, just like we've been doing now, for a number of years. Obviously, everything that we picked up was taken to Watauga County. Watauga County no longer has a landfill, they have a transfer station, so we were taking all of our residential commercial trash over to Watauga, and still are to this day. The big change there is on the cost, and so, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of the time frame was about $26 a ton to $52 a ton to what's now being proposed as $60 a ton in tipping fees over the last, say, 4 years. And so we've seen a almost triple, of cost increase from Watauga County in tipping fees. And that's been across the board to all residents in Watauga County. So what we're proposing, or what the numbers we're saying here are not special rates to us. These are rates for everyone that dumps trash at the transfer station in Watauga. So starting July 1st, it's essentially a $60 a ton tipping fee for us or anyone else to take our trash to Watauga County at the transfer fee. So what was $26 just a few years ago is now $60. And for us, we average well over 1,000 tons a year in garbage. And that's only going to increase as obviously more people are in town. And so that's a pretty significant change. Just the tipping fees, and that's what I have up here on the left. The tipping fees, this $72,000 number represents if we continue to stay with Watauga County, correct?
Yes.
So as we started trying to evaluate how do we pass those costs on to our, residents who are most notably the ones that are paying the majority of this, and knowing that we only had 28 commercial clients, we began conversations with Republics. And Republics kind of made it known, I think early on, at least to Mr. Blackburn's, that they were very interested in picking up our commercial trash because they already have a number of commercial clients in town, and it's a growing number. And a part of that conversation led to the fact that they manage and control the Caldwell County landfill, which is in Collinsville, Abington Road area, and outside of the north, this side of them. And that they would be willing to sit down and talk with us about us hauling our residential trash if we were able to work out a deal for them to pick up our commercial trash. Republic's also, we also have a current contract with Republic's on our recycling. This is a part of this conversation as well. And so all things, trash related began in a conversation with Republic's. They let us know early on that if we continue with the current agreement with them on recycling, it was going to go to, it was $1 and some odd cent of an increase of our recycling. What's that, $1.02? So our 367 was going to go to 469-ish type dollars. So that was one increase that was going to happen regardless of what we did or if we stayed where we were. What ended up happening was an overall kind of a package proposal for Republic is that they would continue picking up our recycling. It wouldn't be $1.02 passed along to the residents. It would be a 40-cent increase, which is what's within the spreadsheet here, or 40, a little bit less than 40 cents. That's represented up there with the 404 number. And if we were to move our trash hauling from Watauga County to Lenoir, they would not charge us the $60 that Watauga's obviously proposed there with the $72,000, that they would do a $39 a ton fee, which is what's represented here with $47,988. By doing so, and us obviously passing along our commercial trash, they would propose to us a multi-year contract, which we have, and we'll present that as part of the June 8th meeting as well. That's what numbers are represented here. So essentially what's in this budget, and I think I've done a terrible job in doing this, I apologize for explaining it. But what's in this budget is a proposal to continue doing our residential trash and recycling just as it's always been. We, as the town, will continue to pick that up from a trash standpoint. Republics will continue picking up the recycling. No changes there. Our 28 commercial clients would contract directly with Republics for them to pick up the commercial trash. The town would be out of the commercial trash business. We would not be in the middle of billing, nothing. We would simply walk away from it. The trash dumpsters that we own, Republics would offer to purchase those at a fair market value. If a customer wanted to sell theirs to them, if they own them, they would do the same for that customer as well. A lot of our customers here in town own their own dumpsters, and so they would offer that same type of deal to them. If a customer didn't have a dumpster, a customer needed one, they would rent the customer the dumpster at $25 a month. And so essentially what we're proposing here is us moving out of the commercial trash business, staying in the residential trash business, but taking that residential trash to Caldwell County versus to Watauga. By doing so, we would go from a $60 a ton tipping fee to $39 a ton, which is what's shown up there, at a savings of about $23,000 or $24,000. What it will allow us to do by getting out of the commercial business is that one vacant sanitation position that we've had now for quite some time, we would eliminate. We would no longer need that fourth position. We would just have the 3 full-time positions within the residential pickup. And that's represented up there with the $39,417 in salary and benefits. That's at the old rate. That's not at the new proposed rate. Also, this year, I think maybe even last year, our commercial trash truck has been up for replacement at a cost of $175,000. And so we've eliminated that piece from the budget as well. And so when you look at equipment amortized over 4 years, that $48,125 represents what the cost of that trash truck would be. And so overall, when you're looking at internal cost, the salaries, the benefits, the equipment, and then the tipping fees and external cost, it's about $159,000 in what we would call, total contract and internal cost. What we would end up being charged by moving that to Lenore would be the $47,988. So overall, expenditure savings about $111,000 by making the switch and moving our residential trash, hauling, tipping down to Lenore, but giving up the commercial trash piece of that. And so we've put some other numbers on there. The recycling savings itself is also represented on there at $64,000. Republic's made it known that if we did not go through with this deal, that they would be passing along to us that $1.02 increase, not the 40% increase in that. So that's a per household, per month increase within that. And so overall, we try to look at it in many, many different ways. The $112,902, and Nicole, you speak up because this is definitely your spreadsheet, represents what we feel like is the true total savings to the budget when you take into account not only the trash truck, the salaries, and the tipping fees, but then the difference in the recycling portion as well is part of that process. Mr. Blackburn did have our sanitation folks run for about 1 week down to Caldwell. So we've done test runs to Caldwell to look at gas mileage and timing of how long it takes to go down there. Obviously, we did increase, as you look at the operating budget, we did increase our cost a little bit in gas and repairs and maintenance. We would propose, obviously, having upgrade our tires and have the replacement of those tires a little bit more frequent. That's been represented in the operating budget as well, and that's taken into account with our numbers that we're looking at here as being our overall savings potential here. So,
Add brakes.
what's that? And brakes, yes. We've added some extra money in there. So what we're proposing is obviously unique in the sense that we're proposing getting out of the commercial trash business. That's going to affect 28 businesses. And so when you're talking about what Republics will charge them versus what we're currently charging them, for example, I think the majority of our commercial clients are 4 and 6 yard customers. We're now charging them $220 every 2 months or $330 every 2 months for 4 and a 6. So let's just say we'll take a 4 yard customer, which is probably our majority.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty even, 26, yeah.
So currently the town is charged $220 every 2 months, or $110 a month. If they rent from us, it's $25 a month. So the rental piece will not change. That's virtually the same. The $220 we would charge them, or $220 we are charging them would be $256 under Republic. So it's a $36 difference from that, which is about $18 a month increase.
That's per month?
Per month. If you go to a larger one, the most expensive or largest would be an 8 yard. The town's currently charging that client $440 every 2 months. Republic would charge them $514 every 2 months. So bigger difference there, $74 every 2 months or $37 increase per month. And so we have just a few.
The 200 and something, you look at the 200 and something for the 4 yard.
It's the same
that's for
thing
2
as the
months.
8 yard.
That's for 2 months.
Oh, I thought he
2
said
months.
1 month.
2 months, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, those are for 2 months. So from the lowest to the highest, you're talking, I think, fair to say between $18 to $20 a month increase as much as up to $36 a month. Now, that increase that we're talking about is between what we're currently charging those clients versus what Republic will charge them. What we're currently charging them has not changed in a couple of years, and so we've not taken into account the increase that Watauga County has passed on to us from tipping fees. And so internally, we were going to propose a fairly significant increase in our commercial client and probably our residential client business as well to help offset those increased costs within the tipping fees in Watauga County. And so, when you look at it that way, there's even more potential cost savings from the residential side. What we've shown up on the spreadsheet here is just the town savings, not the resident savings. So we're not proposing changing any fees on the residential side, recycling or normal fees. So we're not asking to pass on any increased fees to trash pickup to our residents, whether it's traditional trash or recycling increases, if we go with the proposed offer from Publix within that.
Well, and if they were in Boone, wouldn't these numbers be comparable or higher if they were a business in Boone? I mean, haven't we been kind of delayed on all of this?
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say.
I don't want to send them to Boone.
No,
I want them to realize they've
So
been
Boone-
enjoying
yeah.
some.
Boone is out of the trash business, essentially. Republic does all their trash pickup, and Boone's essentially out of it. We'll be completely out of it probably July 1st. And similar to, this conversation is a very similar conversation that's going on at Beach Mountain as well from Republics because of the increased fees. The increased tipping fees themselves, I think, are enough to start the conversation because you're talking, say $25,000, $30,000 there just on from the tipping fee standpoint. But then when you start taking into account, and that's when we kind of got into the conversation, not only from a salary and benefit position there, but the capital cost as well is kind of where we led to this full conversation with Republics as a part of this.
But see, they're already doing Boone,
Yes,
totally.
yes.
So trash is going to Caldwell?
What's that?
Boone Trash is going to Caldwell?
No, so Republics picks up in Boone, but Boone has a contract with Republics, I believe this is correct, to haul that trash to Watauga. That's where their negotiation is coming in right now, but Republics is negotiating with Boone to haul that trash to Caldwell as well.
Ooh, that makes me a little, so the county is allowing them dump space, Republics, and not Florida?
They charge the town of Boone, and Republics charges the town of Boone. So Republics picks up the trash in Boone, and Republic sends Boone a bill for that. Boone then receives another bill on behalf of Watauga County for the tipping fees. So when Republic dumps their truck over there, they say this is Boone trash, and then Watauga County sends Boone a bill. Boone then charges their residents and offsets the cost with
I got it,
So
okay.
yes,
Thank
Boone's
you.
cost
I
is
just don't
higher
wanna
than-
pay the county's trash for the, I mean,
So-
maybe we are.
So what, so
I
same.
don't wanna pay for Boone's trash.
No, we aren't. And so, same conversation's going on in Boone is that because of the increase in tipping fees, Boone's gonna have to either go up on their rates for their residential, or they're gonna allow Republic to take their trash.
Got it, okay.
So I do want to say.
Yes.
I have noticed in sitting here, and I was putting this spreadsheet together entirely too quickly this morning. I have a mistake in my spreadsheet. So when you're looking at that 739, that's wrong. That should be 469, and that changes all of the figures. So your net savings should actually be 61,000. So that's a big, a big change, and I wanted to point that out to you.
The net after recycling.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
The
Yes.
112 should be 61. So I just was sitting here and as I was
So when you
listening to
put that recycle savings, that's not what recycling is saving the town. Do you
The-
know, do we know that? I mean, I believe in recycling, but I think it's getting to the point that it's expensive.
So the alternative to not recycling is that it goes into the trash and then we pay the tipping fees on that.
Right.
So we have kind of discussed that. Right now, we're charging residents for recycling. That's the $4.50 that's on there. And so if we take that $4.50 off because we're not charging for recycling, then our volume of trash will go up because our recycling will become part of the trash, which means we'll end up having to somehow charge the client or the resident something to offset that increase in the tipping fees that are going to be a part of that.
So
Most
it's
likely
worthy to recycle, is what I'm hearing you say for the
Well, we
town.
currently charge the, so with the current option that's on the table, Republic is going to charge us $4.04 for our current customer recycling. We're charging $4.50. There are obviously some overhead there that they're paying for, administrative and some other things in that. So recycling right now is still, I would say, break even. What we're charging them versus what they're charging us. The backwards on the numbers, I think, if we don't go with Republics, we go to $4.79 recycling. So now all of a sudden, we're 29 cents per household over. So that's when we'd have to get into the conversation of do we keep raising the recycling rate per resident to say $5 or $5.25, or do we start thinking about getting out of recycling? I will say, getting into the real trash conversation from Republics, we're some of the cleanest trash and cleanest recycling that there is. And I know that sounds, it's kind of like the sludge truck conversation a couple years ago. So people like our trash and they like our recycling. They really do. And so Republic's made the comment that our recycling is about 85% clean, which means there's only about 15% waste. Either things that aren't recyclable or things that are not able to be recycled.
Do we get a kickback for that?
we don't, we get a better rate, and so.
Get a gold star.
So for
Gold
instance,
star.
On your forehead.
you know, I think for instance, they use Gastonia as an example. Gastonia was about, was it not the opposite, like 15% recyclable and 85% trash?
Like right at 20%.
20%.
They don't know how to recycle.
And so they can't, so they will cancel contracts and say, we're not gonna pick up your recycling because it's trash, it's not recycling. And so they like our recycling, they did say that, they
I
appreciate it.
think we should, I mean, it seems kind of odd to mention that to our residents, but, there's something to be said for that. It gives us better rates, and it pats everybody out on their back for sorting their trash. And then also, we don't mention often enough that, about how people pay their property taxes on time. And how that's such a problem in Newton and the county.
Oh, sure.
And so we've got, you know, I mean, those are little things that some people take for granted, but that's a big deal. Both of those are big deals. To get
Absolutely.
the positive out there and say, look, you guys are doing a great job recycling, you're doing a great job paying your bills.
Yeah, great point. No, truly, our recycling is clean and it's sought after, I mean, to an extent, because
Should we mention the sludge too?
But I think this
Sludge.
is,
Yeah, our sludge is sought after too.
I think this is only the beginning of a trend that you're getting ready to see with EPA standards getting more stricter and stricter and nobody wanting recyclables anymore. Nobody's wanting the garbage. And so I think this is just the starting of a trend that you're gonna see, sanitation increase each year because nobody wants it.
yeah, I think if you're in a position where you have the ability to take garbage, say Caldwell or Wilkes, for instance, you know, so Watauga County is transferring their trash to eastern Tennessee. And so a majority, overwhelming majority of their cost is directly related to cost of taking that trash from one point to the other. So as things happen like what's going on right now with not being able to find CDL drivers or them being able to charge more, that rate's being directly passed along to citizens. And to us, we pay the same rate. And so that's why that increase has been there, is that the more that the county is paying for that trash to leave Watauga County, they're passing along that same increase to all of us to pay. And that's why our tipping fees have gone, what used to be up, was it not free or something at one point, years and years ago? We paid zero for residential?
We paid for commercial, residential was free. And so then a couple, I don't remember how many years ago it was, they started charging us for everything across the board. No matter what came, if it was household garbage or commercial garbage, whatever it was the, you know, the $50-some a ton.
And then we get charged on our property tax. I wonder if they're gonna take that. There's a bill on there about, you know, if I take trash there, then I get a free, but I received something that I don't think I get
You
a
don't-
free
you
anymore.
don't get it for
It is
your-
free if you go Saturday mornings between 8 and 12.
Yeah, but not during the week.
Oh, you got that down. Okay,
If you go Monday through Friday, it's a charge.
okay. So I got a question. On the 28 commercial clients, is that recycle? Are they recycling, the commercial people?
We're not. We recycle cardboard. That's it.
Yeah, most, I think it's cardboard. I don't know if we've got.
What about all the restaurants and the glass?
They're required.
They'll have to, it's
They
required.
do.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, they're required to recycle their glass.
So the 28 commercial clients, are those the big restaurants or are those the people on Main Street?
That both, it's restaurants, we have some on Main Street.
That's true.
Really, everyone we're talking about, you know, going to the Republic is the dumpster.
Hotels.
Mushroom House, rollout parts, we would continue to pick that up. Obviously, Republic getting interested in picking up parts, but we would do that. The rest of them are all dumpsters, so anywhere there's a dumpster, that will go on.
But most of all the commercials or commercial businesses are recycling? Like all that cardboard?
Most of them are, yes,
Okay.
and we'll continue to pick the recycling up. The
And
cards.
is that from behind? Is that behind their shops?
Typically, it's where the dumpster is. They'll have a little area where they put their cardboard, so it's kind of the same.
So how are we as a town gonna prevent them from putting their garbage in our garbage cans? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I know you can,
So the cardboard, there's no can for the cardboard to go in. Most of them have bins, just kind of wooden bins, or they stack it. So
Out back.
Out back.
Okay.
We would just refuse to pick it up. I mean, I think.
It used to be that there were things out front. There used to be cardboard and boxes and stuff out front. Have you stopped that?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Yeah, so we refuse, I mean, if there was an issue, contamination or something, we would refuse that, so, you know, just kind of back into, trying to summarize this, I didn't do a good job, like I said at the beginning, I apologize. Pizza got to me, tired of this
I
watch.
think it did kind of trash you.
Did a trashy job talking about trash. So, what we have proposed in this budget, the numbers that reflect, what's reflected in this budget, is for the town of Baldwin Rock to stop picking up commercial trash. That's 28 clients.
And let's roll it.
Let's just roll that. So 28 dumpster clients. Those clients would then, we assume, would then contract with Republics
Okay.
to be able to come in and pick up that trash. That is somewhere between, we'll say, $20 to $30 dollars a month of an increase at the current rate that we have, not an increased rate, but the current rate. If we were to not go with Republics and go this offer, then we would need to go back to the drawing board and essentially try to determine what's a fair increase to pass along to the commercial clients and the residential clients, I believe, to be able to hold ourselves somewhat even, potentially with what the tipping fee increase would be going to Watauga County, if we were to choose to do that. I think what we're doing right now is eating some of that cost ourselves with the increase of the tipping fee from Watauga County.
Yeah.
On the long run, the commercial clients really could be saving money by going with Republic versus what it would be going with us.
I think if it's a break even, or absolutely, as long as Watauga continues to raise their tipping fees, at some point it would flip the other direction. It may be this year, maybe next year, but
It's almost been 2 months.
it's,
So we're still gonna have recycling by Republic if we agree to this,
yes.
2 times a month. We're
Yes.
gonna have residential trash pickup weekly.
Yeah, just like it is now. Nothing's proposed to change.
And what is Main Street pickup?
Main Street pickup during the summers on the weekends and Monday, Wednesday, I believe, is what we're doing.
And are-
That would stay the same.
And are they gonna include, because there was a problem with American Legion
Right,
when it was rented, that
Right.
that trash would sit there.
right. Yeah, they're aware of that. And I think Parks and Rec, their weekend staff, if they see it, they take care of it. Our guys, as they come through, we're looking for it. So I think
That's changed.
that's been taken care of now.
And what I did not add here, it's not reflected with numbers, but it's reflected with actual time spent. So when we eliminate this position that's on the back of the commercial truck right now, or within the commercial truck itself, we're going to have 3 full-time, not 4 full-time sanitation workers. So we're eliminating obviously the salary and benefit number for that one. That's a real number. But because we're not picking up commercial, we're picking up some extra time ability as well with the 3 that are remaining. And then we've discussed a number of alternatives here for extra pickups on Main Street as a very real possibility, along with some other things as well from a street standpoint. So we will have some added capacity from a manpower standpoint as well by making this change. We also, I think, just in the last couple of weeks, really started diving into what that can mean from just a town center standpoint, is what, from the cans that are on Main Street and what that could look like from an extra pickup standpoint. So these are all things that are possible by going with this alternative change.
So the guys, the 3 full-time on sanitation don't have anything to do with when a water line breaks? They don't help with that?
Typically not.
They're not
Some of
trained?
them- Some of them will, they do help with snow removal, in a limited capacity, but, the only day they'll pick up garbage is Thursdays, so we kind of absorb them and put them wherever we need them on Thursdays.
Okay.
And we pay for shipping, whatever it is. But yeah, right now, the other days of the week, they are running garbage.
Okay.
And like Shane said, that if this is approved, they would pick up Monday, Tuesday, as they do now. The remainder of the week, they're available, to switch out cans on Main Street, clean the cans, to, whatever we need them to do. And I think, more emphasis be put on that, keeping those cleaner and switched out more often.
Yeah. I think that's where our need is Main Streets. But it's sort of a no-brainer to me.
Matt,
Okay.
what do you see the useful life of our current trash truck?
Most of our trucks are relatively new. I think the oldest is a 2015.
Replace two.
We replaced two pretty much back to
Yeah.
back. So those, I mean, we run a 10-year projected life cycle on. Obviously going down the mountain with the residential, you know, I think as long as, again, having in-house mechanics and having routine maintenance kept up on, I think we can get.
So the 175 was for a third truck.
Commercial
Yes.
truck only, so it's a separate truck.
Right.
So we keep 3 trucks in our fleet. Obviously run 2 commercial and residential, and then have a spare, and rotate it through
Right.
all of it. This will allow us to just completely get rid of that truck. We would use one for cardboard on Wednesdays, and then just rotate the other one, or, you know, use one for Monday's route, one for Tuesday's route, and kind of keep
And if
up.
one's down, you just use
But
the
it-
other one.
Exactly.
The pup truck is just, what I call the pup truck, is mainly just used for recycling the cardboard, isn't it?
Right. Correct. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so-
Is it back in operation now?
No.
Okay.
We've got a, yeah, so that's a $12,000 decision there that I don't think we're gonna make to keep that truck. But I think we've got a head, what it was.
It was the rear bull gear
Oh, that's
went out on the motor, and so that's about a $12,000 to $14,000 repair that's just not worth it on that truck.
Well, I was getting ready to say the age on that truck, of what we've had.
Yeah.
Will Republic pick up the cardboard?
I don't think so, they did not.
Is that not considered recycle?
They don't want your cardboard, man.
I've been sticking it in there.
So, no changes on the residential side at all. No changes, no proposed changes, fees, pickup, nothing. So residential stays everything the same. Commercial goes with Republic's separate contract. Town is out of the Republic, the commercial trash business. By doing so, obviously, saving a pretty good amount of money for the town, not including what we would assume would be at some point in the very near future, if not this year, at some point, we'd have to pass along some of these costs to our residential and commercial trash appliances. So it's helping us keep that off, at least for now, and keeping our trash, cost the same is where it is. So there's a savings on the town side. There's also a very real savings on the commercial and residential side there that we're not proposing.
Okay, good. Moving right along.
Thank you.
Planning and inspections. So,
Thanks,
sure.
Matt.
Thank you.
not sure where
Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Kevin is.
Check the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, continue.
So I'm going up to 321
He's going to eat again.
Continued funding for the comprehensive plan 2014 that's in there.
Now I got Parks and Rec now.
Oh, I'm sorry, so we're on page
50.
50. I'm on the PowerPoint. PowerPoint and the pages are off maybe one page, so I apologize. Page 50, planning and inspections. Continued funding for the signage study and zoning ordinance, and continued funding, permit application review, approval, and inspection process. When we get into the rates in a few minutes, as I mentioned earlier, you're going to see a overhaul of all of our planning and inspection rates. And so that's everything from Kevin to John to Tammy. We're essentially proposing an overhaul of those fees to put us more in line with what we're seeing in Lenore and in Boone. We're still under what's being charged there, but we've been significantly under. So simple things like second and third inspections by John, we were charging $25 where they were being charged maybe $100, $150 in the town of Boone or even off the mountain. So we've been somewhat undercharging our developmental fees and our fees to our property owners during construction phases and inspection, et cetera. So overwhelming difference within our fees that we can talk about. Kevin can help kind of thought through. Kevin proposed these fees, so he can kind of walk through the rationale. Planning and inspections from a operational standpoint, in total was down a couple $1,000, most notably because of the decrease in downtown Valley Boulevard cost from last year. So we did have an increase last year to put the Valley Boulevard ad hoc vision in place, and obviously that was phase one. There's $5,000 in there for phase two. We did break out to kind of show everybody there's $6,000 in there for the engineering planner to use. That's what we mentioned earlier. That's the cost of Doug Chapman and McGill to review our plans for potential development that comes in. So those are the changes, or those are kind of some of the highlights. You know, we do have the increase in the personnel due to the salary proposal that we have. But the biggest change, this is the one new position that we put within the budget here, within planning and zoning. And this position that's being proposed, I don't know if we have a title necessarily for this person, but what we envision this person to be would be not a person right out of school. This would be someone with some season to them, some experience, that can come in and I'll let Kevin jump in, but they can come in and not only obviously help, Kevin with planning and zoning, and Tammy on that end, but they would also be able to come in and we would expect them to start working with John and gain their level one as a part of that process. We have no backup for what John's doing right now. Getting to a level 2, level 3, level 4 is not really in question right now, because that takes a number of years, a number of training, but we would expect this person to come in and at least receive the level 1s, I would think.
Yeah, by default, if you've got a degree in something related, you're a level 1 probationary already. So it would be some assistance for John too.
So this person could also assist you
Yes.
with zoning violations as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good.
But he would have to work different hours to do that.
Possible, but there could be flexible hours through on weekend stuff.
Because everybody knows when you leave town.
Yeah, I know.
So say that again, if they have a degree in what? They're a level 1.
Planning, zoning.
Planning or, basically, you can be level 1 probationary from day 1. In that type of position. Now,
But you've got to have
as long as you're
experience.
supervised by someone that has some, that's across the state. But, level 1, you don't do a whole lot, but you're learning, you're in trade, you're under an apprentice type situation, but, with a degree, BS or BA, you can be level 1 from the beginning.
We would expect this person to be literally boots on the ground, though, spending as much as maybe a third of their time with John, helping him out, but learning the actual inspection side of things as well. So it wouldn't just be a
So is that how you get to a level 2, or do you have to take didactic work too? Seminars?
You have to go through class to get to the next level. But you have a qualification based on your degree level. Level 1, not.
So are you level 1?
No, I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything secure.
Should we make this a
What's your
closed
degree in?
session?
Planning, community regional planning.
So that's after, so,
You can come in if your
Is that new?
desire is, no, it's been at least, need John to explain a little bit more. But especially years ago, there was a shortage. And there's gonna be more shortage in building inspectors across the state. Especially those that are at level 3 in 4 trades. There's not many of those. John's one of them.
so you're saying a building inspector level 1? Not planning.
No,
Yeah, I'm sorry, when I said level 1, I meant building inspection. So we would expect this person to be actively using, not just probationary because of their degree, but actually out in the field a portion of their time.
You want them experienced.
What's that?
You want them experienced when they come.
Absolutely, yeah. And potentially get a level 2, potentially move on and have that ability to have that. When we were talking through this, from a building inspection only standpoint, whether it's Watauga County, Caldwell County, wherever the case may be, there's a massive shortage of building inspectors. And so we're fortunate to have John obviously here that we can loan him out essentially for a rate, a cost, and we do that somewhat, fairly often when things are hectic in other places, for for him to go over and help out the county. And obviously, we charge for that fee to be done most of the time. But this person that could come in potentially would be able to start learning that trade as well and move themselves up to not only level, but maybe even higher than that as part of their overall job description. That would be part of that process.
How can we attract this person here?
Salary.
As
Yeah,
hard
I
as
was
it
gonna say,
is,
well, I
with
think-
all these employment issues I feel like every other conversation's about finding employees for everything. You got one in your back pocket.
Well, I think from,
Well, I have some ideas.
yeah,
Good,
we,
good.
I
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, we've had some, we know some,
wonderful.
very much like the code.
Wonderful.
But, you know, that's just, but hey, I wonder if so, but, you know, some of the problems we see right now in our community, boom, this is gonna be that restaurant worker and that kind of stuff. This is not gonna be that situation.
Okay.
There's planners, yeah, there's planners and zoners and zoning folks out there, in other cities and other counties, if that makes sense, that are probably number 2, number 3 on the list somewhere. That's probably gonna be my opinion, is who's gonna be the most likely to be attracted to this type of position, because they're working second or third behind maybe someone else, or, yeah, that's who we're not looking to get another planning director in here from another place. We're looking to get someone that's probably got, we'll say 5, 6, 18 years type of experience, that's somewhere middle range, potentially at another place, that's looking to do some other things. We want someone, though, that would be absolutely willing to learn these other trades and be willing to do that.
Are these
I also hope that they would be experienced in grant writing, you know.
Absolutely.
You get somebody that can come in here and accomplish a $100,000 or $200,000 grant, you know, they've almost paid for their salary right there, you know. It'd be nice somebody that had some experience on that.
Well, and then how would they do the enforcement part of our ordinances? Do they take a police officer along with them? I've always wondered about that. Do you like put on a flak jacket and go in and knock on the door and
person
say,
gonna
you're
be
not
hard to
supposed to be
find.
ready in this house?
Person's gonna be hard to find.
We don't do that, but
Grant, you gotta
Okay.
do something else.
have someone that knows what the code says and to be out there.
Yeah.
You don't have to take the physical enforcement action at that moment. You document it, you talk to a neighbor, you take pictures, and you come out, and, you know, when I go to work on something, the letter or a phone call is the first step. They do the same thing. They're not, I mean, there may be some days where they're picking up signs that are illegal. I've done that for 20 years.
Who,
I've done
are
that.
you talking weekend? We're not all doing it, are we? You done it?
Don't do
Pick
that.
up illegal signs? Yeah.
Don't do that.
Well,
Ah,
to
jeez.
give you an example, Burlington does have a zoning enforcement officer that carries a sidearm.
Well, what is the legal ramifications? I mean, can the police, are they legally allowed to handle enforcement?
For zoning?
So, 2 parts of the code. You've got the town code, dealing with noise, traffic, dogs, parking. You know, that part, the administrator is Shane. He administers, like, you're gonna be responsible for this, and I'm responsible for this. And he is the administrator of that part of the code. I'm the administrator for the land use code.
Why
The
can't,
police have not been brought in on the land use code unless, hey, look, let me know if you see this weekend. You know, they're sneaking around, Aaron or somebody, Nathan lets me know, hey, this is what we saw this weekend.
So I think a lot of what we have is we can do a better job, especially with our road patrol folks, of letting them know what to be looking for. And that way, they can pick up the phone or send a text or whatever the case may be to Kevin or John or Tammy or this new person and say, up on Chestnut, I'm seeing this. There's construction going on Sunday morning at 7:30 or 9:30, whatever the case may be. Those are the things we can do a much better job of.
well,
Our road folks, so letting
Yeah,
them know what to look for.
you know, I'm an advocate, like, did you get my text about the land for sale sign?
Yes.
On
Did you pick them
Edmondson?
up?
I don't remember which one.
On Edmondson?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There were
see?
2 signs that came out, because we were doing flags on the graves. And Saturday, they had, a land on the medium, land for sale sign on the medium, and then one of those flags that are real tall that was on Edmonston Road, which was still in the, annexation. I texted you, because I knew he was in, on his anniversary trip. And,
Oh, this week?
Last week.
and so I think the point is that the police, you know, I mean, I texted you, they went down because I guess they sold the land. I don't even know where the land was.
He's muted your text.
Yeah, probably. He blocked me.
No, no. No.
And so, I mean, I think I understand the position, but I also think that enforcement is worse on Thursday to Monday, because that's when everybody's putting the stuff out, and we've got people coming in town that probably don't necessarily know the rules. So I would educate the police. I mean, you're diversifying, and you could start utilizing, because this person that you've got sounds like they're gonna have a lot to do besides enforcement. But get the 5 things that you run into or that we're complaining about. The signs on the side of the road. I mean, you know, I saw 3 police cars come out of Chitola, and there was that internet, the guy keeps putting those internet signs up, and it was right there, and they all passed it. Nobody picked it up. So they don't know. And if you could do an education for them, like whatever 5 things are that were bugging you. I mean, short-term rental, I keep hearing that. I mean, you know, enforcement of the trash cans.
I feel like we have passed an invisible line, and it could be like the size of the town, where normally someone could ask you guys or people know, and they respect each other because it's a small enough town, and they don't do the stuff. Well, now there's a wider degree of separation, and people are trying to get away with more stuff. I mean, I feel like that's one of the pains of growth. And that, normally we could, hey, see somebody at church or whatever and say, don't do that, and that'll be enough.
Yeah,
But now,
There's new people, there's new businesses.
there's new,
They don't,
they don't have a history
place
here.
They didn't know.
Yeah,
So, we don't allow those bent flags now. No.
well, and it's
Oh, I didn't know.
yeah, and as we get bigger and there's also people just don't feel, they don't feel like they owe somebody. There's not as much respect as there used to be 10 years ago even, where you would take the time to call the town and say, hey, is this allowed or not? They just do it.
I think
It's a
it's-
different frame of mind.
I think it's ask forgiveness instead of permission.
It's a new thing. I don't think it's just, I think it's been happening and now it feels like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden people aren't following the rules, but it's been slowly happening over time.
Yeah, I think that's just overall everywhere. I mean, I think folks are just more, they don't call and ask, they just do, and then they wait for.
Like
They'd rather get their hands
It's
slapped.
easier to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Or
tell you
try
who's
to-
got-
And I just think we need to pull in more than this one poor person that you now got 5 jobs for them to do.
I don't think there's any doubt that we can take some time and educate, especially our newer officers, because normally who's on the road to begin with, some things to let us know, and not necessarily even ask them to physically do certain things, but let us know when they see certain things. Eyes and ears are the most important piece, absolutely. Everybody's been
Yeah,
out
or
there,
pick up
so.
the signs instead of Virginia. She's
Well,
gonna
and
get
it
shot.
could be on the, that banner that runs across our, website. Did you know that it is past time to take your political presidential signs down? Or, something fun. Did you know, you can sign up for the Parks and Rec pool right now? But I mean, things that we're annoyed by and people probably don't know. And we can lead them to the place to find it.
In all fairness, because of where I was, it did not go to you. I just checked it, sorry.
If you want to know how to avoid retribution, just go talk to Sonny Brown.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on. All right, enough said.
But I'm gonna be more receptive to a position like this if we start educating
I think
for
this will
some of
be
the issues.
this will be a growing position. Kevin will have to get his feet wet with this new position. John will as well. Shane. And I think that person will be used in alternate roles, you know? But I agree with you, the police, whatever,
Yeah,
should
they're out
be
there. They're
involved.
the ones driving it.
Police need training.
Yeah,
There are a
because,
lot of enforcement action things. We just have
That
not
wouldn't
had
take
time
long.
to take up. You know, weeds, junk
I
cars,
don't blame them
you've
for
asked me
doing
about
that
the
now.
place down there. And there's success with them doing anything. Hey, I wanna do it. Ain't done. So now I'm gonna crack the whip.
You need
And
my help?
spending the amount, yes, I do. Spending the amount of time to get that issue takes away from the other things that y'all want done too. To have someone else that I can say, I need to take care of this.
go do it.
And here's your list of other things.
And y'all can figure out how you want, I mean, if you know, that's your management of, if you want the police just to notify them, if you want them to pull up a sign, if you want them to knock on the door, but, you know, I mean, in some of the situations with the short-term rental, I just don't see not an armed police officer going out there, because some of these people are a little hostile.
I
I
think,
mean, I'd be
that-
afraid to send Kevin.
But,
I think
but
what we
here's
ought
the
to
thing,
do,
it's not the person that's staying there that is doing it.
That's right.
It's the person that owns the property. So if they go knock on the door and they say, hey, are you Betty Moore? Oh, hey, Betty Moore, nice to meet you. I'm not Betty Moore, I'm renting this place.
You know, we can get a lot
So-
of information just from, you know, driving down the road and walking down the street and seeing these cars, these license plates, and kind of get the pattern. I'm gonna knock on the door and say, hey, who are you? Where, we ain't doing this. It's the homeowner that knows it's, if they know it's wrong, if they don't know it's wrong.
Sit in a chair, weak as your
Deal with
glutes.
them, not with the people
Kevin,
that are there.
weak glutes.
Deal with the people that are there, if they're breaking the other laws, like they got dogs running loose, they're partying all night, and they got trash cans and parking everywhere. Those are the things that the tenant should not be doing.
Right.
The homeowner is ultimately responsible for the use of the property.
okay.
Well, Kevin, sitting in a chair, weakens your glutes, and we wouldn't want to see that happen there.
What'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
That's okay, he didn't say anything.
Just stay standing up.
When's the last time I gavelled you?
First time, damn day you were here.
All right, can we move along, guys?
Okay, page 58, park and recreation, landscaping, and we'll start bracketing there on the backside of
Thanks,
this,
Kev.
because it all kinds of goes together. But overall, park and recreation and landscaping is a $1.2 million budget. What it does continue is funding for our continued part-time Memorial Park staff that we talked about earlier. Does continue funding for the landscaping, beautification. That's a kind of a joint effort between the town, the TDA, and BRAC. That's our flowers and hanging baskets and et cetera. That's downtown. Obviously something new. There's $264,610 just for the 321. That's new money towards 321 on the landscaping through a state. We have one item in the current budget for capital. That's replacement of a 1999 E-Z-GO Workhorse with a second mini truck. If you haven't seen our first mini truck, you need to go see our first mini truck. It's out watering.
It's adorable.
It is.
It looks like Richard Scarry's, you know that, you know, Miss Owen probably.
It is.
It is Richard Scarry. I expect a little worm with that on.
You talking about the Suzuki?
Yes.
Little Suzuki?
Yes. The one you were talking about this morning. So,
That's a little more
Y'all are
there.
laughing because the
Yeah, we
worms
know.
know what I'm talking about.
we know what you're talking about. We know what you're talking about.
Okay, let's move on here.
And, the budget does not include fireworks, so we'll go kind of line by line, quickly through this in just a few minutes, but, those are some of the highlights. So, overall, we'll start with this is on 58. If you look at, starting at the top with salaries, the 264, 610 numbers in there is contracted services. That's obviously the biggest difference within, no, sorry, I was gonna say, wait a minute, that changed. I had the old copy within there, sorry. So park and recreation, personnel change, the majority of the change there is again related to the increase in our overall salary plan. Our seasonal pool camp number is in there at 101.5. That goes back to where it really was 2 years ago, or where it should have been 2 years ago. Last year, we ended up decreasing that number because of COVID. So we weren't sure what we would have with camp counselors and our pool staff, et cetera. So that number's back to less than it was 3 years ago, but we feel like that's where it needs to be from a management standpoint. So overall, the largest changes within our personnel, within our changes within our salaries itself.
About part-time mowing.
Okay, part-time mowing is at 27 versus at 14 last year, so that is essentially that. That's our part-time landscape folks in the summer. So we have, I think, have we hired those folks yet, or are we still advertising?
Still advertising.
We haven't had, so that is one position that we've not
you
had
have to
any interest in, which is this
So
is our,
is it a
our help weed
motorized
eaters, our,
mower?
our blowers, our pulling weeds type of person. We always have, Kevin's son did it for a number of years, but we don't have anyone right now that's filling that role, so that position's still vacant, that part-time position, but that's
What are your children doing this summer?
playing baseball. Wish they could.
At the pool, I saw one at the pool.
I saw two
Honestly.
yesterday walking down the street, and I didn't know they were here.
Were they safe?
Yes. They were eating blue deer on the way to lunch. I mean, all on the way to lunch, they were eating blue deer.
It's okay to eat dessert first when you're a single-digit number in age.
But we try to hire seasonal help in the mowing and weed eating during this time of year because it's the busiest time. We currently have 1 or 2 positions that we're advertising.
Typically, we can hire 2 people.
We don't have anyone for the position.
No, we're still advertising. Hence why it's good we're contracting out.
A lot of pools aren't even open this year, aren't they? Are you
Yeah,
out to state?
I've had several, people down the mountain who've called me and asked how we got lifeguards because they can't even open their pool because they don't have any staff to work.
Tell them we birthed them.
I like what
We
you
made
did
them.
with blocking the times. I thought that was really smart. And I had a resident who asked, let me get this right. I think you need to save more time for Blowing Rock residents. And I said, well, all you have to do is go on and you get a reduced rate. Is that correct? So as long as they go in, they,
Well, and I have seen at the pool, it was fabulous last year, by the way. The people at the desk say, and you are, because they have to ask that to know the rate to charge, but if there were cancellations, they let the local people in first.
Well,
I don't know that we should say
So
that out
this-
loud, but that, I
so
saw that
this
happen.
year,
too late now.
this year, because the governor kind of opened everything up so late, we had already planned and hired staff according to reservations and keeping our numbers down like we did last year, because we weren't sure what was gonna happen. So, we do have people who were like, do you have swim lessons? No, we're not offering swim lessons this year, because we had already scheduled and planned how we had planned. And so it's the same way with the, we were just doing it by session and paying per session. So we have had phone calls about pool memberships and all of that, and we just didn't plan for that. And then when the governor just sort of opened everything up last minute, it's hard to change after we already have everything kind of scheduled. So next year could be different for sure, but the one feedback that we have gotten a lot of from, like positive feedback, is that there is reservations and you know that there's only gonna be this amount of people. One thing that we're also doing is we're gonna have a camp time slot that it will just be our camp kids and there won't be public there, so the public won't be upset that all the camp kids were there at the pool with them at the same time. So we kind of worked that out to where they won't, you know.
Sort of reassess it and see if you like that better, because it makes sense to me and it keeps people from hogging the whole time. You
Well,
know.
the camp, so the camp kids coming is not, that is not what everybody likes. My kids love when the camp kids come, because that's their friends from school. So I don't know who's saying that why they wouldn't like a bunch of friends there, all of a sudden it's a party.
Well,
I mean, maybe
it's a party
that's,
for your family, but not a party for other people.
well, but I mean, is that because their kids don't know how to swim very well? There might be underlying reasons why, I don't feel
It's
not safe.
lifeguards.
We did the work and our kids can swim.
Right.
You know, so take some of those comments with a grain of salt, and your camp counselors manage those kids very well too. And so please, you're doing a good job with the camp, and
Thank you.
some people love them.
Okay, moving on,
Are we,
moving on.
are we going to have a full day's holiday to announce we're selling the buses?
So, we are not proposing, so we will be, as we go down through here, as we, there's an increase in our field trip number. If you look at our field trips, there's an increase in cost in both field trips and I think we call them, is it belt trips or something within that? I can't remember. Well, no, it's just materials and supplies, they can't, that's what it is, I'm sorry, and field trips. We have discussed with the Watauga County School System, the cost of renting an activity bus. We will not be taking, obviously, the same amount of field trips this year because places still haven't really opened back up to a lot of the things because of kind of the last minute changes. But when we do take the field trips, we'll be charged $2 per mile to rent a Watauga County activity bus.
Do they supply the driver, or do we have to supply the driver?
We supply the driver. We have 2 CDL drivers on staff that can drive those buses. So going forward, we feel like this year is a good test year. I think we'll be moving out of having summer camp buses as being, the 2 that we have now haven't been operated. This will be the second summer. They didn't operate at all last year. And so those buses were in the needs of some repairs then that are obviously gotten only worse, since that time. So we're not proposing utilizing any internal buses any longer. We'll probably, as this goes well, we'll probably just continue to propose moving forward year after year using Watauga County buses at $2 a mile to do that.
Conversation that I've had with our town mechanic, it's really not good to let them sit for so long. We utilize them in the summer, obviously during summer camp, but then, we don't really have to use them throughout the year, and when they sit, and the longer they sit, the harder it is on them. They're diesel buses that need to be run, so.
Okay.
Operational wise, some of the bigger changes, obviously, we talked about 321, that's the biggest one by far, but then, the overall budget.
I voted against that.
We are not, doing fireworks any longer. That was something that took place
Tell Jim Steele that
2 summers ago. I think conversations began with the country club last year. They moved forward with having their own. They will still have their own this year. So same fireworks, same location. We just aren't splitting the cost with them anymore. We're not supplying them with our park and recreation staff that we normally would supply them with. They are working with the police department. I think they're going to ask to utilize the police for certain additional measures, but they will not be blocking off public streets the way they had in the past. That's not, obviously, has never been allowed, but should not really have taken place. And so there's some reduction in costs there from a fireworks standpoint. But again, the fireworks will continue on as normal, just
But
not
we're not
can't
advertising,
participate.
we're not advertising anything for the public. They don't mind if public, I guess, watch, but there's gonna be no advertisement on our part, that they're having fireworks.
And Tweetsie has them like the same
Tweetsie
weekend.
has them, Town
So
Boone, I think,
people
has
can go-
them. I mean, there's a lot of places around that has fireworks.
There's some additional cost to the American Legion for some repairs that are part of this budget. So that's mainly floor repair within the American Legion. That's a part of this increase. The pool cover that was talked about a couple years ago that was never ordered is back in now, so that's part of this increase as well down under materials and supplies.
Would that help keep it warmer, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
We hope so. From a TDA's perspective, so the TDA spent a lot of time talking about park and recreation on Tuesday during their budget. And so one of the things they spoke of was wanting to add some funding in. I think Tim talked about it the most, and Tim just left, I guess, was that $25,000 had been added in to help fund weekend help on in the park, trash, bathrooms, et
That's
cetera.
good.
And so there's some discussions that took place during the TDA meeting that I think we're trying to gain some answers to. Right now, that's in 1/3 money. They may want to move that to the 2/3 money. That's a discussion for the TDA board. Right now, they're kind of working through that as saying that the experience of the visitor itself is just as much as marketing and promotion as marketing and promotion. That if you don't have a good experience, or if something's dirty, something's not clean, then it is a negative promotion. And so, just saying all that, the TDA's put $25,000 in their
Regular.
budget to help pay for some of the cleanliness, bathroom, weekend type help. That would be, as we talked about it, that would be in addition to our 14, 15, 16-year-olds. This would be more of a older person perhaps, that older as in not 14, 15, 16. So I'm not discriminating. 18 and above, we'll say,
More mature.
that has the ability to oversee and manage obviously what's going on. We've got a couple of individuals right now that's working with the town on a part-time basis, Hunter and Harvey, that have been doing a tremendous job. So we're trying to think through more replication of that.
Thank you, big boy.
I just make sure that I would
Charles
get a
Atlas.
good clarification before I start spending TDA money on something, to make sure that the state doesn't say this is not, you're not allowed to do this.
Yeah, we were charged, Nicole, and the board talked about before the budget's actually passed, trying to get an actual answer. So that's in the process right now. So I just wanted to make you all aware of what's being discussed on their side. They're trying to take a more active role in helping the downtown maintain area.
Well, if they are, I think that ought to be 2/3 if it's allowed. They're 2/3.
That was the conversation, that's right. That's the conversation that they had on Tuesday that we're trying to get. So I just wanted to fill y'all in on that conversation as well. Capital-wise, there's only one item, that's the mini truck. So $8,000 for, golf carts, I think are about $12,000 to $13,000. There's a 99 E-Z-GO workhorse that's in need of replacement pretty bad. It's 20, is that really right? Is it 99? Is it 22 years old? Okay, so it's a 22-year-old golf cart. And Park and Recreation Landscaping is asked to replace that with another one of the mini trucks.
So the pool cover, is the money already been in there? Because that would be a capital, wouldn't that be a capital?
We put it under repairs and material supplies pool.
Well, it's more than your little mini truck.
Yeah, it's 12,000, 14,000 for the.
25, well,
No,
that's
that
everything.
includes yeah, I think it was like 14 maybe, somewhere around there.
And that was included in the budget 2 years ago, but not spent. So that rolled into fund balance. So that's kind of a
So the
re-upping
money's
some-
there?
The money's been,
Oh,
yeah, we didn't spend it in the year in which we were.
that's probably why you didn't put it under capital. Okay.
Moving right along.
One question, please. Line 033, the park office materials and supplies. That's kind of been all over the place, but I'm looking at comparing it 2 years ago, which last year it's not a good comparison for Parks and Rec. It's like a 30% decrease, but it's back kind of to 18, 19 numbers. What's going on up?
That's not
Why
what
is this a
they're
roller
requesting.
coaster?
So I don't know.
So
Part of it, I know, has to do with, you did the changes in their renovations in there.
Oh.
Pay for some of those.
The renovation should have come from maintenance repair office on 016.
Right, and you're asking about, which one again?
33.
Oh,
33.
33. Let's see.
And there was a significant request versus recommended difference. I'm just trying to get a handle on all this kind of roller coaster on this line.
I think it was cut.
So, two things that I know of. One was under 15, which is maintenance repair part that went down, and that was the wall, the rock wall.
Yes.
So the reason for the decrease in what was requested versus what's now in there was the rock wall cost. And so, as I think we all kind of talked, the rock wall is been talked about for a number of years. We know now some things that are going to happen. One, with crosswalks, which we'll talk about in a little bit, that pole's coming out. So that obviously makes sense to wait till the pole comes out, put the wall in, since we're taking down stoplights, that tension pole that's in there. We also talked about, on the rock wall, that we're waiting on Cardiff. And if Cardiff comes through, we're getting ready to have some pretty significant overhaul, changes to the park, a lot of construction within the park. My thought there, and I think I try to share that with you all, is just trying to time that construction together so we're not tearing up the park and doing the wall leading into another prolonged construction period. It'd be nice to try to time those all together. If we're down there obviously doing the work for the new volleyball court, etc., that would be kind of a nice time to do the wall and try to cordon off certain sections of the park to do construction at the same time, type of time frame.
But we shouldn't, have funds there for when that happens? Or do you think the wall could be part of the Part F?
I think potentially. I think
Oh, good.
I think it depends on what we end up there with.
I don't remember it.
Bundle it all together. We have the rock, it's just the labor itself as a part of that process.
Oh, good. So the rock's already,
We have the rock, we probably have to get some more block, stuff like that, but we have the rock itself to match the other rock wall.
oh, good.
You remember Virginia, we were gonna do both sides, and our
We're not
rock,
even,
the rock mason got injured.
right.
So we, what's his name?
Luke.
No,
Ed Evans.
Ed Evans hired outside, thank you, to finish the rock wall.
Yeah.
Well, they had to use up some of our funding for doing the other side, because we had to hire outside.
But it's actually working out better now that that pole's coming out, because that pole was gonna be
Yeah,
in the way.
so everything happens
in
for a
the
reason.
middle,
That pole comes out,
Yeah,
So it
The
really
one
is
right out
better
here.
than-
Yeah, I actually went out and
The
looked
guy
at
pole.
it.
on the other
It
side.
would fit.
yeah, but it's a guy.
It looks a little odd not having it,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Well, that answers that. Thank you.
Well, and I was gonna say, Park and Rec did, so as part of the budget, they put the cost in for the wall. They also put the cost in for, complete replacement of the Laurel Lane wall that's down there.
It's crumbling
That's
mess.
crumbling. Again, when we had Pine and Laurel on kind of the agenda, that was gonna be one of the suggestions that, as part of that process, maybe that's part of that conversation potentially within that. So, there were some pieces in there. The Park and Rec did what I asked them to do, which is come up with quotes on some of this stuff. Now, the American Legion, the other buildings, we left those repairs in there. We didn't take those out. Pool repairs, the things like that, we left in there. But there was some, those two especially were the ones that the wall needs to be done, but maybe it's a timing thing. The Laurel Lane one, we can talk about here. I've got my feelings towards that. There's a $30,000 number. Does that sound right? Towards Laurel Lane?
Is it just one side or is it redoing the whole thing?
It's a mess.
The whole thing.
I know the side by the Pine Knoll is.
And so that whole wall is crumbling. It's obviously sand, the mortars become sand. So that's been taken out of the budget from a request standpoint to the actuals as well.
All right,
I've got one question to ask right quick. I noticed it wasn't, you didn't have anything in for it, and I didn't see it anywhere. Has any more thought been given to after-school and snow day programs?
We had discussed
If we don't
that.
offer nothing in the winter.
Right, we had discussed that before COVID actually had started. It kind of got obviously put on the back burner after all of that happened, but it is something that we can absolutely look into. We did try it one year and ended up moving it to Braun, because Braun was sort of a part of it, a piece of it. So, it's definitely something that we can have, look into for the winter time, but it's not anything that's necessarily budgeted for I don't know if we would really need a budget for it. It's probably something that we could just incorporate and have. You know, I don't know if we actually need any budget for that.
Well, I didn't know if you'd need to budget anything on salary or anything because of
No,
time
we
of
could
going
probably-
down.
Have you filled Amber's position? Because what, was that part of her position, or there wasn't? Autumn, I'm sorry, Autumn.
Baker is now in that position.
Okay, and is it year-round or just a summer?
Get your tail done.
Year round. Yes.
Wait, what?
All right.
I don't know, from a BRAC standpoint, you know, there was some, I don't think there's hardly any changes other than some
So
increase.
we're page
in-
50?
Yeah, so page, well, BRAC's 59.
59, I'm sorry.
And so the biggest change there was an increase in flowers and landscaping within the BRAC budget itself. So that's continued. More hanging baskets down Sunset, I think was the biggest piece of that. Is that right? We put hanging baskets down Sunset.
We're trying to figure out a way to do something on Sunset, besides the little 8-inch pots that we put down there. They're really difficult to maintain, because they're so small. So they can't get very big. They're pretty much underwhelming if you look at them compared to the hanging baskets we hang on Main Street. So we're trying to figure out something different to be able to
59.
give them a little
All
more.
right, where's you
But
talking
those have to be watered. I mean, there's not much soil, so they dry out so quick. And sometimes we have pots that don't make it because it's pretty rough. So we're trying to come up with a new solution.
How many big pots did you actually have on, like, the bump outs or the sidewalk?
Probably 5 or 6.
Those were really pretty.
5 or 6 of those. We have to be very careful with Sunset because we don't want businesses down Sunset to think that they're not as important as Main Street. And now that we have pots on those, we're actually trying something new this year. There's gonna be one pole on Sunset that has a basket that surrounds the pole. It doesn't hang, it's like on the actual pole that you put your potting soil in and you plant your flowers. So like the flowers will look like it's growing around the pole. So we're trying one of those out this year to see how this works before we go and order the rest of them. I only say there's like 12 poles down Sunset.
Well, and what I told people, it had to do with the pole itself, that couldn't handle the big.
That's why we can't hang the basket,
Right.
the big basket. So we're
If I get
we
asked,
can
that's
have
what I
them
tell them. It's
surround
not-
the pole and
yeah.
it will flop.
It's not that we don't love you, it's just the pole will fall over.
Right.
There's some really pretty grass strips along Sunset.
Where? I haven't seen them.
You should walk up Sunset every now and then,
I
Albert.
walk twice a day. Haven't seen them yet.
Okay, where are we?
Well,
Pretty
moving
sign
on-
down
Let's,
there, man.
yeah, let's move on.
Moving on to the water and sewer fund, if you're okay
Virginia,
with
there's a
that.
sign down at the end of the street.
We're strong enough? So you're on 60?
Moving on to 60. So
Thank you.
water and sewer revenue summary. Biggest change here, and we'll go over in just a few moments, is our change in our overall water rate plan from taking a 5,000 gallon minimum to a 3,000 gallon minimum. We'll look at the real numbers of what we think that's going to obviously charge. So from an expenditure standpoint, continued funding of the debt service, that's several pieces. That's the interconnect, that's moving on to the general obligation bonds as well. Funding for the field operation groups that maintain the water and sewer collection system. I think there's one capital item there, or two, I think, a camera and a truck that we'll go over. Utility plant, continue operations within that, and repairs of the wastewater treatment plant. We do have a manager discretionary fund. We put here that this was earmarked for possible tank maintenance. We'll talk about the tank maintenance. We'll also want to talk about the upcoming timeline for USDA potential loan for the Main Street project, and Doug will jump in on that when we get to that point.
Are you on 61 or 62?
I was on 60's revenues,
You're
but I
yeah,
was referring
60's
to
revenue.
just up here, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, from a revenue standpoint, Your largest factor, really the only factor, is going to be our change in the way that we are doing our billing from the 5,000 gallon to the 3,000 gallon. We did propose some increase in our water and sewer impact fee changes. I'm sorry, the taps themselves. And so what we've been doing with our water taps, there are some proposed increases there as well that we can go over when we get to the fees. So that's again kind of passing some of that on to the developers as part of that process.
So, do you know the percent of people that use 3,000?
Let me get over to,
Must be bigger than a lot.
we can look up and get some.
I was just curious, I didn't know if you had.
I'd say 75% of our people in our town use 3,000 gallons or less.
Yeah, 3,000. Yeah, it was over.
Is that many?
It was over the majority, for sure. Yes.
And that's something that, I mean, in talking to rural water, that's something that's changed over time for a lot of people. Because now we're more conscious, we're having all these low flow fixtures and features and, you know, that's kind of standard now. So, sorry.
So are you talking 3,000 for 2 months or 3,000 for one month? 2 months?
2 months. So we're 5,000 gallons per, so these are per billings, so every 2 months. Correct.
So is that 10,000 or 5,000
5,000.
5,000.
Now they're talking 3.
a month?
5,000, so right now we're 5,000 every 2 months, so 2,500 gallons a month. We're proposing to go to 3,000, which is 15 gallons, 1,500 gallons a month.
So
Okay.
5,000 of billing
Yeah.
is how we look at it. 5,000 gallons of billing, we'll go to 3,000 gallons of billing.
You won't have to worry, you only shower.
When we started looking at, I mean, as a part of this, and what's up on the screen is kind of the breakdown of what this looks
You gonna
like.
keep
But
your showers open over there?
as we started talking with other entities in our area, Boone, Bannerell, Beach Mountain, et cetera, 1,000 to 2,000 gallon minimums is exactly what everybody's using. No one was using 2,500, 3,000, et cetera. So, and that was per month. The majority overwhelming is 1,000 gallons. That's kind of the minimum. Boone's at 2,000. And so everything above that has a rate to it, you know, the $6 a gallon, that type of thing, or per 1,000 gallons. So what we're proposing here right now is if you're at a 5,000 gallon, you know, 5,000 minimum bill, then you're paying $47 every 2 months, correct?
Yes.
And then $6.25 for $6.25 per 1,000 gallon thereafter. What we're proposing is going to a $51.70. This is again every 2 months. 3,000 gallon minimum bill and $6.88 per 1,000 gallon average. What it is an average increase of about 10%. Should be about 10% per bill that's on there as a part of that. And then what we put here is kind of a year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 plan. We're not asking to approve that today. We just wanted to show, as we started looking through the debt service that we knew that would be coming up with some of these projects, we're trying to start anticipating what type of a revenue source we think we need now to start building reserves to help offset this debt service that's going to be coming up, mainly for the plant upgrades and Main Street water and sewer. And so what we've put in here is putting in a rate system that allows for reserves to start being built up on top of the debt service. Now, I will say, we'll see in just a few minutes as we go through the expenditure side, these numbers included us paying debt service starting year 1. We are not going to be paying debt service year 1. We'll talk in a few minutes. Our timelines actually, we'll start working on these projects now this summer, but because of the size of the plant upgrades and most notably Main Street water and sewer, we really won't start paying this debt back probably for two budget cycles beyond that. So if we keep the proposed plan, it'll allow us to even build more significant reserves within the water and sewer plan, or water and sewer fund, what we have here, because the debt service is included here in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. We believe it's really going to be year 3 before that debt service starts being taken into account.
What I'm getting is, they approved the budget. This still has to be approved separately, of course, okay?
These are part of the rates and the fees that's approved as part of that budget.
Right.
That's right.
So, but this has to be approved separately from the budget.
No, it's part of the fees, so it's part of the budget itself.
So what's the rate increase on the gallons over 3,000? Do you
It's-
have that? Is that part of the 10%?
It's the 10%, so the 625 to the 688.
And then the 47 to the 51 is 10%? Those two together?
Yes.
But this is just a different way of making the high-end users pay more, a little more than what people that's using below the minimum, or minimum and below.
It is, so the way that the study, well,
No, I mean, I think that I think actually that those users have really been kind of bearing most of the increases that we've done.
Right.
This is actually more evenly spreading it, because the people, we have about 68% of our customers that are below 5,000 gallons. So those people have been very minimally hit by these changes. I mean, if they ever are. Well, very minimally, they are, because we've been raising that base rate.
Right.
But, I mean, it's dollars, per billing. So this will spread that and give us, I'm gonna use this term, you may not like it, more bang for our buck in our increase. We're gonna actually see revenues that we should in making these increases, that we've been trying to make, for a little while.
It's more equitable.
yeah, we
Yes,
found,
yes.
by doing the study that, over 2/3 of our customer base is under 5,000 gallons, which means whether that's 2,000 gallons or 4,999, everybody at that level is getting the same type of impact necessarily. The issue is that there's a big difference there between what may be at the lower end and the higher end is being used, and there's no equity within who's paying what within that group. And then above that is really, like I think Nicole was trying to say, they're not really carrying that brunt because of how it's been kind of
Because
played out.
they're already paying the per thousand rate above that anyway.
That's right. And so what we're attempting to do here is, if you're, and I think it's fair to say, if you're a very basic 2/3 of our customers here, we believe the increase is going to be, we thought around 8% is what we were saying, right? Less than 10%. Is that what we had discovered? But not more than 10% within that type of increase. And then it's going to be higher than that if you are a higher user. So we're going to again have some of our larger users, because of the increase, there's probably going to be a little more significant of an increase there than some of that.
Well, the bottom line there, you can see customer billing, 5,000 gallon usage. That's a comparison of what a 5,000 gallon customer currently spends. That's $47 a billing, to under
That's
the
per
new
2
plan.
months.
Yes. Under the new plan, it would be $65.45. Now, we take a 10,000 gallon, do a comparison below that, and a 10,000 gallon customer currently would spend $78.25, and under the new plan, it would be $99.83. That's per billing.
So most people are gonna be above 100 on their water bill every 2 months.
No, I think,
Water.
water and sewer total, yes.
Yeah, total,
Yes, correct. That's right, because this is showing water.
One of them,
only.
yeah.
This would apply to water and
So
sewer.
you got double that, so.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, I think, is that we're building in a reserve for water and sewer maintenance, which we have never done. I mean, I think we put some money aside, but it always seemed to get yanked.
Well,
So this-
it dropped out of the budget about, 2013?
We had it in there.
That we used to have that line item of the reserve. I think it was only like 25,000 a year went into it. It was minimal money that went into it, You're not gonna get far with 25,000, but we had some going in it, and then it stopped.
Well, because when you're having, your revenues not increase with the cost of just operations, then you can't really fund
Are you
this.
gonna be able to earmark that money?
Yes, so on page 65, at the very bottom, under field operations, there's a number that's called transfer to PRV reserve, $159,618. And so that is year one's reserve number. So by changing the rates that we're proposing here, we feel like in year one, after paying for our normal operational costs, we'll have approximately $160,000 in year one that we can put aside as a reserve we put their PRVs. Since we started this process, in the last really day or two, we've kind of gotten more of a confirmation that we feel like that we're going to receive about $400,000 as a town very soon as part of the ARP money that's coming in, the federal money that's coming down from the coronavirus plan. And so that amount would allow us, along with this type of reserve, to really go ahead and we feel like knock out our most critical PRVs and cash flow those within the next few months if that money comes down from that. And so this reserve may or may not necessarily be used for the PRVs. It may be able to be set aside for future debt service as a part of that.
So they're not gonna be a whole lot of restrictions on their money?
Well, they are. So I think for water and sewer, it's got to be SRF eligible type repairs, Doug.
That's one of the criteria that they throw out, but it's still pretty fuzzy.
You know, some of the big things that loss of revenue due to coronavirus that we don't qualify for. We've not lost revenue, we've increased in revenue. So loss of, actual coronavirus expenditures itself, we don't have those. We're not health departments or things of that nature. So water and sewer, tourism was a big piece of that. If you're trying to increase tourism in town because your tourism numbers have dropped, well, our TDA numbers obviously don't show that. So water and sewer is one of the biggest kind of catch-alls. If it qualifies for what SRF would allow from a loan standpoint, and the PRVs would do that, then you would be allowed to use that money for something like a PRV replacements that we talked about.
SRF.
On that reserve, heaven forbid, what if it was to turn dry and we end up having to buy water? Would money be able to come out of that reserve to pay Boone for the water?
Absolutely.
Or where would that come from?
Yeah, the reserve is just truly that. It's a reserve. I think, like you said, for the first time in a number of years, it really is just it's surplus to be able to start putting some money back that will pay for potential capital needs. Prepare us set for debt service in a couple of years. We know debt service is coming on the water line and on the plants. We do think that's been delayed a little bit because, and Doug can chime in on the timeline, we're going through the USDA process, which is low interest, 40-year option type loan funds. And there's a number of things that we've got to do to be able to meet that criteria. And so as we go through that over the next, say, 6 to 12 months to get to where we're ready to start bidding that project out, it does allow us some time to build some reserves on it to help us. So when the debt service payments start coming due, we don't have to have these types of increases to offset it. We're already charging the rate that we need to get us to where we need to be.
Well, I know we really started pushing it when we had that up there, across from you, on Forest Main. We had to choose between which two projects we could afford because we had no reserve to look at.
Well, and this rate structure is also, increasing as a result of the GEO bond funding. So because, as we had in the general fund, we also have in the water sewer fund, that increase that we had from the third issuance that we did not, support last year because we didn't go up on our water sewer rates at all.
Yeah, I did point that out. So again, we've gone 5%, 5%. So essentially this 10% that we're proposing is last year and this year's overall type of increase, but we also are changing the base to try to capture more of the folks that are using the water in the midst of that as part of it.
Well, Shane, if I missed this, I apologize, but on page 60, explain to me water and sewer impact fees.
Impact fees are developmental fees, so charged when we have, say, Rainy Lodge, for instance. It would be the fee that we would charge them to hook to our system. So that number can fluctuate drastically.
It's like down 40,000 from 2018 or 19.
Well, again, we can change that number. That's going to be dependent on the number of developments that we have that come into town. So these are private developments that are coming into town. We just picked a very conservative number there that we feel like is easily obtainable. That's one of those where if Rainy comes on, I think Kevin stepped out, it's over $100,000 for just that one project and the overall impact fees within that. So that number can vary drastic amount.
Well, it just seems to me like I saw on the internet some time back that somebody's challenging impact fees in the courts. Have you heard that, Doug?
That, in 2018 or 17, maybe 17, legislature passed House Bill 436. And that required local governments to establish an approved process for what their maximum impact fee would be. That's not making the tab. That's what, some people call it impact fees, some people call it capacity, different things. To see what's the most you can spend, because the legislature at that time had a heavy developer influence, and they were contending that some communities were charging developers too much for water and sewer up front. So they require communities to do that. So that limits how much you can charge for a capacity fee or an impact fee. Now, there have been, so we've done a number of those studies across the state, and some of those have been challenged. There were challenges to those capacity fees before the House bill was done. So some were challenged before, some have been challenged since then. There are communities where people are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a hotel or a laundromat or other heavy water and sewer uses.
We're using a per bedroom fee. That's what, so we use $750 per bedroom to hook onto the system. That's what we're using here.
So if it's an office, you don't get charged.
I don't think we charge any, I think it's always per bedroom, right? It's per bathroom or per bedroom? Per bedroom.
Bedroom.
Yeah, per bedroom.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Never
Hey,
mind.
Sue, do you need a break?
I didn't catch that. I thought you were kidding.
It's a
While the
pizza.
mayor has a one-bedroom house.
No, I don't have any bedrooms. They're all bathrooms.
The reason it's done by bedroom is because that's a state criteria for doing the calculations.
Yeah.
And that is a minimum of two.
What a
By the state
surprise.
rules.
But yeah, that number, if a hotel comes on, changes drastically. So this is more of a, again, we haven't gone back through the revenues. We kind of recapture that, but another really, I think, conservative approach is we've always been able to obtain this number. Anything above and beyond that's positive.
So if a CUP's already been approved and we increase the rates and they haven't started, will they be charged the new rate?
If it's already been approved, no, it'd have to be after the rate change.
There we get grandpa.
So they're grandfathered to the,
That'd be an exposed fact.
You want to take a 10-minute break?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got to find out which page we're on.
I think we're kind of all over the
All right, we are back in session.
So we've talked through, I think, the water and sewer revenues. We have 2 pages of expenditures, page 62 and 65. So we can start with 62, which is our administrative and engineering and billing. And I think what you'll see here is pretty status quo, except for there's a new line item that's called manager's discretionary fund. And it's a bigger number than what we had in the general fund. It's 60,000. And the reason for that, we put a $50,000 earmark for possible tank maintenance. Previously, I think as recent as a couple years ago, we had an ongoing tank maintenance program where we had divers every 4 to 5 years going in and cleaning the tanks and, visually inspecting the tanks, and that stopped a couple years ago. I think the contract was either terminated or it was allowed to expire, and we've not had anything since then. We've not bid that out. We've not asked. We've asked for one quote, and the one quote came in at about this number. It was $50,000-ish the first couple years, and then it was less after that. And the reason being, they're heavy on the front end because most of the work is being done kind of on the front end. The divers going in and cleaning the tanks. I say tanks, that's the Clearwell tank and the Greenhill tank, so both of those. But we talked, I guess, Matt, Doug, and Cole and I, that process really probably needs to be more of a bid out type of thing. We need to really kind of see what else is out there. This one quote is kind of a placeholder in here of what we don't know. That will ultimately still have to come back to you all. We'd have to come back to you all for approval of whatever contract we decided to go with. But timing wise, we're only able to receive kind of one quote for that, and that's where that placeholder came in. But again, that could be removed or that could just stay in there as a placeholder. Nothing's going to be spent there until we obviously came back to you all with what a bid looked like, and then the bid results themselves as part of that process. And at the same time, really evaluating, giving us a little bit of time to evaluate what we need. I don't know until recently, I was at least, and I know Nicole and I talked, we weren't necessarily clear on what the tanks needed. What do the tanks really do need? I mean, how many times do they need to be cleaned? Is that once every 3 years adequate, or does it need to be less? Does it need to be more? There's education there for us, or there is, I know from this side, that we need to understand kind of what's required and what's needed in the way of keeping our tanks maintained and clean.
When we did that contract, because I remember that, because I didn't know they sent divers into my water tank. Very disgusting. But wasn't that about what it cost us?
I don't remember what the cost of the contract was, but that contract goes way back. I want to say it goes back to the late 90s or early 2000s, when that contract first started. That may have been amended after that, but it went way back, and some of the issue came with going from that more of a local regional company that got bought out by an international company, and the cost went up and the service went down, and then we had the issue of there's some things that need to be done at the tank that to keep it in good shape that weren't included in the contract. So you're paying them to maintain the tank, but then they don't fix it. But that was the point at which it was decided the best thing to do is in that contract, get what needs to be fixed, and then reset the wheel.
How many people do you think are gonna bid out diving in a tank?
There's
2 or 3.
there's 2 or 3
Really?
companies out there.
Oh.
Well,
You're retired, you could probably do
Oh,
this.
God knows, I am.
they're water tank,
This is
they're in the water
dark,
tank
too.
business.
Huh?
They're in the water tank business.
That's what they do.
I mean, they just do
Big
tank
Sparty.
business.
They're mermaids.
Mermaids.
So we'll be
Yeah, I would
bringing,
trust him
we'll be
to
bringing some
clean
thoughts.
my tank.
We'll be bringing some thoughts to you all
He's awesome.
in the future about where we're heading with this bid, et cetera, type things.
They're
We don't necessarily know what we're going to end up with result-wise. So there's a placeholder in there, again, to help pay for what we think potentially it's going to be. But we're going to need to do a little bit more in the way of bid prep and that type of thing to get out there, try to compare apples to apples. Reason being, the same company that gave us this quote, we got another company to give us a quote on kind of the capital side of the tank repairs, and it was a much different number. So we need to I say we as in, I would like to have Gil help assist us with understanding what other entities are doing, what other entities are requiring of their tank maintenance, because I don't know how much you all know this, but the state doesn't necessarily require a lot of this to be done. This is not required maintenance, this is just suggested maintenance to be done. So there's some fluctuations in there.
But how old's our tank?
1977, 76, 78,
76, I think.
That's the wet well,
both of them.
both of them.
They were both built when the new plant was built.
So we know we need to maintain them, we know it's gonna be a cost number. The 50,000's in there is kind of a placeholder of just, we'll be back with you all with what some thoughts are for you all, kind of help us plan where we're going with it.
When's
Sue,
the last
to
time
reass-
it was clean?
To reassure you, Sue, the same people that inspect the wastewater treatment tanks do not leave there and go to the clear wells, okay?
When will they clean last?
There were divers in the tank when like the day I started here, so 11, some of those.
Huh?
Would they be the,
Where we did it? Because I've been on commission only 8 years. And we had divers in there after that.
Well,
They
now,
haven't inspected.
they do inspections is different from doing a cleaning. They used to do an inspection every couple of years.
did we use them, the same ones to do our tank on Green Hill? And are they the same ones that we use at pond too, to check that, or are we using a different diver for that inspection?
That's different.
I mean, we're using somebody, when's the last time that had been done? Because I know it's been done since I've been on council, I thought. Didn't we have somebody go down and check the valves and everything up to our pond behind the sewer plant?
That was about the same time I started, I thought.
So you're saying a wet well, is that the one that's sitting next to the water plant?
So as we were talking water plant and wastewater plant needs, you know, this was something that's definitely a need, an ongoing need. We're just trying to gather, I think, more intel and more education of what we think we're going to be bidding out, putting together a bid package of what this is going to look like and what that looks like.
So that 50,000 is just to clean it? It has nothing to do with a contract?
Well, it would be a deferred, no, it would be based on the one offer or the one proposal that we received, just the informal proposal. It was very front heavy, so the first, I think, 2 to 3 years was about $50,000 a year. That included some initial cleanings, diving in cleanings, et cetera. Then the next, it was a 10-year contract. Then the next 3 or 4 years was $15,000 or $16,000 a year. Then in the last part of it, it went back up as they were coming back in and doing the full-fledged cleaning. So it included 2 cleanings in a 10-year process. So that $50,000 is the first couple of years of that contract.
Okay.
Again, this is more of a placeholder. That also being said, talking with McGill yesterday, Nicole and Doug and I talked about when do we need to start from a timeline standpoint on our big project. So the water and sewer line replacement on Main Street and our water and wastewater plant upgrades that we talked about at the retreat. And packaging those together and receiving USDA funds, which is low interest, probably 1% or so right now, 40-year type money, which gives us the ability to spread out a big debt payment over 40 years and at a low interest rate, which for us, that would be very advantageous to do. And so, Doug, do you mind just kind of hitting the highlights of what you did yesterday? So if we start moving forward now, what's that look like from a timeline standpoint?
So the way we approach the project is you work a schedule to your need or to the money. So the need's there, but the need is steady. We're trying to chase the money, not to be crude or anything, but that's what we're doing. We thought we needed to get this so with USDA, it has to do with when you put the application in. We thought we need to have the application in June to get this federal fiscal year's money, but that money's gone. They've already allocated what money they have. So what we want to do is look at trying to have the application ready by the end of September, the 1st of October, because in October their funds reset and they have a new influx of money to distribute. So what we want to try to do is begin, and to do a funding application for USDA, you have to have the engineering report up front. With SRF money through the state, like we used before at the water plant, sewer plant, those are application, and then you get funded, and then you do the engineering report. With USDA, you do the engineering report with the application and submit it to get line of money, to get approved for money. So what we would like to do is begin end of June, 1st of July, on doing the report and the application. That'll take about 3 months. That hits the October 1st into September goal to have our application in the USDA, so that they'll start looking at it. And hoping that within about 3 months, by the end of the year, they will have reviewed the application and got to the point of approving you for funding. At which point, you'll have an agreement with the USDA for the funding, that you'll accept the funding, and then we move on to design. Now, we can move on to design quicker, but I don't know, I mean, it gives you a few months advantage, but I don't think it's a big advantage. I would probably wait until I got the money. And partly because there may be other monies that come from somewhere. But start the design at the beginning of the year. It's gonna take about 6 months to get the design ready. And then by the middle of next summer, we'll send it for permits, and USDA has to approve everything before we can, just like a permit, they have to review everything and approve it before we can put out the bid. And once all that's in place, we can put out the bid in the fall to award a contract. I mean, have it where we can accept bids, get LGC approval, and award a contract around the end of 2022, so that we can start construction in early '23. I don't know if we can finish construction we probably can't finish construction in '23. It'll probably carry over to the spring of '24 because of equipment times, for the treatment plants and paving with Main Street that may happen before you get to that final point. You know, the other thing that has to happen in that parallel, to the project is how you handle the paving with DOT. We've talked about that, about, you know, some reimbursement plan and all for DOT to let the town pave it with the project, but DOT pay for it. So all that happens in that whole timeline, so that by the early part or the spring of '24, the project's done, and you're going from temporary financing to permanent financing to begin to start setting up your payback process.
So it sounds like to me, we need to go ahead and move forward with the application.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, starting with the budget year.
Which is now. Which is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know it's gonna happen.
So one thought would be, that's about, we think about $50-some thousand to do the application engineer report, get us to where we need to go for October timeframe, is what McGill has proposed. So a couple thought processes. One, we could potentially use some of that manager discretionary money that we have there, the 60, to go ahead and move forward with that and pay for it out of that. Obviously, you've got the reserve money that we talked about a few minutes ago, but those are two pieces that we just came up yesterday with kind of this timeline of how we pay for that moving forward. So just throwing that out there from a think about it, standpoint. We don't have to have an answer today, obviously, but for us to get ahead of the October timeline-ish, to be in the front of the line for this USDA money, we do need to move forward with it late June, early July timeframe. And so we don't necessarily have to pay for it out of the current year budget. We can put that in this year's budget. It can be part of that reserve number, the PRV number, if we want to pay for it out of that. We also can use some of that manager discretionary money and pay for it out of that. And just, if we go with the tank maintenance program, whatever that number is, we may just have to have that as a budget amendment, as we go into the year. So we've got a couple different options, several different options there to think about. But we worked on timelines yesterday, and this one was one that kind of
Is that why?
needs to be important.
Is that why you got the tank maintenance in the discretionary fund as another line item?
We do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we put it there because we didn't really
Oh,
have
yeah.
a set plan on it. You know, we knew that something needs to be done at some point, and maybe the plan would come within the year, and there would be funds there to do it.
But the 80 grand for engineering report, it's not in here, is it?
Not 80, 56 was the number for the engineering report and the application. That's not in here. We just had a meeting yesterday and kind of worked this timeline back. So we've not included that. So I mean, the couple options is we can include that as a line item. And I think our obvious reduction would be our reserve number would go from 160 down to, 90 some, or not 90, but 100,000. And our PRB reserve. So that's an option. So we can change, we can make that change between now and, June 8th if we want to. Another option is we just use that $60,000 that we put in there for kind of a placeholder discretionary fund. And we can use that money to move that over and create a line item to start paying for this. So here's another complicated piece. At the end of the day, we get USDA funding and this project moves forward. We fully believe that $56,000 we're talking about is going to be reimbursed back from USDA, and so it'll pay for itself. It's just we're expanding over multiple timelines here to get this project moving. Is kind of what
Some carrying
the
costs.
carrying over. I will say, we talked earlier about the debt service and start building reserves. If this timeline holds true, we probably won't start making debt payments until 2024. And so it'll allow us some time to start building up some pretty significant reserves in our water and sewer fund to be able to offset any other needs or any other debt service that's out there.
Finally, because he's usually the last, his department, one to get anything, and it needs that,
He being Matt,
I'm just being,
Matt, yeah,
he always gets with it.
he's been very patient.
so just keep,
Talking about that for a second,
I
that'd
know,
work.
Not Doug, Matt.
so there's a
Doug
couple
gets
options.
everything.
We weren't at the beginning of the meeting today, were we?
That's true. There you are, at the last.
I think it's alphabetical.
Leftovers.
Okay.
So a few different options there that we need to we've got a couple weeks between now and June 8th. We just need to think through how we want to maybe handle that. We can talk individually, whatever you want to
We
do.
got a list at one point what you wanted, or what was needed. A couple of meetings back, you gave us a list of what was necessary for the water and sewer.
Oh, yeah, that's,
All that's outlined.
that's outlined. That's included. So when we're talking USDA, we're talking a $5 million loan that's going to do the water and sewer plant upgrades and the Main Street water and sewer. So when we talk about the USDA timeline, we're including all of the plant upgrades.
We're doing that whole thing.
We're doing the whole thing.
But now, we've already approved the new tanks.
Yes.
Yeah, that's done.
That's being done now. That's,
Something's out in the middle of the
That's the
yard.
tank.
Have you seen
Yeah.
that big thing out there?
That's new swimming pool. Yeah.
That's
Came
a
in on one of
temporary
our
thing.
came in on one of our trucks, and I was just waiting for the truck to go.
So when we talk USDA timeline, the October timeline and beyond, you're talking the $5 million package that includes water and wastewater plant upgrades that we talked about at the retreat. That list of $1.2 million, I think is what it was. Plus the lines on Main Street. That's included.
So that's not gonna require another bond.
Plus the line,
Plus the Main Street water and sewer. Now, at this point, we've elected to move towards the USDA because of the fact that we can spread that out over 40 years versus the bonds are 20 years. And that interest rates right now are about 1.2% or so, I think.
USDA loan interest is a little over 1% right now.
That's good.
And I think it's less expensive to.
Make it longer.
borrowing money from Audi, it's 0.09.
Now, on the other side, what
Get a
we've asked
card.
McGill to do is start re-upping that 2013-14 CIP plan to start getting us in line for potential infrastructure money. This could qualify for infrastructure money. We don't know. There's some big unknowns out there. The federal money that's coming, we think coming down, could have some serious infrastructure money that could be used for water and sewer. Don't know. We're just moving ahead as if none of that's out there because we don't have any guarantees of anything at this point. We've also asked the state. I've sent letters to Ray and Ray and Melissa, but Ray and Deanna Melissa and Ray, I guess, probably Melissa and Ray, asking for state appropriations as well. I put in a pretty good detailed letter that our Main Street water line, sewer line replacement, along with our water and wastewater needs, affected obviously the entire town. The Main Street water line and sewer line project by itself affects the majority, if not almost all of our commercial businesses. And if that fails, then we have a serious economic impact on that. So if the state passes a budget, number one, they haven't done that in a couple of years. So if they actually get a budget passed, I've asked if there's any appropriation money within that to be able to be applied. So we'll see.
All right.
The rest of the water and sewer expenditure, operational wise, really did not change hardly at all. The biggest change that we had, I guess, capital wise, we did include a upgrade of a 2013 3500. That's in field ops. That's one of our field op water and sewer trucks with a replacement for $66,000, along with the new push camera. We bought a camera now, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the bigger camera that we use.
It's probably been 5 years. It's a remote control camera. The smallest one will do 6 inch. We've ran into several instances trying to get the tap lines at clean outs, where we have to rely on local plumbers and call them and try to get their camera. Push camera will do a 4 inch, service line. We can get in and see what's going on to our main. That I think will help us out a lot, save us from relying on the plumber to come and, they're hard to get anyway. So
that's
wait a couple days will kind of push it down.
And that's $7,000. So in all the water and sewer capital, so excluding obviously the projects we're talking about, there were just 2 items: the replacement of the one truck, the 2013 truck, and then the push camera for $7,000 for what the 2 capital needs.
Okay.
Moving along. So just up on the screen, just kind of want to show our installment. So what we plan on receiving, tell me if I'm wrong, I'm starting to lose my track of my thought here. We're planning on receiving the installment debt $332,745 for the items here, correct? And then the $73,500 for the 2 items that are inside the water and sewer. Yes.
That 8,000, I know it says 8,000 right beside it. What that is the Parks and Recreation mini truck.
Oh, this number here is.
Yeah.
Since they bought it.
Richard Scary's truck on 8,000, I think that's.
It's a little Suzuki.
No, it's the Parks and Rec.
Yeah, the mini truck, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
yes.
talking about the mini truck. So that's what we plan on, how we plan on funding our capital. The remaining pieces, the cash flow pieces, will be coming out of that one-time money from the sales tax that we had talked about earlier. I know, several things before we get into the revenue side. Let me just bring up the pay and class and pay piece. I can't even talk anymore. I think you've all had a chance to start, kind of reviewing this. As part of, it's not there?
There you go.
As part of the overall 2-year plan to get our lowest grade, so what we're proposing here as being grade 1, so.
Do we have this?
You do, it's in the budget document, it's page 89.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll expand that so you can see. Is that better? Everybody see a
He
little
gave
better?
it to us too.
Oh, yeah, 2020. I feel like this is a vision test.
So the last time that the town had a class and pay study completed was in 2015? 14, 15. And it included a number of grades here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They kept saying for future use. We've never assigned any actual positions to these. So what we're proposing is eliminating those first 6 positions. We don't plan on ever using them. If you look at your pay, this starts at $20,904. Pretty low for a full-time employee. So what we're proposing as a part of this is starting with grade 1 which right now is our park maintenance worker. And it's a $26,878 current minimum salary. What we propose is to get this number over here in 2 years to $32,000, which would be equivalent to a $15 minimum wage. And what we're proposing is very simple, half this year and half next year proposal. And it's, and by doing so, we would have grade 1 at $15 plus minimum for full-time employees. And so we would have no full-time employees as of July 1st of next year that make less than $15 minimum wage. The county took something, I'm sorry. The county obviously did something very similar to this on March 1st of this year, have already put this in place, and Boone has plans. Boone's actually already moved theirs to $15 minimum. So this would give us, put us in a better position for the $15 minimum wage. In order to not create compression, and I know I've talked with you all, kind of individually, we've moved from a grade 1 down through our final grade. Whoops, let me go back up. Our final grade, which is grade 19, or grade 18, currently being used, and we have decreased that percentage by 1% as we go down the list in order to eliminate any compression issues. Until you get to grade 18, obviously you can see here, what was a 59,312 minimum would go to a 62,870 mark, and then obviously that would be half of what it would be the following year. So I think it equated to a 7% overall increase, 3.5% this year, 3.5% next year.
Okay.
So starting at the top, the lowest grade, grade 1, would get a 12% increase this year and 12% grade next year increase from a grade standpoint, down to grade 18, which was a 3.5 this year, 3.5 next year within that. We feel like this would get us to where we were obviously more competitive in the marketplace, especially our local market with Wolf County and others have put into place. Police-wise, and I don't know if Chief is still here, our beginning salaries at the police department, along with kind of our mid-range and upper-level management police department, this would put us very close at July 1st of next year of being right there with our counterparts at Watauga and the town of Boone. So it puts us in a much more competitive advantage, of a competitive nature where we have been recently. I know during the retreat, Chief spoke to you all as that being his biggest concerns. This would put us right there in the thick of things from a police salary standpoint, from beginning to upper level within the police department itself. Our current police level beginning salaries is right here at grade number 7. Right now, when we hire an officer, it's at $34,679. This would put us at $38,667 at July 1st of this year. Fast forward over here, it would be, I think it's $41,000 and some change next year as year number 2. Right now, the sheriff's department is at $42,000, and so it puts us still behind, I think, a little bit where the sheriff's department would be, and a little bit behind the town of Boone, but there's not as large of a gap there. And so I think we all know, benefit-wise and from a safety standpoint, we do have an advantage there. So it doesn't put us above Boone, doesn't put us above the county, doesn't really put us even, but it puts us much closer than where we've been in previous, or where we are currently within the starting salary of the police department.
Have we ever gotten a consultant in to look at retention in police, how to do it? Because that's a never-ending problem.
Not I'm aware of. We've never done anything like that. We could look into it and see. The league may have something for something similar to that.
It just seems like that's always a problem. We raise the salary and we still can't retain them.
But our salaries are still not even close comparable.
Well, but we raised them when? 5 years ago?
But you raised them.
6 years ago?
Yeah, but you raised them in such short increments, or small increments. They didn't they barely kept up with cost of living. And everybody was getting
Well,
larger pay
it
increases.
did get us over the sheriffs until they upped.
Yeah, you don't want to have to. I don't, at least, and I shared this. I know with you all, individually, is that I don't like having to try to compete because of other people's decisions. But we find ourselves in somewhat of a disadvantage right now because of the decisions that have been made. I think there's going to be decisions made at the federal level that would put a $15 an hour minimum wage, living wage as being there probably in the next 3 or 4 years. The county and what they did on March 1st, you know, as I said before, full-time person that works down here at the convenience center watching you put your trash in the dumpster all of a sudden is making $6,000 a year more than our guys on the back of the trash truck. And unfortunately, that's an unfair situation that's taking place. And we're forced to somewhat play catch-up to an extent within that.
But we've always had that with the competing with the other ones. I mean, because you have so many right here in one area between Sheriff's Department, Boone, Bourne Rock, Seven Devils, Beach Mountain, you know,
Lenore and Wilkesboro.
ASU, you know, whoever went up the highest, and everybody else always seemed to have to follow a little bit because.
Oh, yeah. One goes up, the next goes up type of thing, absolutely. You know, so
Or we train them and do all the training and certification,
Then they leave.
and there's no requirement that they stay. I don't know that that's legal, but then they up and leave and, you know, so it's,
So I don't think, you
well,
know,
even state troopers, weren't they given a $10,000 sign-on bonus?
there's always going to be, you know, and we didn't look at it, we didn't start this with, we started with the police in mind, but we started it with more than $15 an hour that I think folks are going to, some sooner than others, to get us to where we needed to be. Not in year one, but a couple of years from now, we can get us to where we need to be. And from that, it led to more of a concern or a question, I guess, of trying not to create compression play plan. If we're moving folks up at the bottom levels, it's going to instantly create some compression at the mid levels that we're trying to avoid here. And so that's what's being proposed. Again, it's year one of what we had proposed as kind of a 2-year plan to get everyone, at least get that bottom level of 15 and then 1% declining after that, not to have compression within that issue. So
It would just be interesting to see if there's anything we could do better. I mean, I
Certainly.
don't know. It may just
start
be
with the
that they're
league
just
and
chasing.
the COG, they may have something that's.
Well, you know, we've discussed it a whole lot in the league, and it's just, right now, it's very hard at getting people that wants to be a policeman. They say just, you look out there, watch the TV, you understand why. You know, so everybody's trying to figure out how do we get them, and then how do we retain what we have, you know.
I will say, and again, I think Chief may have stepped out, we've had, in the last 24 hours, a former officer contact us about potentially returning. So the good news is we're fully staffed, and we do have some people wanting to maybe be back, so that's good to hear. We may have, if we lose 1 or 2, we may have 1 or 2 in the wings. So encouraging on our behalf. I think that says volumes. Something must be going good here, hopefully getting some folks back.
Those flowers are gonna make it on.
We just made a mess of water. The,
Oh, well.
questions, what have we missed? I don't even know at this point. We've talked for
You
like
got the list?
7 hours, 6 hours.
Virginia has the list. You got the list about
What
what
questions
we're
do
gonna
we
talk
have?
about?
You know, the most important question that folks are going to ask is, so the budget, the budget that we've proposed includes obviously, and these are highlights, you know, big increases obviously in salary and benefits. 321 increase with the landscaping, a new position being added in planning and zoning. Those along with, you know, we talked about the TDA and the sales tax kind of increase. That makes up 98% of our overall change in our budget within just those pieces. And what we have currently proposed, general fund side, so we talked about the water and sewer side. The water and sewer side, we have proposed a surplus, a reserve to start to be created there. On the general fund side, we have the budget balanced without utilizing any fund balance, with all the things we've talked about, all the capital, all the increase in salary and benefits, et cetera. And we've done so with a 4-cent tax increase, so moving us from 39 to 43. That does include even cash flow things that we've put in there. So the budget as it stands and as presented is in balance, utilizing no fund balance with a proposed 4-cent tax increase. I believe, sorry.
You're not gonna do .045? That was in here.
Oh, we didn't, is that still in the budget message? 045?
Yeah, I just read it somewhere.
Oh,
Did y'all reduce it?
4.5 cent tax increase.
Well, we were there at one point, so it could, maybe it
I
just.
think that was
wasn't
on the
changed.
first page.
Okay, we can change that. No, we're at a flat 4. That's what's
Okay,
proposed.
okay.
4 cents.
Maybe.
Why don't we,
Just been-
when you're finished, we'll go down
Yes.
and let each
Yeah,
council.
we're at a flat 4 cent tax increase, and that is utilizing no fund balance. I'm sorry, that was, yeah, so we can,
Tell us 4.5 and let her take it down to 4.
There you go.
you know, and we talked, so again, back to how do you get to the 4 cent? Well, you know, I would say the number one thing to keep in mind is that we were going to have a 2.5 cent, I think is where we were last year, increase because of the debt service that the junior bond. We also have added obviously some more debt service since that time. So that's one avenue that we think we can easily say there's a few cent can be attributed to. Obviously, the other increases, just 321 and the salaries are $1 million. That's much more obviously than a 1 cent. I mean, that's equivalent to an 8 cent increase. We've been very fortunate as that pie that we showed is that we've been able to continue to increase in our other revenue sources to be able to offset that. And we've been able to save some money in a couple other areas like sanitation and even some operating savings over the last few years in the piece of that. So we landed at 4 cent because 4 cents what gets us balanced essentially without utilizing any fund balance. It allows us to keep above 50% and allows us to start building a reserve, obviously with our current rate structure that we're proposing on the water and sewer side. So
And what about reval? When is,
next year.
so
It
it's
is going on right
January?
now. Yep, so we will all find out in the next 7 to 8 months what that rate is.
That will help us.
We had Caldwell County, but it didn't provide very much
Didn't help?
return, no.
That's surprising because they went up on us, what did I tell you, 22%
We only have,
property value?
we only have,
Yeah, it's just a small
it's
percentage.
just a small percentage of our overall.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
haven't reevaluated your field in about 1,700 years.
You're trying to get that.
So revalve is next year.
I
and
won't say anything.
If you look at 14, the last time it was done, it actually had a negative impact because so rates or values decreased overall. So we all fully expect that is going to be the complete opposite this time, and we will all be sitting here next year with a decision on our hands of where do we stop the rate at as we decline pretty significantly down from where we are proposing it right now. The last major revow that took place before 14, I believe our tax rate dropped.
Oh, wait.
Hey,
Yeah,
Say that.
say 08.
Say that.
Here you go, there it is. So there you go, 96.7% change. In 2002-03 was when I was talking about. The 7-8 one was the 25%, and then you have the negative one that took place there, the 4.5 and 14-15. So we will be dealing with some number that's probably in between 25 and 96 would be a good guess, I would say. Next year.
Well, do you all want to go down the line and ask questions? Would you like to do that? Albert?
Well, I don't have any questions. I just, there were highs and lows to this thing for me. One of the lows is the very small contribution the county makes to this town. It's very disappointing. But you have to keep in mind, they have problems that we don't have. They've got probably a DSS over there that eats them alive. So we have to, when we want to criticize the county, recognize that. And I think the county is what it is. We just have to live with it. That's what we're going to do. The other thing, I think we've made progress. I'll give you folks a hand because you're implementing funding reserves. That's a damn good way to fund stuff in the future. And I believe you said early on, you'd saved $150,000 in operating expenses this last year.
I think if you go back to pre-COVID year, COVID included to this year, you take out the new pieces we've talked about, 321, et cetera, operating expenses overall, when I went through and jotted them down, we're down about $150,000, just the general year to year to year changes.
Well, without that, it'd be more than 84 cents. So I just want everybody that lives in this town, wants to come and carp about their taxes going up, and people don't like that, I don't like that. Just know that this group here, including you and every department head in this town, works their rear ends off to keep things under control. And we just have to do what we have to do to fund the town, because it's the cost of doing business.
Very good, Albert. Thank you. Dave?
I would echo a lot of what Albert said. I think that what a crazy year to budget for on the heels of COVID, pulling back 30% last year and then trying to make up and then anticipate our needs. I mean, kudos to both of you, to every department head. We're obviously doing a lot more with less over the last year and a half. We're piecing together trucks, so it's very evident. So I can't say enough about how impressed I am, and I've been through this, and every time I go through it, I learn something else. I guess the only thing that is that I really want to look at this reserve funds in our water and sewer. I'm not sure that we're being aggressive enough. I mean, I've been through those plants. They need lots of help, and I'm not sure we're being aggressive enough with that reserve fund. And it's something we might want to look closer at. I know that y'all, not to say that you haven't looked close at, but I don't think we can save enough.
Want to thank y'all for all your hard work, because I know it's forever. I think a couple things that strike me is we as a council did not go up on taxes last year, even with the bond money, and we did it on purpose to protect the citizens. The other thing that this council has done, and it's kudos to us, is that we have really looked at infrastructure. We have tried to fix things. We've tried to fix the roads. We've tried to fix water and sewer, crosswalks, sidewalks. I mean, it's really been a council that's moved forward, and it's all expensive. I want to thank ABC Board, TDA, for chipping in money to help us that we haven't always seen before, and it's a community effort to make this place better. And while it's hard for us to sit here, it's just that we have the best employees that I've ever worked with, and they need to be paid. It's just hard making a living anymore, and there are number one priorities as far as maintaining staff, and there's just some other things. The reserve is something that we've talked about. We've got big bucks coming up with water and sewer. I mean, anybody who doesn't believe that needs to go over to that plant and look at it. So I think you've done everything that you can to cut, and just want people to appreciate what you've done and the hard work that the council's done too.
Yeah, I think she looked at mine.
Oh,
A lot of that I agree on, and would also like to add, she's right, we're doing a 2-year budget into one, because of COVID and what it had done, we're doing 2 years into one. So that's one thing you have to look at. And Also, as Albert said, the cost of doing business, go buy a 2x4, go buy a sheet of plywood. I mean, right now, look at what it's driven cost out there too, and we're having to relate to that now and catch up with it on this budget, and I feel like, we've already been behind these months that those prices have been way up there because we haven't, we're trying to fit our budget into it now. As she said, salaries, look at where they're going. I felt like a lot of this board that was here then, nothing meant, is when we passed and worked on the last bonds, we were very conservative because we knew basing it on the market, we were looking at probably a 10% increase over the expenditure of those bonds. So we were very conservative about what we asked for and went after it. And we knew then it wasn't going to touch what our infrastructure needed and where we were going. And as I'm looking at this overall, and I think y'all done a great job of trying to hold it where you could, but yet knowing where we need to start looking at and progressing to. And as David would say, I had said that reserve, that's one thing that we should look into. And, there's also another couple of alternatives I know we'll talk about at our summer retreat of some different sources of revenue that we've talked about. I know we've mentioned, a couple of things, a couple of different taxes, that we thought about or looked at to help. So, anyway, great job, y'all.
Summer retreat, when is the summer retreat?
We have a date.
Yeah, we need to set that date. We've not set that date.
Okay, we need to set that date.
Okay.
When's our next meeting?
June 8th.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
it's
set it.
summer.
Yeah, let's set it June 8th.
Okay.
It's a one day, we normally do a one day.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like, oh, it's here. I'm sorry,
You're right, good point.
Stuff,
Usually the last week in June, I think is when it is.
Okay,
So we just need to pick a date if everybody's here the last week in June.
Well, mull it over. You want to,
no, I have,
No, we gotta do it today.
Day of the week.
I have some
Okay.
comments, everybody. I
It's
was-
tentatively June 29th, mid-year retreat.
Oh, okay.
You wanna do it now?
I thought we had a
We
date.
already had a
we
day.
did. That was a tentative date, was June 29th.
What day of
Wait.
the week is that?
It's a Tuesday.
Okay.
I would love for it to be some other day.
Yeah, it's June 29th, and I've got 1 to 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well,
Oh, I don't have that on here, 1 to 5.
Well, I don't know, maybe I just stuck that on.
Well,
You want to change?
I would love to change it,
what would you prefer?
but anything other than the week I'm on vacation, but. But I will come back from the lake for that, if I need to. I'm sorry, Virginia, go ahead.
No, should it be, we're here, we can set a date.
When's your
How about
vacation?
the Wednesday before? I don't have a calendar.
This is Tuesday.
I'm out of town.
Oh, here we go.
The 23rd?
Are you seriously, Doug?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole week? Where you go?
Beach and take the grandchildren.
How about,
Let's all go with Doug, and we'll have our summer retreat down at the beach with Doug and the grandkids.
That sounds.
Yeah.
Shane, do you wanna look at some dates and then shoot us an email?
yeah, I was trying to hear everybody. I guess
Okay.
You shoot me an email of when you can't do it, and I'll try to pick between the lines of when we can do it. How's that sound?
You want it in June. So
In the
you're
June.
gone from June 21st? You want to borrow my glasses? Well, that's Father's Day. Are you going Father's Day?
Yes. We leave the 19th and come back the 26th.
What does the week of the 14th look like, everybody?
Can you get it
Maybe.
together by the 14th?
That might be pushing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't
that.
mind coming back, I really don't.
Where are you going, Watauga?
Lake
Lake Lure?
Should we look at the
I
second
plan
week
on
of
coming
July?
back, but that's fine.
Well, so you're leaving,
I don't-
you're going to Lake
When
Lure
are you coming
when?
back?
Let's just keep it there, it seems like that's.
We can do it the week of the 5th of July. It really is on y'all. The timing is
July 5th.
the week of the 5th, no?
Oh, that week, yeah, not.
How's the week of the 5th of July look, everybody?
I'm in
I'm
the
good.
parade, but then after that,
You're in the parade on July 5th?
no,
Okay,
the 3rd.
What about like July the 6th?
that's Tuesday. That's good. Good with me. Guys?
That's
Yeah.
not, that's not our,
Wait, you're retired, so you can't do that
no,
anymore.
but that's not one of our, that's not a council day.
No,
is
the
it?
13th.
You just try to kill me.
13.
July 6th,
Okay.
it's okay with me.
1 to 5? 1 to 5, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
You owe us.
July 6th, 1 to 5.
Yeah, I do, actually.
1 to
You gonna let us know for sure, where?
Yeah.
Asheville.
Yeah, so
Asheville.
Don't start.
For the day, 1 to 5.
Don't start.
Oh my gosh, Tim came back.
now you're in the conclusion.
So we do 3 things that we do. We should only be doing, but we don't. But our main charges are budget, hire Shane, and plan. Nobody in here looked at their watch today, and we never do. And if anybody in the public says that we do, they need to look back at the film. We're here to do this budget. You guys did a great job. So I pulled up my list, and Sue was joking about it, but our list is the top 10 things. So if you don't mind, and not right now, but when we're gonna review this, what,
Summer retreat.
June, no, our next meeting,
Oh, the budget.
the budget.
Yes.
If you don't mind, just, pull the 10 things up and say, okay, here's how we're addressing each thing. You don't need to do that now,
I have.
but I would like to do it then.
All right.
Because I put you on, I'm not gonna put you on the spot. I know you have it, and we've been here long enough. Nobody's looking at the watch, but,
We'll do.
this is how that happens. You know, we plan, here's the money, here's our goals, and how those, are met.
Wasn't one of our goals, Virginia, help me out, was employee retention?
Well, police
Police retention.
department, and then, unfortunately, the ambulance, unfortunately, the AMR, but I think
I will.
coming from your mouth and how, the perspective on these different items, I think it would be nice to have all that summed up.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, good idea. That it? All right. I want to say thank you, Nicole, Shane, all the department heads. Sure, I've been in business for many years, and the council. Been in business for many years, and the toughest time was when I get together for budget meetings in corporate offices. And, of course, it was all about revenue. What are you going to bring in if you want to replace this plant, and so on and so forth. And, you finally realize that running a town is a business, and our customers are our citizens. And I think you all have done a great job. I think that the council's done a great job, and I just want to say thank you to all the town staff. Hillary, you do a great job of keeping Shane under tow. Excellent. So, thank you very much. We good? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Please.
Second.
All right. This budget meeting is adjourned.